Expo 2020, and the whole world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
Magnus Carlsen is on the brink of adding 5-time to his World Chess Championship resume. Will today be the day, or does the challenger keep us here just a little bit longer and maybe start the comeback story we're looking for? We're all going to find out right now as Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship begins.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, Chess.com in the house, come on. Harry Mack in the house, come on, yeah. Turn your volume up right now, y'all. We about to make this happen. Look, come on. My name is Harry Mack. I had to hop on camera and spit. Welcome to the FIDE World Championship. 135 years, that's craziness. Been going down since 1886. Match format with 14 games. Many queens will be captured, the kings will be slain. Check out the way I'm unraveling the rhymes. This is sure to be a true battle of the minds. Just so it don't remain a mystery, I'll take a moment to walk you through the history. I said we gotta show love to the masters. 27 years strong, that's Emmanuel Lasker. This next name here is an honor. Said it's the end game master, Jose Capablanca. Can't forget Alexander Alekhine. Ayo, his technique matches my style of rhyme. Why is that? Well, he's the master of attack, and I'm the master of causing disaster over tracks. But when he died, who's gonna be the next leader? FIDE came with a 3-year feature. Soviet reign for 24 years. Cold War pressure, it had us in fear. In comes the American Bobby Fischer. He had to get the crown, I'm just painting a picture. I be in the shuttle straight blasting off. I be slaying my rivals like Kasparov. When they come to spitting, son, I'm about to get it done. Won't stop till my rating 28-51. I'm getting loose with the style. That was the past, let me take it to the now. Coming off top with the clever words. Time to introduce your first competitor. If you don't know, this is a reminder. The endgame magician, Norwegian grinder. Triple crown winner, go hard for him. Of course I'm talking about Magnus Carlsen. Is he the GOAT, the greatest son? Highest score ever, 28-81. Can anybody test the crown? Well, I guess so. I mean, if anyone can do it, then it's Nepo. Cause he's never been the wannabe. Give it up, y'all, for Ian Nepomniachtchi, the ill Russian. The one that's causing a concussion. People pay attention from the moment that he's touching. The first pawn, making the move that's dynamic, intuitive, the way he's doing it. Yeah, gonna be an exciting challenge. Nepo about to keep the game in balance. Going down 2021 in Dubai. Chess.com, we gon' keep it too live. Twitch exclusive, so keep it locked. We got Fabiano Caruana up in the spot. My man Robert Hess and Daniel Ranch. Yo, the gameplay guaranteed to be intense. FIDE Chess Championship, it's on. Keep it locked right here at Chess.com. Peace.
We are getting set here for Game 11 in the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship, and there's no way to get set without introducing the guest directly to my left. We start on the edge with the man, the only World Chess Champion, Robert Chess.
For sure, that's not my name, but I appreciate the introduction anyway.
At this point, everything Hess Chess, it's all one, right, Bobby?
It's all one.
It's all one.
And
Go ahead.
well, we are seeing the World Chess Championship after all.
We are watching it live every day. You and I get
day.
to be a front row witness to what happens with Robert Hess. But jokes aside, we've got the amazing Grandmaster Robert Hess, the amazing Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, yours truly, Danny Wrench here, to help bring this thing home. Let's do, it was a rest day, right? So it feels like a lifetime ago already, but Game 10 is in the books. We know that the stage is set for what has to be either the start of an epic comeback today, guys, or the crowning of the now 5-time world champion Magnus Carlsen. But let's take a look back to what was Game 10, and aptly titled Carlsen is on the brink on our main YouTube channel. Without any further delay, let's remind ourselves of the drama that got us here before we start looking ahead to Game 11. The music is feeling more and more ominous in this match. Will we get drama today that gets us back to that hype action I feel like we were feeling in Game 2 and Game 5? It would take a Ian Nepomniachtchi win, and we'll see if we get it. But let me remind everybody of where they can get more like what they just saw. Obviously, the highlights video is on our main YouTube channel, but we are also broadcasting as we speak to our new Chess.com live channel, and I haven't been joking. We will be soon broadcasting some of our regular events exclusively to that channel. So stop what you're doing, head over to our Chess.com live channel and give it a subscribe so you are alerted. Let's also remind you that our Best of Clips channel is blowing up right now. Honestly, so glad that thing we got that thing going, because some of the best moments here are getting viewed many times by the kids every day.
On the media that is social?
On the media that is social.
Okay, just
they are
checking.
getting viewed a lot. But anyway, it's been a lot of fun, and especially all of our behind the scenes videos we've been doing, just having a good time, are over there exclusively on our Best of Clips channel. All right, let's remind everybody who's joining our show exclusively every day. We've got tons of guests that join the show. We've got Hoey Fawn as usual as the first one lined up. Wesley So will be the Super Grandmaster right at the top of the post-game show, which is a little bit awkward. We'll talk about his match yesterday, not because we want to talk about it, but because we have to. And then we've got Jan Ludvig Hammer, as always, bringing the heat from Norway. So we will also have two episodes airing of our documentary Chess: A Reflection of Us. We missed Game 6, so we needed to catch up at some point, and today's going to be the day where we get 2 episodes in. So don't miss that. All right, guys, when we come back, we're going to do what we do. We're going to make our predictions on the board, make our predictions about the result we're going to see, and dive into all that is Game 11. So don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase, and it continues when we return.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today. How many brilliant moves have you played?
Mike Klein reporting for Chess.com. Following a largely uneventful round 10, where not much happened over the board, not much happened at the press conference either. It was like drawing blood from stone. We must say that Jan was the most laconic he's been the entire tournament. Even after his losses, he kind of smirked and did some self-effacing comments. But today, it was just get out of here, get to the rest day, and see what happens. Of course, we might be one game away from this whole thing being over with Magnus getting to 6.5 points. But Magnus was largely the one responsible for not much happening over the board. He played this knight d3 move. He got the ladies off the dance floor. He played c3. I mean, just a lot of his decisions showed that he was fighting what might have been his normal impulses to keep going for wins. But, you know, Magnus loves football, so it's kind of like he was going for goal, but somebody convinced him to just dribble that ball to the corner flag and run out the clock. In fact, Magnus said he was probably leaning that way himself, but hey, the man is 31. The last time he had a situation like this, it was 7 years ago in Sochi in 2014, where he was trying to milk a lead. And today, well, again, age gets the best of all of us. He chose a very wise path. And not so bad for Jan either, right? He stabilizes things a little bit. Jan will still tell you he's fighting for the World Championship, but you know, most people at home know it's going to be just almost a Herculean task. It's going to be a Sisyphean task. I don't know what he would have to do, but he's going to have to channel some sort of Greek god metaphors to get over the hump. Even one win would make things really interesting in Game 11. He's got a whole day to think about exactly how to go about getting that done.
Mike looks good in blue plaid, right? Matches his eyes in a way, which is weird to say blue plaid matches someone's eyes, but kind of did. Mike talked obviously and mentioned that we could be one game away, so let's remind everybody of what that really means, right? And how we got here. The full standings, round by round, is well, you see some points on the left side and no points on the right side. And that's why the challenger faces the deficit he does. Of course, we've talked about the rounds that have stuck out there, but that's just a good reminder for everybody on the full gamut that got us here. There you go. Just wanted to show that.
No more thoughts on it?
That's it. I just wanted to show. I mean, we can look back and talk about it before we make our first move predictions, but I feel like it might be a storyline we pull back to, and so we'll remind everybody throughout the day, especially if this does ultimately prove to be the last round and the storyline that was the ups and downs of those games. But all right, we're going to make our first move predictions on the board, and I think it's time for us to scoot in and do that. Remember, this is brought to us by our sponsors at House of Staunton, which are now offering these chess boards at 20% off. They're practically giving these things away. All you got to do is use promo code Chess.com, and you're going to get yourself a set at 20% off. Head on over right now to go.chess.com/Staunton and get yourself a chess set this holiday season. All right, Robert, your thoughts on the first move we will see from the challenger, giving him maybe his best chances for a win?
Yeah, no, I think that with move one, he needs to strike, and I think he's going to...
Did you say adjust? Did you say adjust?
But
did you say adjust?
But my opponent wasn't there. I just wanted to make e4.
All right, guys.
You have to move the knight to c3.
Move the knight. You predicted the knight move by touching it.
Y'all are harsh.
Okay. Robert's prediction, knight to c3 apparently.
Or knight a3.
Knight to a3.
Novelty.
All right, Fabi, your turn. We are going to talk about that later. And I'm not going to let it go unnecessarily so on social media. Don't you ever touch a piece without saying adjust again.
I learned my lesson.
I'm going to avoid touching any pieces. I'm going to predict c4 again.
Okay, from Jan.
I think that he knows that Magnus prepared the line that he played, but it was a bit of a shaky, dangerous line. And he might try to target that area again, thinking, well, Magnus probably doesn't want to repeat that exact line.
Yeah.
And Magnus will probably come up with some sort of surprise, but maybe in the same direction. Maybe he'll try to take on c4 rather than advance d4 for the Benoni structure that we saw. It's, of course, super hard to predict near the end because both of the players have played a lot of their openings, have shown a lot of ideas, and are trying to surprise the other guy, which is tough at this point. I think that maybe his best chance will be after c4.
Interesting. I'm going to go back to e4 under the theory that he played c4 and everything you said about looking for maybe a new hole and some potentially shaky prep by Magnus makes sense. But I feel like his team has now had, if we think about it, 4 days since the last Marshall. And that's their job to work on it. They believed there was a potential to get winning chances there, or they wouldn't have played it as many times as they did. And with that time, I'm wondering what they would have come up with against Magnus's rook to b8 or whatever. So I have a feeling we're going to get one last try for Team Nepomniachtchi to break through the armor that is the marshal by Magnus Carlsen. So I'm going to predict e4, and I'm going to predict that Robert Hess is afraid to touch the pieces ever again. I didn't mean to scold you so harshly.
Yeah, I'm not your child, so you have 4 of them. I don't need to be the 5th.
Okay, it's true. All right, well, there you have it, our first move predictions on the board. What will happen, we'll find out. But let's now move to our result predictions, and before we do, remind everybody where we stand. There you see it. I mean, let's just bring up all 3 of us, and no, we've got Robert, Fabi, and Dan. I just called myself Dan on air, which was weird. Weird AF. Weird as fuck.
Stop calling Fabi weird.
It's weird that Fabi is 6 out of 10, but I guess that's what happens when you never predict a Ian Nepomniachtchi win.
Yeah, that was the main reason that I'm doing so far.
Yeah.
So good so far. But today, should I go with my prediction first?
Yeah, why don't you do it? Let's do it.
Today, I'm going to change that entirely. I'm going with a prediction of a Ian win.
Wow.
That's not just a prediction, but a hope.
Yep.
Before the match, I said I don't have any preference who wins the match, but I do want to see it as a very close match, and so far it hasn't been close. And a Ian win won't necessarily make it close, but it will infuse some new energy into the match.
Yep.
And keep it interesting for the last few games.
Okay. We're just gonna stay out of order. I'm gonna jump in and go ahead and agree. Now I have predicted a few Ian Nepomniachtchi wins a time or two, because that's what Dan would do, looking for an exciting match. And I'm also gonna double down on it. I feel like this is his last chance with White. I think you hear it here, everybody. I think we will be commentating on chess on Sunday. That's what I think. So whether to win today or tomorrow, I predict we will be here Sunday. Robert.
Wow. Well, you two are so sure about Ian's victory today, which means you think he'll put forth a fight. I'm going to go with Magnus, because if Ian has to win, that burden's on his shoulders. He might take risks that he hasn't been taking so far in the match, blunders excluded, and I think that means that Magnus Carlsen will take advantage and win the game.
Yeah. I think there's a very good chance we have decisive chess today, and so it makes sense. And obviously, it's now time to remind the fans that they can vote over at Chess.com. All you got to do is click on the link being shared by our handy-dandy moderators and staff right now, or just head over to Chess.com/events. It's the top tournament to choose. Click vote. It takes a few seconds. You will be entered to win in cash prizes, but also we're giving away daily diamonds over on Chess.com. Just for participating, random fans will win a diamond membership, and as you can see before you, a lot of cash prizes. Let's go. Do we have the standings? Can we bring up the standings of who's leading? There you go. You still see Simon at the top there. Simon is a fan of chess and a guy who is very well known to the professional chess community. But there's no way to rig this, and we're not going to hold it against a staff member for playing along and enjoying the games that we have at Chess.com like the rest of you. And he is tied with another member there. So there's a lot of people still in the running. Today might be the day that separates that, because if somebody's right about guessing a decisive result, that could be ultimately what decides who wins the prizes. So, all right, we're going to take our last break before Game 11 is actually underway, and all the predictions are irrelevant because the players are giving us what we want on the board. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage returns right after this short break.
My pleasure to welcome you to the FIDE World Championship Dubai 2021, held here at the Dubai Exhibition Center as part of Expo Dubai. It has been quite a match so far. At the moment, the champion leads by a score of 6.5 to 3.5. 4 games remaining though, so absolutely anything could happen. Let's get to the introduction of the players. With the white pieces, from Russia, Ian Nepomniachtchi. And with the black pieces, the world champion from Norway, Magnus Carlsen. We have a special guest with us today, an ambassador to Algorand, the official blockchain partner of FIDE, Adi Mishra. Adi will be making the first move, please. Thank you so much. And with that, let the game begin.
Fabi, would you like to say anything?
Denny, you were right.
Right.
What about me?
Don't make me hop on the mic. My runs are tight. What?
You predicted knight a3. Let's.
Oh, yeah. You touched a knight, and when you touch a piece, you have to move that piece.
But Magnus didn't. Oh god.
Okay, no, but seriously, Robert you were also predicting e4, right?
I was.
Yeah. And here we go. The question is.
Oh, the Italian. The Italian is
interesting. Okay, we're all wrong, or I'm wrong.
Yeah, I was not guessing the Italian. I like the choice though.
Yeah, it's you predicted an Italian in a previous game.
No, I never predicted the Italian.
Who did? Someone predicted an Italian in the game that we had in English. I'm trying to remember who. It might have been one of the so-called experts, the armchair Twitter quarterbacks.
I think it may have been one of Anish Giri's polls where
it might have been Anish Giri's.
Like 8 options.
One of his 17 polls a day.
But I think it's a good choice, honestly,
okay,
because
let's talk about it.
In some of the anti-martial lines they're getting, it wasn't forced in the sense that there were tactics, but it was going down sort of natural lines where you couldn't really escape it. In the Italian game, there are often lines where you have a variety of choices from the white side that also keep the pressure lasting. It's not making an easy job for black to simplify, and maybe Jan does have some sort of tactical variation in mind, but for the most part, you can work on an advantage as the game continues, and you just keep the position going for dozens of moves rather than having an immediate fight.
It's a decent choice. I mean, the Italian is considered maybe even more challenging these days than the Ruy Lopez. That wasn't the case if we go back, 10 years, when people didn't take the Italian seriously, and chess players started to realize that this opening is incredibly complex and difficult for both sides to handle. All the pieces stay on the board. It's a bit less forcing than the lines after bishop to b5 because white doesn't directly threaten bishop takes c6, and so it's a bit less direct. And we have like a lot of different approaches. For example, one approach for white is to play bishop to g5 at some moment. This is very popular. For example, castle bishop to g5, where very often black plays h6 g5, and white goes back to g3, and we have this super complex position where black might start some kingside stuff like king g8, knight h7, h5, f5, stuff like that coming. White will try to push in the center with d4. That's the main idea. Very complex and theoretical battle starts.
Yeah, and I mean, alternatively, I guess what is happening in the game where black delays the castle, that could also keep it a little more sharp and flexible, where we just stopping b4 on the pawn expansion, but at the same time, if h6 g5 happens with this bishop g5, bishop h4 maneuver, then black maybe has some play on the king side.
Yeah, it gets very, very complicated because if white plays bishop g5, before black has castled. Sometimes black castles anyway. After, let's say, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop drops back to g3. Sometimes black decides, well, my king isn't safe enough in the center and I should still castle. But very often black tries some other stuff, like tries to maneuver the knight to g6 with the king in the center, or tries to play queen e7 and castle long, although it doesn't make sense with the pawn on a5. It's usually with the pawn on a6 that black tries to castle long. So yeah, super complex stuff, but it looks to me from the move rook to e1 that probably Ian is not going for the development of bishop to g5. He's probably going for a more classical development, and you can maybe start that with, you know, h3, or sometimes you have to be very careful with h3 early on before black castles, because h3 black might play h6, then g5. h3 created a hook for black on the king side. Knight d2, g5, for example. These things have to be considered at times, because white will probably be obligated to take, and then black gets knight takes g4, bishop takes g4 with an acceleration of the initiative on the king side. So white can also play knight to a3, for example. That's like one of the, instead of h3, one of the decisions white has to make is always, do I put the knight on d2, where it goes f1, g3, or do I put the knight on a3, where it's more likely to go to c2, but might jump into b5 potentially. b5 square is a bit of a awkward square for the knight. It could get kicked later with c6. But on the other hand, bishop to a7 would be under attack if the knight went there.
Ian is actually
and he played knight to
a3 on the board. And Magnus is pausing to think, there it is. There's the troll. Hey, I knew it was coming. I called it. I called the troll. Oh, it was epic. It was epic, Magnus.
Should he go find the arbiter now? And...
Touche, Magnus. I love it, and especially because they haven't really let it go, in regards to continuing to discuss a storyline that, you know, is I believe unfortunate for the game. But Magnus is clearly sending a troll message to everybody that he's going to touch pieces and not always say adjust, and that's going to be okay.
Yes, we'll live.
We'll live.
But we should still do better.
We should still do better.
But in all seriousness, this knight a3 move, I think it's quite flexible, because when you play knight d2, it's very clear you're going knight f1 and knight either to g or e3, and you block your bishop on c1. So with this move, knight a3, you force black to consider, as Fabiano was saying, the knight jump to b5 at some point, because that supports the d4 push, and maybe white is ready to strike in the center, especially with the king still on e8. Otherwise, the bishop can still go to g5 and go to e3. You can just choose where your bishop goes to, and the knight's not directly in the way. And a5 stopped white's queenside expansion anyway, right? Sometimes white gets really active there with b4, a4, and pushes those pawns. Magnus said, I want no part of that, but this b5 square, it can easily be taken for granted. You think, it's a square. It's not a big deal. But a knight b5 jump followed by d4 can be quite annoying, because white actually solidifies his control of the center in this position with a bit of an awkward knight placement. But still, there's a knight on c6. You'd have to move that and then play c6. It's actually quite time consuming. So I do think that it's a good choice by Ian. Magnus is doing the right thing. He maybe wasn't expecting the Italian today, and he's going to try to figure out how he should proceed.
Well, one reason why, let's say after knight a3, if black makes the most natural move, which is to castle, I think, why white doesn't play d4 immediately. Because if d4, black takes on d4, c takes d4, and although it looks like white's center is protected, black can play, for example, knight takes e4.
Ooh, I was going to play d5 first, but yeah.
You could maybe play d5 first, but after knight e4, rook e4, d5, you actually, not only do you get the isolated pawn, but you also get the bishop pair with black, because white will either be forced to take or drop the rook back, and then black takes on c4, and black has a bishop pair, d4 is weak, so things have gone wrong for white here. So that's why white can't rush with d4, and he's more likely to make a move like knight to c2, or bishop to b3, or h3, one of those useful moves. Maybe keeping the knight on a3 to stay flexible with it, as Robert said. The knight has squares it can go to besides c2, but c2 is a nice square anyway, because it does, in the future, support the d4 pawn if white decides to play d4.
And similar, actually, to the path on f1, it actually also has options to e3, right? A different route, but same sort of flexibility. By the way, we see that h6 has actually been played by Carlsen, so also returning the favor in terms of flexibility, right? Magnus being uncommittal in terms of what plan he's going to choose here. And would you say, we talked about the Italian kind of jumping back to being in vogue at the top levels because of the flexibility it has for both sides. I think one of the ideas that maybe computers have helped push is that idea of h6 and g5 so aggressively, right? It feels like since the birth of that idea, if you will, it's one of the reasons why these positions have become so much more complex, right?
Well, I think that the Italian really got a resurgence around 2014, maybe even a bit earlier than that. Before that, it was considered pretty harmless, and then people started to look into it. And one of the things that sort of revitalized the opening was the idea that you can develop the knight to a3. And interestingly enough, even though that's like what spawned interest in it, again, more recently, people haven't been developing the knight to a3 very often. They usually put the knight to d2 and to f1. And knight to a3, although we can't speak about specific positions because there's so many move orders and different types of ways that they can develop. They can castle first, play h6 first, play a6 first. A big choice is to put the pawn in a6 or a5. That was also one of the big debates, let's say when the Italians started to gain a lot of interest, was back in the day, it was just automatic you put the pawn in a6. Because the pawn in a5, it seems to like create a hole on b5. Right. On the other hand, it does stop b4, and b4 is not like, it's not like white is always super happy to get b4, but sometimes it's good to gain space on the queen side in that manner. So one of the big questions for black is, do I put the pawn in a5 or a6? Magnus answered that in this game with his preference. And white's big question is, do I put the knight on d2 or a3? And the other big question is, do I put the bishop on g5? But we've already had all those questions answered. White can no longer play bishop g5. Black is committed to a5, and white's knight is on a3. And now the only question is, what's white's plan going forward? I think his main plan is to play d4 in some way. He may even try to trade bishops on e3 before doing so. For example, if he plays knight c2 and then later bishop e3, he gains the option of recapturing with the knight rather than with the rook. And the knight is probably a better piece to recapture with on e3 than the rook. Let's say black castles. I would still say it's natural to stay flexible with h3 before making decisions, but at some point white may play bishop to e3.
Yeah, and another thing to add on to what Fabian was saying is black made this move bishop a7 that seems unprovoked. And the bishop moved to c5. Why would you retreat to a7? It's just so when the move d4 happens, it doesn't catch you off guard and doesn't create a situation where either you have to take or then retreat. So d4 can be met with numerous responses. Fabian was talking about a line where black takes and plays d5. Of course, that's not possible here because the king's still in the center. So taking on d4 is not what black wants. And by having already retreated the bishop to a7, it gives black a little bit more flexibility in how to respond. For example, you can play queen e7 to avoid queen trades, and that way you just protect this pawn e5. Instead of queen to e7, of course, bishop g4 is an option. And something else to note is that even in the event of, let's say you don't play bishop g4, pawn takes e5 happens, there are often tactics where the knight goes to g4, simultaneously hitting the pawn on f2 and going back and attacking in the e5 square. So these kind of tactics allow black to give that pawn on e5 without even trading queens, and that should be able to give black a decent game. So the bishop on a7 just means that I know white is thinking about d4, but now black has a little bit more flexibility in response.
Yeah, d4 is an interesting move. I think black should respond by castling. It is important to get the king out of the center and to re-threaten, let's say, this e takes d4, knight takes e4 tactic we saw earlier. And that's the question, what do you do with your center? Now that you've gotten it, you can push with d5, but then the bishop on a7 gets opened up. And black plays knight to e7, and I think is very happy about this structure because this bishop was sort of, hitting the d4 pawn. It was sort of blunted. But now it's a very strong piece, and black will follow up with knight g6. The knight on f6 will move at some point, f5, and all of black's pieces will stream into the game. Yeah, maybe even the direct knight g4 and then f5 at some point. So white doesn't want to play d5. If white plays d takes e5, black has a choice to recapture and accept a symmetrical structure, or knight g4 looks like a really good tactic because f2 is super awkward to defend. You have to move your rook again. Black takes on e5 with the piece. Then the bishop on c4 is also hanging, so white has to waste a lot of time with all his awkward pieces. And then it's like, what do you do besides those options?
Yeah.
Your center is sort of potentially crumbling. So it's not clear if you want to play d4 immediately when you're not fully prepared to defend your center after all the tactics start.
Boy, these Italian ideas are rich. Something, this is a bit of a lesson, something I wish I had gotten before I started my game versus the world in our Discord channel. Shout out to those playing in that game. Use the Discord command and join our Discord community. I had no intention to plug that today, but I am currently on the worst side of an Italian as white against the world. This lesson would have been really helpful, Fabi, about a month ago. Where were you then?
Danny, I don't know if any help I could provide would save you against the world.
The position is set up on that chessboard right over there on the wall in the office. Fabi may or may not have been helping me evaluate that position, world. Okay. Some of you were using another friend, maybe an artificially intelligent friend, and shame on you. So I used a friend with a fresh-looking haircut. My move will be coming shortly, world. Join our Discord if you want to battle it out. All right. But seriously, the Italian is super rich, super flexible. A friend of mine has been encouraging me to maybe consider this rather than the Scotch for a while now. So I did play the Italian in my game versus the world, and I'm learning. I mean, these positions are fascinating. They're flexible, and it's why we see them at the highest level, as you said, for both sides, because both sides have chances. Go ahead.
And in a rare moment, I just caught our screen over here. Magnus is the one who's not at the board. So
yeah.
Jan's, it's his turn. He's sitting and thinking. Magnus has left. He's probably just going to his rest area and trying to evaluate what he's going to do going forward here. But yeah, the Italian is very flexible. And this move d3 to d4 is extremely tempting because at some point, if you're trying to inch forward, you're going to make this move. But as Fabiano keeps indicating, that white center can actually collapse quite quickly. There's some tactical ideas that are in black's favor there. And this knight on a3, while we say it can come back to c2 and back towards the center, if you commit to the move d4, because of these tactics revolving around knight takes e4, you are not in time to do so. So if you're going to play knight c2, you can do it now. We also talked about knight to b5. It looks awkward because you're just attacking this bishop that can move up to b6. And that's the thing, is if the bishop's on b6, you want your knight on a3 to go to c4. But if the bishop's on a7, then the only way to get at it is by playing knight to b5, and then the bishop will move out the way. So you really can't chase this bishop around too much. You can go for a quick knight b5 followed by d4, but again, black is always able to castle and keep the options alive.
Well, I have to say, on a purely non-chess note, what Jan is looking at now, which is the chair has swiveled so that it's not the front facing him, but the back. And I don't know if it's just me, but for me, that's the most irritating thing in the world.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the back of a chair.
I thought Anish Giri.
I was going to say, you more irritating than Anish Giri at the board?
Maybe even. I know it sounds amazing, but maybe even more than that. It just feels like you're staring at a wall.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that. I think the most irritating thing a player or opponent can ever do is walk actually behind you and look at the board from over your shoulder, which is actually, it's one of those unwritten rules of chess. If you call the arbiter and complain, they will tell your opponent to stop doing it. So it's not against the rules, but it is considered unethical. Shout out to Cornbase, where you can get your corn daily. And
while being based?
What?
While being based?
While being based at a place that grows corn. Get your free Bitcoin, which is as good as free Bitcoin.
Danny, there's a new website, basedfarmers.com.
Shout out to another website that we like to remind everybody about at this stage in the game, because we know that any result is still possible, and should we have decisive chess, even if it proves to be the last game in the match, Chess Kid is unlocked. Release the Kraken is what happens when Chess Kid is free for everyone if we have a decisive.
You know I never read the chat, and I kind of just ignore everybody. Someone needs to find out who said this is the voice and get them a diamond membership, because that is an amazing comment, right? The chair is turned backwards. That is so good.
Okay, press the button. Robert, you press the button.
Okay, give it to me.
The moment Robert presses this button, that person gets a 1 year. What the world? Oh,
hey, Tots?
That's our producer. Wait, let me hold it to the mic.
Congratulations. You just won a diamond membership.
That's so epic. Shout out to Bick, Aaron, Matt, the whole crew working hard, but that was amazing.
I didn't know that was going to happen.
They did that to troll us in the off day. I had no idea that was going to happen. So congratulations to whoever said the voice. You just won a 1 year. That's right. Feeling generous today. Might be my last chance to give away a bunch of premiums depending on what happens. So 1 year diamond membership for the voice.
Blake Shelton, eat your heart out.
Blake Shelton, eat your heart out. Blake Shelton is the best host on The Voice. I mean, I think
it's
pound
Kelly
for pound.
Clarkson, and it's not even close.
Okay, Kelly Clarkson maybe has the best voice of any of the coaches on The Voice, but I do not believe she is the most entertaining host. I think the banter between Adam and Blake is...
Adam's gone. You clearly haven't watched The Voice.
Well, that was... Oh, I didn't know Adam was gone.
We
I
can
haven't
talk about
watched
this
The
later.
Voice this...
We can talk about this later. We have an Italian on the board here.
I love you, Adam Levine.
And Ian Nepomniachtchi is thinking after the move h6. And to Fabiano's point earlier, h3, very risky move. So on one hand, g5 by black is sort of the fight that Jan might be hoping for, right? Like, because black is playing g5, it makes it a more combative game, and Jan needs to win. But on the other, it could just be good for black in some of these positions where black strikes with g4, can take with either the knight or the bishop, a rook can slide to g8 because you haven't castled, and white's king could be in huge trouble.
I'm wondering if white here is able to play knight to b5 with tempo. The bishop will probably have to move, let's say, to b6, because I don't think black can mount any attack without this bishop. And then white has d4 with a very secure center. And I see this bar dropping rapidly. I guess g4 is very strong here. But after hg, it doesn't seem very clear-cut. I guess knight takes g4.
And the pawn is actually sort of pinned where it stands.
It's pinned, but it feels like white also has freedom. Black doesn't have any immediate threats. On the other hand, black might have very slow long-term threats. Rook g8, queen f6. Eventually, it's not exactly clear where black's threats will lie, but if white doesn't have any constructive moves, then it's not a very pleasant position for white either.
I mean, okay, the bar drop, but still within the realm of could really go either way, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think...
It's something important,
Go ahead.
not to cut you off, Danny, is that the players don't have a bar off to the side, right? So when you look at this position, from black's perspective, Magnus says, well, my pieces are in good places, but white has a better center. And the knight on b5 is actually kind of annoying there. And if you can't punch through, then you're probably going to be in big trouble. So black needs to be quick with the initiative. Otherwise, it's going to be a bad situation. Now, we have the bar off the side. It's clear that black should be better here, but it's often a super precise variation of you going forward with an aggressive plan. So that's something important to note. And you've talked about this a lot, Fabiano, where you play what is a slightly dubious line potentially, or something that's not advocated for by the computers, but it's very hard to figure out over the board.
Yeah, and I think that these positions that we see where, let's say it gets sharp where black plays g5, or any time when black plays g5. Even sometimes black does it without h3. There are a lot of lines like that, although in this particular line that Magnus has played, I don't think he can afford to play g5 because he's wasted so much time with bishop to a7, potentially bishop to b6, if white doesn't play h3.
Right.
But in all those lines, I think they're the types of positions where you see top players making the most mistakes.
Okay.
And the reason is that although they're very sharp, there is no concrete calculation. And that's the hardest type of position to play in chess.
Interesting.
One which the price of a mistake is super high. You could basically lose in one move, with a move which doesn't look like it's losing because there's no concrete refutation. Slow attacks, things like that, or slow counterattacks. Whatever white's plays is kind of obtuse. Whatever black's attack is sort of obtuse and unclear. Those are the types of positions that are just too difficult for anyone, even players at the very...
Give me an example of it. So this type of position, or even like you said g5 before h3?
Yeah, black usually doesn't do that with the pawn in a5. It would make more sense with the pawn in a6 because then white doesn't...
Have knight b5?
Yeah, and yeah, we could see lines like where black plays g5, g4, white puts the knight from f3 to d2, and then black starts pushing h5, h4, and white starts with b4, a4, b5, and we have a total mess on the board.
Right.
White plays entirely on the queen side, and put to someone in the center with d4, and black's plays just all in on the king side.
Right.
And these were the lines that I was sort of preparing for the candidates, sort of looking at, although decided maybe they're a bit too dangerous for black to play, and I was thinking, well, this is crazy. I could play these lines if I make one mistake, I lose a hugely critical game. It's not a very fun feeling, although some people thrive on it.
Right.
They like the mess. But yeah, not easy for anyone.
When you're in a must-win situation, the mess is your friend, I guess, and we'll see if Jan comes up with something tricky here. It's interesting to note what a role reversal this is. We talked about the chair being swiveled, but Jan is at the board, deep in thought, and kind of at a rare stage, I would say, in the game in terms of how most of the openings have gone in this match, Robert.
Yeah, I think he's struggling with decision right now because if he does go for knight c2 and bishop e3, even though white generally retains a slight advantage, it's a bit vague.
Right.
Because you have a little bit more space, right? The bishop on c4 looks good, but you often think, well, what if black castles and plays bishop e6, starts trading pieces like that? Do I really have an edge? And when you have to win a game, that puts you in a tough spot because those positions don't really look like you're pressing for a win, even if you have a little advantage. And Magnus has proven time and time again with the black pieces that he's fine taking less space, having a slight disadvantage because he knows how to equalize as the game continues.
It's a great point, and I think it should be noted that Jan is in that deep thought, I think precisely for the reasons Robert highlighted. Not because he's necessarily worried yet in any way, but he really wants to make sure he doesn't go for a line that limits his winning chances, right? A nagging advantage might not be enough today, right? He needs something with fire on the board.
Yeah, I was looking briefly at the move bishop to b5 here, thinking about if that made any sense, and on second thought, it probably doesn't. It's a very direct, it doesn't look like a terrible move. It's a very direct way of playing.
Okay.
Like if black castles, let's say, there is an argument to be made for ruining the pawn structure a bit with bishop takes c6. And the thing is, after like knight c4, black can play a4. That pawn is immune. It's kind of immune on a5 too because bishop takes f2 is a tactic, but that leads to a kind of weird structure where white has a passed a pawn, and it's very complicated. So sometimes this structure is promising for white, but probably not in this instance because white spent so much time. Like we see it sometimes in the Berlin. White plays bishop b5 takes c6, but that's usually provoked by a6, so black loses tempo. And here white is the one who lost tempo by playing bishop c4, b5, bishop takes c6 rather than bishop takes c6 in one go. And Jan played knight c.
And Magnus sits down and plays right away, and Jan responds. So a little bit of a role reversal continues here in Magnus coming back to the board and not spending very much time on the clock at all. And
he chooses a very logical approach. It's one of the first plans, I think maybe the first plan we mentioned, to trade the bishops while getting the knight on e3, where it's quite well placed. Probably Magnus will take on e3 because if he allows bishop takes a7, he has to put a piece on a7, and a7 is not usually a good square for any piece except for a bishop. Because let's say the rook on a7, it really wants to be potentially connected. So on a8, it can potentially go to the center.
If this, white's going to take.
Yeah, and here specifically, white takes, rook takes, and d4. White gets the center in a very good version. Because now black cannot play d5. Knight takes c4 will probably lose material if e takes d4, c d4, knight takes e4. If we see that, knight takes e4 loses a piece.
Wait.
C takes, yeah, c d4. If knight takes e4, d5 wins a piece. The knight goes somewhere, and then queen d4. Well, yeah, first.
Oh, sorry. I was literally just moving the knight to any square just to show queen d4, but I'll put it on a better square to illustrate that particular tactic. Obviously, if the knight went to b4, you could just take first and then do the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
So probably Magnus will take on e3 because the knight on e3, although it looks like a good square and it is pretty good, it does stop d4. For white no longer has this idea because the rook is blocked by the knight. So the defensive d4 of e4 is not there.
Although if queen e7, you might still have d4, right? That's funny because it looks like it shouldn't be available, but after this, knight d5, and the queen's under attack, the knight's under attack. So queen e7 is the move you want to play, but it actually allows white to strike with d4.
Yeah, queen e7 it could be a good square, but with the knight on e3, the knight potentially hops into d5 or f5 at some point in the future. Like it even opens up knight h4, right? Because knight g6 tactics. So you're kind of opening yourself up tactically here. Which is why I think rook to e8 is a more natural way of, let's say Magnus is in a position where he would like to trade some bishops because it simplifies his task a bit. So instead of queen to e7, rook to e8 prepares that bishop to e6, not allowing the doubling of pawns, because you'll recapture with the rook. And yeah, it's a bit better for white, but it's not very much, but it's a nagging edge. White can even avoid the traded bishops. Like, because the pawn is on a5, now we see the downside.
So wait, so in the line with take,
yeah, rook e8, let's say h3, just some passing move.
You meet bishop e6 with bishop b5.
Yeah, that's the downside of a5. You open up that b5 square for the bishop.
Isn't it cool when I predict the moves you're going to say? Because we all see things in the same way, in the same speed on this show. Isn't that cool when we do that?
It doesn't make me very happy.
Oh, I was gonna say, isn't it cool? Like, I feel like Chris Farley interviewing Paul McCartney. Remember when you wrote that song? Did you mean it?
It's okay, Danny boy.
It's okay, Danny
Not quite
boy.
Tommy boy, but
Bobby boy. Shout out to everyone who means it watching on Twitch, because I want to give a big shout out to our command center view. For those of you who don't know, you can be your own producer at Chess.com and at twitch.tv/chess. Choose the different view. That is powered by our friends at Lightstream. We really do appreciate them helping us bring that to you. So if you're watching on Twitch, try the command center, and then you can keep your own view on Magnus and Jan throughout the entire event, and never lose sight of that. So there you go. Use our command center view. Click the button below the video player. And again, thank you to our friends at Lightstream for helping us with that technology. So, all right, Fabi's helping us not with the technology, but with the chess moves. And I don't keep up with all your analysis. Is that what you want me to just say? You want me to say it?
No, I think you do a great job, Danny.
Okay. Bishop e3 is on the board. Robert, back to what you said, because I feel like we were just highlighting that maybe Jan wants a little more than this type of small advantage he's going to get here, yet he goes for this line. What do you think that says a little bit?
Yeah, I was kind of foreshadowing that in the event of a trade on e3 and rook e8,
yeah.
That it's going to be a slight advantage. Because white,
look at it. Yeah, go ahead.
Because white has a little bit more space. D5 is not on the table for black, whereas D4 could at some point be an option for white. And the knight on E3 is pretty well placed, whereas the knight on C6, the pawn C3 takes away its forward jumps. So the little things here that give white a more pleasant position, but where are you going to crash through from? D4 is hard to get in for the most part because the E4 pawn is going to be loose either immediately or in the future, and it's a slow build for white. And if you do something inaccurately, black can actually pretty quickly equalize in a way with rook e8, bishop e6, and just try to trade pieces. I think that the b5 square being available to the bishop is really important here, because otherwise there's just easy trades and then there's no advantage. But if you can keep the pieces on the board, because white has a little bit more control, that with more pieces, the black minors in particular are fighting for similar squares, and then white is able to take advantage of the fact that his pieces aren't fighting each other.
It's funny because the high-level footwork would suggest that if this pawn were on a6 in the same type of position, black is already just totally fine and equal, right? You avoid all those avoidance of the trade of bishop e6, right?
It's a bit different because then white would happily play b4.
Okay, so that's
and it wouldn't mean that white has an advantage necessarily, but it's just a different type of position. And white would probably aim to preserve. Maybe white would trade the bishops because it's not like white's advantage dissipates if there's no bishops on the board. But white can also drop the bishop to b3 and c2 to avoid the exchange of bishops. And although the bishop on c2 looks a bit passive, it does potentially support d4 because it adds that extra layer of protection to the e4 pawn. But sometimes we see a funny bishop dance. For example, rook to e8 here, h3, and this is typical in so many lines, bishop to e6, bishop b5, bishop d7. That knight is pinned, so you want to break it. And then black wants to play knight e7 next. But then white will probably avoid the exchange of bishops. Yeah, potentially with bishop a4 here. Or, yeah, knight to e7, bishop to c2, knight g6. It does feel like black is slowly equalizing these positions as he tends to do. But it's still a very complex fight here. The pieces remain on the board. Maybe, white can consider the trade of bishops, though. It's a difficult question.
Well, also, you can avoid the trade the next turn, right? After bishop b5, bishop d7. Like you play a4, and black plays knight e7 to try to trade bishops, then you can play bishop c4 again. And bishop e6 is not appealing because of the double pawns. Sometimes you can get away with it, but I would not advocate for that here. The queen comes to b3, white can later strike with d4, and so on. It's a position where white has the clear advantage. So white can avoid this bishop trade kind of for a while. So as soon as you move the knight, then I move my bishop back.
Right.
And that leaves white with a little bit of flexibility.
White, black is happy to get the knight to g6. So that is
In that line.
that is what he wants.
Okay.
The knight on c6 is almost always an awkward piece. We've pointed out in so many positions that pawn on c3 exerts a cramping influence over that knight. It restricts the knight. So if black is able to get knight to e7, g6 without allowing d4, without allowing that central expansion,
Right.
he's happy to have gotten that maneuver. And the knight on f4, potentially, if it goes to that square, is difficult to kick out.
We'll go for this line again with a
Yeah.
knight g6.
It's important to note why queen b3 here is not a big problem for black. Because although it attacks f7 and b7, the queen would get trapped if it were to take on b7. So for example, queen to e7 here. Maybe this invites knight to f5, but let's say queen takes b7, which would be a terrible move. Rook e to b8. Queen takes c7. White has won a ton of pawns, looks happy. Knight to e8, and that queen is lost. Well, white can probably get away with only being down a piece, but...
With knight d5.
Yeah, but that's not still not an ideal situation. So, but I'm wondering if queen to e7 is super dangerous because of knight to f5. Things suddenly get sharp. If bishop takes f5, e takes f5, the knight on g6 is where does it go? It can go to f4. Now queen takes b7, it doesn't seem to lose material, but it might allow too much activity.
Does queen still get trapped? Like
if rook e to b8, queen c6 saves the queen.
There's
so I
no
don't
rook
see.
b6 because the queen hangs.
And if rook a to b8, queen a7, but probably like d5 at some point will lead to a very good position for black. White is just kind of too hanging. It was a bit too greedy to grab this pawn, even if it doesn't lose the queen.
Interesting.
And b2 is hanging in all those positions as well.
Yeah.
Something I'm wondering is because we keep focusing on bishop e6, so if we go sort of back to right after the trade of bishops on e3, and rook e8, so can white ever make this move queen b3, which is a weird move, but I'm trying to, of course, hit your f7 pawn and say if you play bishop e6, maybe now I can take on b7. So at least I'm giving you something to think about as a way to stop the immediate trade of bishops and see where black organizes his pieces.
So I have a thought after queen b3, which is, can I play a4? I know you were threatening bishop takes f7, but I don't think you can take it now.
Right.
And this is typical in a lot of sort of e45 positions, that the bishop gets lost on f7. If queen c4, then knight to a5.
For sure.
That queen can't stay on that diagonal, the bishop on f7 gets lost, and black is up a piece.
So one of the questions I was wondering is, by inducing a4, and if I just go queen c2 back, that if now if you play bishop e6 and I play bishop b5, your a4 pawn is loose.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if actually provoking a4 would be good for white.
It makes a lot of sense. Black would probably play bishop to d7 after queen to c2. A4, queen c...
Oops. A4, queen c2, then bishop
and bishop d7, because now bishop to b5 can be met by the knight moving, and black no longer loses his pawn. But yeah, the a4 pawn could, maybe not a short-term, but also a long-term weakness. And the question is, which move do you make here?
Yeah, can't get to it quickly enough, and if that's the case, then a4 actually can be very useful for black as a space-grabbing mechanism.
These guys are pretty good at chess. We'll see which of these lines Magnus chooses to go for. He is on the clock as black. Speaking of being pretty good at chess, Fabiano Caruana did a video lesson series for us in preparation for this match, talking about his road to the 2018 World Chess Championship. And today is the last day that people can register to be a part of a private lesson with Fabiano by solving a video lesson within that course. That's right. Today's the last day. Even if we have more chess, we got to get people registered for this private lesson, debuting our new feature Classroom on December 13th with a private group session. We'll be streaming that actually to my personal Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Daniel Wrench, me and Fabi. We might even be in my home office, just real cozy. You ready for that?
I'm ready to be cozy.
Cozy? We're going to get real cozy and do a private lesson with 10 of our new best friends. Be there. Can't wait to see you.
So since you said best friends and having to solve the lesson, I did the lesson.
You did a lesson.
Yeah.
Do you want to come? Have you tweeted or Insta'd proof of it with a screenshot? Because I don't believe you.
I thought if I tweet it, you just make fun of me. So I figured that if I just ask on air in front of tens of thousands of people.
You want me to give you one of the 10 spots? How about this? I'll make it 11 for you. You
no,
can come.
No, that feels like a pity invite. I don't want that.
It is a pity invite. All right, let's get back. Let's get back to the game here. We see Magnus joining us in studio. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Hey, next time say adjust, okay? And we won't be here in this mess. Thanks, buddy. There you go.
You got
Just say adjust next time.
I didn't know where you're going with that bit.
It's just sometimes it's nice to have him in studio. You know, shows up wearing his Unibrow sponsorship, Unibet, sorry.
Oh boy.
Gotta chuckle with that one. So,
Yeah,
right.
That was a pity chuckle.
That was a pity chuckle. All right, let's get back to what's on the board here. We've got Magnus still on the clock with bishop to e3. What are the candidate moves then besides taking? You highlighted that this you feel is critical, Bob, not to let white take and make the black pieces awkward. So, if he's thinking a lot, is he thinking about the next position, or are there really other candidate moves?
Well, I had one thought, which is if you take on a7, maybe black can take with the knight to support b5. So maybe rook to e8 here.
Okay.
If bishop takes a7, knight takes a7. I don't think I would ever play like this with black. But, well, if b5 comes, black is threatening to win a piece for the moment.
Yeah, b5 and a4 traps the bishop.
White certainly won't fall for that. You can play a4. You can play knight to e3. So I don't see much sense to this, but obviously Magnus is thinking about something. He has some move in mind besides bishop takes e3, but whatever that move is, it doesn't seem as natural as taking.
Yeah, though there is some merit now that we have this on the board, because bishop e6 is next, d4 is not possible here, and he actually just took on e3, but there is a merit here because the line before with inducing a4, that's maybe one of the things he was trying to calculate. Like, in the event of queen b3, am I happy to put my pawn on a4 immediately? It's fine, but maybe long term, that's a pawn that's gone too far. And so if you can play bishop e6 and trade bishops, even though the knight is awkward on a7, it's coming right back towards the center in the near future. And as we're talking about d4, not really going to be played because the e4 pawn would be loose. But Magnus traded on e3, which I think is the most natural, of course. Jan immediately takes back, and now the question is, will Magnus play a quick rook e8, because that seems to be the most natural move. And I'm trying to think of other move candidates here, but rook e8 is just firmly...
Rook e8 feels, there's knight e7. Knight e7 is always a move, because you like to get the knight to g6, and you're also preparing c6, but rook e8 is so natural that he plays it pretty much instantly. It was, of course, it's not like an instant choice, because bishop takes e3 and rook e8 came as a two-move combo. Because the natural knight takes e3 capture was almost an automatic move to calculate for Magnus and for Jan to play. So
I know I'm thinking a lot about Robert's queen b3.
It makes a lot of sense to provoke this a4. It also infuses a lot of imbalance into the position.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a big difference, but the pawn on a4 is potentially a weakness for the rest of the game, while on a5, it can't be attacked. On a4, it certainly can be attacked.
Right.
So it's not the first thing that would come to mind to me to provoke a4, because very often it's also a useful move. But it also has one other thing, like let's say queen b3, a4, queen c2. If we look at this again, and bishop d7, there are circumstances where it makes sense to play b4.
Yeah.
And after trading, to take with the pawn, and white is the one with the slightly more control of the open file. Although here, after knight to a5, I feel black getting this bishop, not the end of the world for white, but probably leads to a pretty equal situation. Yeah. But even these ones are interesting. Like let's say b4 here. Knight takes e4. I'm thinking d takes c4. I'm kind of happy to change the structure a bit, because now d5 is firmly under control. And I don't think white is better here, but it's a complicated position. It's not like black's play is very easy.
It kind of reminds you of like a bishop's opening position, where black takes the light square bishop, you take with the pawn, and you say, I have the control in the center. It seems like Jan played a4 in the live position, so he wanted to gain some space on the queen side. He doesn't seem to be worried about bishop e6. And actually, Fabi, to your point, that for bishop e6, perhaps he will allow a capture on c4. And if he goes queen c2, for example, then he can take with the pawn on c4 and just say, I have all the space in the world here. And with knights, right, knights are hopping over pawns. For black, that knight on c6 is not really well placed. It could reroute itself to e7 and g6, as we've been highlighting. But for now, at least, the knight on e3 is the really well-positioned knight. But I don't think he's going for this. I think that while it creates a dynamic that gives both sides some new chances, that maybe instead of allowing the bishop trade, is there knight d5 as a possibility after bishop e6? So you say, I'm not going to allow the trade because what you've opened up is, you can't take with the knight on d5, of course, but if you take with the bishop on d5 to avoid this pawn fork, and the knight goes to e7, then you go queen b3, and you've defended your pawn d5, you're putting some pressure on b7, and now you created like a legitimate imbalance, but the problem is the bishop on c4 isn't really that strong of a piece.
Yeah, so to your first point about the possible change of structure with queen c2, let's say bishop takes c4, d takes c4, although this is fine and it's a normal position for white, I also feel like white no longer has any pawn breaks, any legitimate ones besides b4, but b4 doesn't actually create any threats, right? If at some point white plays, let's say rook a to b1 and b4, where are you going with this? So black will play b6, and any of white's ideas, let's say knight to d5, even if black at some point takes on d5, maybe not immediately, but even if he takes and cd knight to e7, it's like black is so solid.
Yeah.
And white doesn't really have any play anywhere. Like, you have some play with b4, I guess, and knight d2, c4. This is all very slow, and black has counterplay with f5. So it feels like a super healthy position for black. This is like a King's Indian with none of the typical problems.
None of the problems, yeah.
Which is like in a King's Indian, black has a lot of pieces which are struggling to find squares sometimes. Here, all the minor pieces are off the board pretty much except for that knight. So black has very harmonious development and a simple plan, queen d7, rook f8, f5. And besides knight d5, white doesn't really have any plans because the doubled pawns, although they control d5, they also mean that white's pawn breaks are all out of the position. There's no more d4 to expand in the center. So that's one reason I feel like Jan, who needs a win, would not feel like he has enough winning chances in that type of position.
I was going to say, the game is headed in a way where if bishop e6 is played, what does he have to play then? Because all of those structures, while maybe a very, very small advantage, you're highlighting the truth, which is there's not a lot of winning chances at bishop b5.
I think bishop b5 and bishop d7 are very, if bishop e6 happens, then these two next moves are very likely. And the question is, how does white deal with the idea of knight to e7? One thing I'm thinking of is queen to c2 now. And if knight to e7, now d4. So I protected e4, so the center is developed, and if bishop takes b5, a takes b5, this is a very weird change of structure, and it's hard to say who this benefits. But it does give white an open a file, a pawn on b5, which is either very weak or potentially very strong in some positions. And white has the center for the moment. If black plays knight to g6, which looks like a natural move, white may even, I'm thinking may even consider d takes e5. There's also knight to c4, but maybe d takes e5 makes sense. Depends if it works tactically after knight takes e5. But then knight d4, like this pawn on b5, if it's not weak, then it is kind of quite a useful pawn, and also a5 is a weakness. So I'm thinking this is a logical way of white continuing. It's very concrete because white's advantage, if he has any, is super small and will only last a move. Like any half move you make, any waste of tempo, the advantage is gone.
One slip and we're headed toward peace in a structure like this.
Although just before d takes e5, what's interesting is this pawn h6 is actually kind of in some ways misplaced for black, because when white puts the knight on f5, you won't be able to play g6 for black even when the knight moves out the way. And if the knight goes to f4, you can play g3 because there's no pawn hanging. So it's kind of interesting how an h6 move, which was good when it was played, you wish you could scoot it back.
Yeah.
This type of position actually does give white some true promise. And the pawn on b5, as Fabiano was indicating, here it's actually quite a strength because it restricts black's pieces. The a5 pawn is directly targeted. White is jumping into enemy territory first. And yeah, white can play c4 and then just keep control over more and more squares because d4 you're happy to take with a knight. This is the type of position where Jan definitely could play for a win.
Yeah, this feels like maybe bishop takes b5 was actually a bad decision for black, because he can play knight g6 first and ask white, well, what do you want to do with the bishops? Well, you can try to move your bishop to d3, keep the bishops, but then you invite knight to f4.
Yep.
Otherwise, you can play knight to f5 here, trying to get that position that we just saw with bishop takes b5, a takes b5. But black doesn't have to take on b5. He has other moves like c6 is a very logical one, which comes to mind. There's always so much choice in these positions. That's why they're so tough, and the players are mostly relying on feeling, with a bit of calculation, but mostly general feeling of the position.
Wow. Well, Magnus makes his choice, and Jan sits down and with no thought takes on e6.
Okay, so
Is that a...
I mean, he can follow up with queen b3, right? So there it is.
And he has.
And black's big idea is to play d5, because if black could safely play d5, it doesn't solve every problem, because maybe the e5 pawn would be a little tender, but it does give black more space. And right now, after queen b3, you see the pawn at a4 is important, because otherwise black could play a4 at some point to kick the queen out of there. So at least for the time being, we see that Jan has control of the d4 square, the d5 square. At some point, Jan may try to play for d4. That's far away, because the e4 pawn is loose. And I'm trying to figure out where exactly he's going to get an initiative from. Like, he can put his knight on d5, but of course, when white plays knight d5, black's not going to take it. So you can just move pieces. And here, I would start with maybe just rook b8, just defend the pawn. You could play b6 as well, and that way you don't use a more valuable piece to defend the pawn. And a third move actually is rook a6 to be considered, because you're saying, please take me on b7, because then your queen gets trapped.
So, yeah.
Sorry, I just, every once in a while, I got to get that eval ball going just to wake myself up and get the blood pressure flowing. You're welcome, chat. By the way, chat, it's time to vote on who you think's going to win. Spam those Jan or Magnus emotes. Let us know who you're rooting for, and of course, we'll bring you the results, both from Chess.com's Vote Chess feature and chat later on in the show. Sorry, Fabi, go ahead.
No, this is getting very concrete and interesting, because white has no strategic advantage now. The position is pretty much symmetrical with the same pieces, and black is super solid. So I'm thinking his advantage, if there is one, is going to be of a purely concrete nature. I'm thinking of b6, which is the most natural looking move to my eye. Knight to d5 will come. Black can't take, because that would lose a piece. Knight d5, e d5. And if black makes a move to prepare knight takes d5, for example, rook to e8, now I'm thinking knight takes f6, queen f6, queen to c4. Wow, because of that b6 pawn, it's like, yeah, if white didn't have queen c4, it's just a dead equal position.
Right.
If white has queen c4 and can take on c7 without losing the queen, and I think in this case he can, then white is pretty much borderline winning.
Such a funny, harmless-looking position to have a tactic like that. Sorry, Robert.
No, I was saying, so instead of rook e8, maybe knight to e7 is the way to try and trade pieces. But I guess for white, I mean, the trade at some point is going to have to be offered if you're going to press forward. So
yeah,
it's so solid for black.
I was thinking the rook on f6 is slightly awkward, but it's not awkward to the point that white has an advantage. And after d4, knight g6,
you better watch out for exchange.
I was going to say.
You have to be a bit careful with white, because there is some rook f3 and knight to h4 coming in the future if white isn't careful. But you still have to be like, it doesn't always work. Let's say rook a to d1 here. It's not 100% that this exchange stack works. Rook f3 gf, knight to h4, king to h1, and probably knight takes f3 is excellent for black, but
there may also have been knight f4.
Yeah, maybe knight to f4, king h1, and now queen to h4 is very strong.
Yeah.
Because
f2 is hanging.
Queen h3 is coming, and queen f2 is.
It's like, it's not, actually the real point is rook g1. Well, black doesn't take on f2.
Knight h3?
Knight h3 is the move.
Owie, 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 owie.
Because if queen f2, rook df1, white actually consolidates. Not to say that white's better, but he's not, probably not much worse. But here, black regains the exchange. So yeah.
Likely that's not going to happen, but is an instructive potential tactic in the Italian to be aware of. But
I think another thing to note is actually, if we go down that line just one more time, knight takes f6, rook f6, d4, knight g6, and let's say we take on e5 with the pawn. And if you don't take on f3, which might still work, but let's say you're nervous about that, you take on e5 with either the knight or the pawn, white could be first to the d file. And that's something that could be valuable, but the problem is there's always this exchange sacrifice, which means that I think white needs to spend a tempo defending against that, in which case black will be able to
get the d file.
Yeah, fully compete for the open file.
That knight on f3 is actually a bad piece.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If d5, knight takes e5, if black makes that mistake, and that's what I wanted to go down here, and we trade on e5, pawn c5, rook d1, this is the type of position where actually white can fight for an edge, because if you play rook d6 thinking we'll just trade all our pieces, the problem with trading all your pieces when there's only one open file is that white gets there first, and this is the type of position where white really can play for a win. The evaluation is a small edge for white, but practically speaking, these positions are really difficult to hold for black because the advantage lasts pretty much forever, and rook endgames, like if the queens come off, are super tricky, where you may be even pawns, but the activity speaks for itself, and you're struggling to survive, and sometimes it requires you to be very passive, other times it requires you to sacrifice a pawn for activity, and that's the compensation, and knowing when to do what is, well, these players know how and when to do that, but it's really challenging in a live game.
This is the type of advantage that's similar to the game Magnus won in game 8?
Game 8, yeah.
Game 8. Because in that game he had control of the e file. Here it's control of the d file. And that matters a lot. Even in a pure rook ending, queen d5, queen takes d5, rook takes d5, in this position, black is still suffering. Yeah. That rook invades on d7 and black will have to stay passive. Or sacrifice a pawn and try to get activity and draw in that manner. But that's not guaranteed to draw. Yeah. And although white, let's say rook to c8, white doesn't win a pawn immediately, you can play, h4, h5, bring the king in one way or the other. Yeah, maybe f1, e2, maybe to the king side, maybe to the queen side. White, this is not a draw.
These positions are so painful.
Yeah, black's losing a pawn because otherwise you sit and do nothing. Because if the king ever moves, you lose g7. If you push g5, then h6 will be a target later. Now this is an absolute misery for black, and that's the thing, right? The initial look of even the live position can be misleading because you think, it's just equal. We have all 8 pawns, only 2 pieces have been traded. It's fine. But then you start initiating more trades and things can go south. And that's true for white as well. We're looking at sacrifice in f3. If you're not keeping your eyes wide open, rook takes f3, catches you by surprise, and then you just lose the game on the spot. So yeah, many options here. The game has not taken a clear structure, and it's going to be about how the players proceed, because if Magnus himself gets impatient, thinking, I'm lacking space, I want to do something to at least have my pieces feel fluid, that can also backfire. So I think Magnus, he's great in positions of this nature, but being on the defensive side can take a toll on you.
Okay, well.
Yeah, white can also play it slower. I mean, we were talking about knight d5. It's a very direct approach, but black's pieces are awkward. Let's say he plays b6, and he doesn't want this rook on e6 because he wants to play knight e7, but if you put the knight on e7, it boxes this rook in. It might be a momentary thing, but you still don't want to really do it. So first you want to play rook to e8. And let's say we make a move like, h3 here, which is kind of a generic move. Let's say black were to play knight to e7 instead of rook to e8. And now white plays a move which directly impedes black's plan, which is knight to h4. I want to stop your knight to g6. Now you're left with pieces that are kind of awkwardly placed. Where do they go from here? The knight to e7 wants to go to g6, but if not there, where does it go? The rook on e6 is kind of stuck on e6. It would rather be on a more harmonious square. Maybe black can work towards d5 here. It might equalize comfortably, but d5 always comes with some extra calculation and complications. And h3 might not have been a useful move. Maybe rook a to d1 is actually a more useful move. Because if the center opens up, the rook on d1 is a great piece.
Yeah. It just, and I'm not trying to sound like the fans you guys were just kind of calling out, saying, hey, the position looks tame, looks equal, but there's a lot to it. But I'm looking at it, and I also feel a little bit of, how much of an advantage can you really get against Magnus Bleepin Carlsen in this position? He's Magnus Bleepin Carlsen.
It's a fair question, but the problem is, it's easy to look at this position and feel comfortable. It's a whole lot different to play it, because you start seeing these ideas that cause you discomfort.
Yeah.
And nobody really likes to sit passively and just defend it. He does play the move b6, which is, of course, a good move. And nobody really likes to sit and say, I'm waiting for my opponent to do something.
Right.
Magnus will do that because that's what the position calls for. It's just not enjoyable. And sometimes you see ghosts where you're like, this looks uncomfortable. And if it feels uncomfortable, even if the evaluation bar says, nah, it's not a big deal.
Right.
So you need to be fully confident. And as Fabiano said, some of the lines actually become particularly concrete, but at other positions, it's more about maneuvering. And you have to say, all right, I'm okay going knight e7 and not playing d5. I'll play knight g6 instead, because anytime you play d5, the e5 pawn becomes a target.
Right.
So there are all these little things here and there that leave black just struggling to punch through with a move like d5. But on the other hand, white is struggling to play d4. So if we just keep shuffling, neither side is really making progress.
Yeah, I was thinking of a very concrete approach. And well, to the first point you made, which is that, yeah, it's not much of an advantage. And Magnus is super stable, especially in these types of positions. He doesn't do any anti-positional things or make any serious mistakes. So it's really hard to beat him in this type of position. But it's also modern chess. Like, theory has developed to the point that black players can play solidly. I mean, let's say Magnus with the black pieces, he can play as solidly as he wants. And this is the extent of the advantage you're going to get against him. If you want to win the game, either he takes risks early on, he plays some slightly riskier stuff with black, or you should be content with an advantage of this nature, where you're not going to win immediately, but it's a long game and you try to slowly outplay him and make the most of your chances.
Yeah.
You're not going to blow someone off the board these days at the top level. So the idea I wanted to try was knight to d5, knight to e7. And I'm sort of stuck on this idea of knight d5. But I have the move knight e7, d4, possibly. And tactically, I think it works out. If either knight takes d5, e takes d5, the rook on e6 is awkward. We saw that. And e5 potentially falls. Although maybe d5 falls in the end, and it simplifies to an equal position. That's a worry, of course. It's kind of unfortunate. So maybe this approach is too direct and leads to equality. I was thinking otherwise, black might have to play knight to g6, which is also a solid move, but maybe now d takes e5 comes with slightly more impact.
Because you're meeting this with knight d4.
Yeah, this knight d4, we see again the rook is awkward, and the knight on e5 might also be awkward in the future, getting hit with f4. So this seemed promising, but knight takes e5 and rook e8, yeah, it looks like maybe white doesn't have anything there, but it's so direct that we should try to find something maybe a little chance for white there. Like knight d5, e d5, rook e8, d5, d5, and
maybe like a rook d1?
Yeah, I'm just worried after c4, where that knight has to go to a weird place.
A weird place.
Yeah, because if you go knight d4, which is what you want to do, then d5 just falls in the spot. So.
Okay, well, Jan is at the board and going to do everything he can to come up and muster up something concrete. Let me take a second to remind everybody of another big announcement that's coming on December 13th. While we have so many of you tuning in, many of you will be playing in our new leagues that will be coming to you on December 13th, starting at 12 p.m. Pacific. $50,000 in prizes as we launch this amazing new feature. And you earn trophies for every win. You earn trophies for draws. You get bonus points for arenas, compete in leagues, win cash prizes. Brand new feature coming to Chess.com December 13th. Go to go.chess.com/leagues contest for more info. All right.
Speaking of trophies, I've been increasing mine.
How's Clash Royale going?
It's been going pretty good.
Yeah, what league you in now? What would you upgrade to?
I'm in the ice one.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called.
I don't remember what it's called either, but
yeah, me
I'm
neither.
Working my way up there.
No one's asking the world Hess Hampion what he thinks about this.
Yeah, because I don't play. Too busy winning Avalon games. Huh?
Too busy being a
last night's Avalon was absolutely epic. Robert manipulating Fabiano. He had Fabiano so convinced he was good. And I was Merlin, and so I was in this horrible spot of trying to out the fact that Robert was bad to Fabiano, but he had already made up his mind that Robert was good. So the good guys ended up winning, but I obviously got called out as Merlin because I was left with no choice.
So in other words, the good guys lost.
The good guys lost, but it was very frustrating. And Robert took home the most manipulative person in the room. So I hope you're proud of yourself.
I'm super proud of myself. It was a great game, and I've earned Fabiano's trust over years. So you got to work for this, all right?
Yeah.
You're trying hard. It's not working out for you.
Danny, I felt terrible because at some point I looked into your eyes and I saw just pleading, just please believe me. And I realized at that point that you were being genuine. You really wanted my trust.
At some point, you'll just get used to that pleading look.
Just get used
and you
to
ignore it.
Robert's been ignoring that pleading look for years on these shows. If you're just tuning in, that has been the results that got us here. Obviously, we all know the storyline at this point is the challenger is not quite in a must-win situation today, but one of the next two games has to be a decisive victory in his favor, or we will not have chess on Sunday. And we want chess on Sunday. That's what the people want. So come on, Jan. Give the people what they want. No one wants to see this dog and pony dance come to an end. We got more backstage videos to premiere. I mean, we got stuff to do here. Let's keep the chess going. Come on, Jan.
So a way this game could end very quickly in a Jan victory.
Here we go.
If white plays knight to h4.
Okay.
And Magnus, he does an Eric Rosen. Says, oh no, my pawn. Magnus sees that. He plays knight takes e4. Jan set the trap. D takes e4. Queen takes h4. It looks like Magnus is up a pawn, but queen to d5. The knight is pinned to the rook, and the knight falls.
And when the night falls.
The night falls.
My lonely heart. Come on.
That's why you always bring me back. No matter how mad I get at you, you bring me back with my pop culture soulmate on this chess show.
But you didn't finish the lyrics. So
You already had me. You had me at the night falls.
Well, actually, knight h4 then becomes an interesting point because you're trying to take away black from pushing d5, which is already off the table, and knight e7 is a natural reply. And I'm wondering if somehow we can get a knight f5 to work and attempt a rook lift, but it just feels...
But once the knight's here, isn't there something to just building tension on the position? I don't know if rook d1 is a useful enough move to build tension, but pointing out that the knight can't come to g6 as long as we're here, right? The rook on e6 is awkward as long as, he's surrounded by his own ponies. So I know d5 is the threat. That's what we established as the other problem if you sit. So is there any other way to sit on this position and prevent d5?
You can play c4, but I'm not liking the look of that.
Yeah, c4 you're asking for the knight to come back to c6.
Exactly.
You can play rook h d1 and...
but then again, here it comes, right? And
but this is always a bit... Because if white at some moment has a good chance to play d4, I don't see how it works exactly.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit awkward for black too. The problem is that although white is saying, well, you don't really have any good next move, white also doesn't have a good next move.
Yeah.
So black can make some generic moves like queen to d7, rook to d8, and it's probably about equal. So knight to h4, not quite cutting it. What else comes to mind here?
I went rook ad1, so he answered the question.
Wait, is that on? Oh, rook ad1's on the board. Okay, there we go.
So after knight to e7, what's the plan?
Trying to come up with one.
I was thinking of d4, but I don't see how it works tactically.
So after knight e7, you're not actually going to play d5 next, right? Because you drop the e5
No, just
on?
knight to g6, I think.
So knight e7, d4, knight to g6.
No, but d4, I think that black can take on d4.
Yeah.
Oh, and e4 is just falling?
Yeah, ed4, knight d4, rook e4. The rook is almost trapped in the center, but not quite.
That's just a pawn.
So yeah, it's a pawn.
Yeah, that's actually...
So d4 is not a move, which leaves white with not very many ideas. Maybe, in fact, he should be going for b4. We're looking at the wrong side of the board, and in this case, rook to d1 is the wrong direction.
Yeah, because you need the rook guarding the a pawn, or it's not going to work.
But then why did the queen go to b3? Is my...
Well, there's no way he's going for b4 if he's played rook ad1.
Yeah. His plan is not connected to b4 at all.
So knight e7, right? let's pause for a second, because d5 is not going to be played next. We'll just show that h3, let's say, from white. d5, we take, and if you take, we take again, and e5 falls at the end of this. This would just be a terrible decision from black. So that means that white has a turn before playing d4, if that's what we're going for. Because in order to play d5 for black, you need to put your knight on g6, and then you can't play d5 anymore.
Yeah.
So d5 is not actually a threat. So that's something that Jan can be happy about, that it's not going to allow black's rooks to be open, whereas white can play d4 at some point, black is not playing d5. But you just have to come up with a useful move in the moment. I mean, queen c4, not completely out of the question, but doesn't really do anything, so I'm not too fond of that.
It also does ask for d5
Yeah,
down
I was
the road.
going to say
at
it
some
might
point.
actually change the fact that d5 is. But I do like your point, Robert, that you can sit. There's no concrete threat for black here. And knight g6 is met by knight f5 in a lot of positions, as you pointed out.
This is starting to feel very minimal. Like sometimes players, when they don't know what to do in these types of positions, play g3, king g2.
I was about to say.
Because at least you cover that f4 square. And some, let's say g3, knight g6, and king g2 is not necessary. You could even play h4. You're saying, well, if your knight ever moves from f6, I'll have h5. So I'm not doing very much, but I'm trying to restrict you as much as I can and playing a super long game. It is sort of, and knight to e7 was played.
It was
on the board.
Indeed. It's on the board. We have the position we've been analyzing. And what does Jan have in mind here?
I think maybe g3. G3 is the best.
It's preemptive.
Yeah.
And we know the knight's going to g6, where it's covering e5 in the event of d4, but it also could come to f4 in a moment that you don't want to see it there. So g3, if knight g6 is played now, what's black's next move? And that's right how chess works, is we're not just trying to make our own plans with d4, which we want to play. It's difficult to happen, but we also want to stop our opponent in their tracks. So if knight g6, the pawn g3 is perfectly placed, right? Because the knight 3 squares away from the pawn, not working out. Yeah, so I think that g3 is likely. It's a good choice, and perhaps it's what Jan will go for.
But yeah, he'll still need to think about what to do with the next move. After knight to g6, black can play queen d7, rook d8. And white has made all his
So
small...
you're saying g3, knight g6.
Yeah, maybe h4.
Queen d7.
Queen d7. Yeah, you still have to do something next. I mean, this is great for a blitz game because you can make small moves quickly. But at some point in a World Championship game, you will want to start playing concrete stuff and making threats and putting pressure on your opponent. Maybe king to g2, rook to h1 to really prepare that h5.
I thought you were being sarcastic.
No. I think it makes sense to do this.
And white needs to be very careful because knight f4 check at some point can be ruinous.
Ooh, look at this. We have h3, which is not g3. We'll say that. And one of the reasons, I know that sounded, well, thanks, Captain Obvious. h3 is not g3, but the reason it was highlighted is because now if a knight is ever on f4, similar to Robert's point that if there was a knight on f5, black has no g6. If Magnus puts the knight on f4, white never has g3 without the h3 pawn hanging. So h3.
I'm also he's playing so quickly, this can't be preparation because there's no way you can go so deep in a non-concrete line and non-concrete opening like this. So why is he playing so quickly? I don't quite get it.
Well, the knight on f3 is white's worst piece. And so maybe he'll go knight h2 and knight h to g4.
Oh.
Not that it accomplishes all that much, at least optically speaking, but it takes away d5 as an option from black. And if you ever take on g4 and I take with that pawn, that actually becomes a problem because let's just put that on the board. Let's say knight h2, knight g6.
I'm going to do queen d7,
sure.
Knight h2. We'll put a rook over here for kicks and gigs. Here comes the knight.
Well, now you play this really well as black, which is what I didn't want you to do.
I play really good moves just without even trying. That's one of the things I do.
Try less, and you succeed.
Talk less, smile more. They've been telling me that for years.
So let's put the knight on g6, which is what I was trying to do, to take away d5, because d5 will be a good option. Now we see a position where white has such good control, and white can play g3, play king g2, rook h1, and start actually going for some kind of attack here. So this is the change in position that white would love to see, and that's why your moves were good, because you could strike with d5. I was trying to encourage you to not make good moves.
No, but it is true. And jokes aside, I was just playing natural moves, and it does show kind of how simple the position is in some ways, right? I mean, I think you highlighted a good point that h3 and knight h2 is maybe a plan, but Black's moves play themselves to the point where Danny Wrench, while reading the teleprompter to announce FIDE's tweet, can play the best moves for Black. And on that note, let's announce this breaking news coming from the International Chess Federation. FIDE is happy to announce that Poland will host the World Rapid and Blitz Championship and Women World Rapid and Blitz Championship 2021 in Warsaw on the originally planned dates. Now, Fabi and I already were making plans for him to just stay for Christmas. So, FIDE, I will tweet our information soon about whether or not Fabi is okay with this. You stay tuned. I'll discuss things.
Do you think maybe FIDE can move the Rapid and Blitz Championships here? So that we can all have
it would make sense.
Christmas at your home?
It would make sense, yeah. So we could all have Christmas. We already all had Thanksgiving with me and my family. Why not Christmas too? All right. Well, H3 is on the board. Magnus is thinking, and jokes aside, I think it is nice to see that the event is happening. Obviously, we all hope for the best, that the players can work out their logistics and compete in the World Rapid and Blitz. It is one of our favorite events, but congratulations to FIDE for finding a new location, and we'll see how that goes. So, all right, back to the chess.
Yeah, maybe next time they'll find new dates as well.
Maybe next time they'll find new dates so we all don't have to sacrifice our holiday season with Fabiano hanging out with the fam.
But it is nice, especially for Poland. It's a blossoming chess country. Queen d7 played, which is a very good move. And the thing about this, right, knight g6 is what we kept talking about, knight e7, knight g6. If you play one careless move, it could change the position from totally balance and a good opportunity for Black to strike in center to a position where now Black has to find a new plan after knight h2, knight g4. So I really like queen d7. You suggested it, Danny, and it's sometimes difficult for me to acknowledge that your suggestions are good. But
Magnus feels the same way.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
I approved, and I think it was a great choice because knight g6 wasn't forced.
Yeah.
You play knight g6 if you're giving up on the d5 idea, but the d5 idea remains open, a rook coming to d8, and the game continues from there, but I think that it gives Black more flexibility in this way, whereas White would have had knight h2, g4 on the other line.
Also, if the immediate knight to h2, Black can consider d5 immediately.
Yeah, you actually don't even have to wait because there's no longer an e5 pawn.
White can play knight to g4 here. And I do wonder if Black should keep the tension with rook to d8, keep the tension on all fronts, even with the standoff of the knights on... does this run into like knight f6, rook f6, knight e5, knight d5, and knight...
No,
so
e5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
e5, knight d5, and knight g4. So Black has to be careful not to lose a pawn in this manner. So let's say after knight g4, knight takes g4.
There's maybe e takes d5 here after knight takes g4. That's what I was wondering.
Oh, a little intermezzo.
Even knight takes d5 feels...
But then knight takes d5? And this is like the little... Or queen takes d5 actually might just win.
Oh, queen takes d5.
Queen d5, yeah, queen d5 wins everything.
Fork on c7 at the end along with the knight. Still on pre over on g4. So that's actually fun.
So e d5 is interesting. And if rook d6, knight takes g4.
Well,
okay,
knight here
so Black is
takes e d5, rook d6. You take with the knight, and the e5 pawn is hanging. So, well, at the very least, of course, this wasn't forced, but it does maybe eliminate the d5 as a candidate move here.
Yeah, it means that probably Black should first play rook to d8 here.
Okay.
As you said, knight g4 and now take on g4, avoiding e d5. hg4 and d5, and we get the position we talked about. White doesn't have to take on d5. He can make a move like knight to f5 even.
Yeah, though Black remains really solid there, right?
Yeah, Black is super solid, but pretty much in any case. But how do you react to knight to f5?
In this position?
Yeah, it looks like, do you take on f5?
Sure.
This would be a fun little structure.
We might get a weird structure, but one which feels decent for Black.
Yeah, you just move the rook back.
Move the rook back, and Black has a center. White has some advanced pawns on the king side that look threatening, but aren't immediately threatening. So instead of knight to f5, maybe g3. We just pointed this out as a generally useful move, right?
And now you've got like DE, DE, and queen c6. Oh, okay, sorry. No, right away. Rook's hanging.
And actually, same reason you don't have DE, D, rook d6.
Yeah.
We show that. You think, oh, I'm just going to compete for the d file. It's all good. But after rook takes d6, queen d6, rook d1, then knight on e7 is a little misplaced.
Okay, that's interesting. So the tension is favorable for white, but can black play the move I wanted before taking, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. Queen c6 looks like a
that was my idea,
sensible
just
move.
tactically messing up. But the point is now the tension is favoring black.
I think black equalizes very comfortably here.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like white has any reason to be better. It's certainly white's not worse, but what advantages does white have in this position? It's purely symmetrical, and black is getting d5, which is his goal. Now Jan is starting to think about the position.
The advantage is really if black gets sloppy, but that's why precision is required. And we were highlighting this earlier, that in positions, all 8 pawns, no pawn tension, you think you can just maneuver your pieces as you see fit. You make that one break when it's not ready, then you get yourself in trouble, as we're showing with, instead of rook d8, you start with d5, then this knight g4 move, tactically speaking, white is in favor. So this is a great illustration of a situation where you just take your time, really calculate, because even though there isn't immediate tactics, there is no tension, and snap of your fingers, all of a sudden the knights are staring at each other, and I'm removing a defender from the center of the board.
We'd imagine. Good.
No, I feel like queen d7 also indicates Magnus's intention is to go for d5. So Jan should think of some way to cut across his plans. I was thinking briefly about queen to b5 here, because I think a trade of queens with the pawn on b5 would be nice. This looks like a favorable structure because that c7 pawn suddenly becomes a bit of, not really a backwards pawn, but it's potentially a target in some positions because it can't comfortably move forward. But queen b5, rook to d8, I don't know. Maybe this is the moment. Rook d8, take, and b4. Even though endgames look like they lose some advantage chances.
This would be a funny transition because the rooks are so awkward.
Exactly. That's the reason why this makes sense now. If the rook were on a8, this wouldn't make any sense. If black's rook on e6 were on e8 and could go to a8, wouldn't make any sense. But black's rooks can't get to that a5 pawn, which means that either black accepts a very serious weakness on a5, or black takes on b4, potentially creating an outside pass pawn for white.
It's a real idea there. I mean, because as you said, if ba, knight c4, that pawn is a real weakness, in addition to the fact that the b file will be grabbed. By the way, knight h2 has been played. I see you looking at me, Robert. Knight h2 on the board.
It was in that position I was looking at you, but...
okay, we can go back.
I feel like queen b5 was an idea.
Yeah, for sure. That's actually, I really like it, because as we're highlighting here, once the trades happen, and then b4, it actually causes a legitimate threat. And if, let's say, black plays knight c6 to defend a5 and attack b4, one thing that white can do is start with the move knight to d5. Another thing is just play b5, kick the knight away, and then play like c4, and then put your knight on d5, and later play for d4. You just have so much more space. And who's going to control the pawn break? It's white, because white can play for d4. Black is never playing c6. That would be a terrible move. And black's cramped.
Yeah, white has a solid, not a huge, but a very certain advantage here. And also after knight c6, white can play knight d5 immediately.
Yes.
I like that move just as much as this, because black can't take on d5 at any moment. And if black takes on b4, then we're potentially creating that outside pass pawn. So how do you deal with this tension? There's no very clear-cut way to. So this is what white is really aiming for in these types of Italian positions, a small but lasting advantage.
Jan does not go for that, regardless of whether white should have aimed for that. Instead, he follows through with what was the most obvious plan after the move h3, to put the knight on h2. And where will this go if Magnus just plays the move rook d8 that we've been calling for? And does Jan have anything special up his sleeve? We sure hope so, if we're looking for fighting chess. But
I think psychologically it's just difficult to trade queens sometimes.
Yeah.
When you need to win a game,
yeah,
we often, even these players are sort of above getting into these mental traps of, oh, trading queens means it's equal, right? They're too strong. They're actually calculating. But when you need to win a game, you typically want to keep pieces on the board. And so sitting here, it's much easier to say, oh, queen b5 looks like it actually can get an advantage. Whereas when you're playing, you're like, queen b5, the queen trade happens. I'm not seeing how I'm going to win that game against Magnus.
Right.
And I need 3 wins in the final games here. So yeah, I totally get why queen b5 was, but I do like the move queen b5. And I had suggested knight h2, so of course that was my initial plan. But the more I look at it, the queen b5 really did give white some good chances to play for an advantage.
Yeah, I feel like that is true. It's psychologically difficult. And that was one of my biggest issues at some point was I tried to avoid endgames because I felt like they weren't complicated enough, and I always wanted to play for a win, and I didn't feel like you could play for a win in endgames, which is a totally wrong mindset. It led to a lot of serious mistakes because now that I with more experience, I feel like endgames are actually more difficult to handle. Like in a middle game, if you make a mistake, you get a somewhat worse position, you can always come back from it. In endgame, sometimes one mistake is just the end. Like you just lose the game because the position gets simplified, and sometimes you can just calculate your way to a win if your opponent goes wrong. So like my feeling of danger these days is more so that I'm worried about bad end games and less worried about somewhat worse middle games. And I'm looking forward to good end games because I feel like my winning chances are really great there. I think that's like less experienced players tend towards that mistake, that they think, oh, I'm not going to win this end game. You know, all rook end games are drawn, this, that, and that's the old wisdom doesn't really apply to modern day chess.
Well said. Fabio Caruana on the mic, dropping it. I didn't understand what.
Just wait for my next album, Danny.
I'm waiting for the next album. A couple of cats playing chess. That's your next album. Well, Knight H2 has been played. Magnus Carlsen is settling in for a long winter's think here.
Danny, I was thinking,
yeah.
we know the famous dogs playing poker.
Yeah.
But what we really need is a cats playing chess painting.
We do need that.
We need one of those.
Yep.
You gonna paint it?
I can't paint to save my life, so I'm really asking for help out in the world, someone to paint a cats playing chess.
Well, if anyone knows how to save life, it's the Fray, right? So I see you laughing at me. I know you love the Fray.
Well, I do love the Fray.
Soon you're going to be making Hoobastank references.
Oh,
we already know Stanks.
Let's not go full Hoobastank here. Well, Magnus is thinking seriously. I mean, this is a position where it feels like he is going to be comfortably marching toward equality. I mean, will Jan find a way to get a nagging edge and give us a long game, put Magnus under a little bit of time pressure? He is up on the clock, so we'll give that to Jan. But he needs wins. He needs wins, or we're all going home. They say go big or go home, but it's quite literally win or go home right now if you're Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, this is an absolute must-win. You're not going to win 3 games in a row.
Especially when your next game is black.
And with two of them with black against Magnus, it's just, I don't know what the odds are. There's always a theoretical possibility, but the odds are, yeah, I think you're more likely to get hit by lightning than for that to happen. So this is a must-win.
Well, statistically, is that true? Can we get an odds maker on that? Are you more likely to get hit by lightning than beat Magnus Carlsen 3 out of 4?
Well, 3 out of 3, assuming.
3 out of 3 with 2 blacks.
If you've seen Sweet Home Alabama, sometimes lightning strikes twice.
It sure does. You ever seen Powder? Sometimes people get struck by lightning and then they can then they can know everything.
Wow, that is a great reference, and that was a heartbreaking scene.
An absolutely heartbreaking scene. Rook to d8 is played. We could be headed toward a heartbreaking scene for Ian Nepomniachtchi because Magnus is playing all the moves we predicted, which in this case, given that we have Fabio Caruana here, Robert Hess, Eval Bar, and a guy with a mouse, I think our moves have been pretty good. Almost as good as the World Chess Champion. That looks good. It looks like that was their intended logo all along.
Oh, I'm just noticing you put it on the
Welcome to the World Chess Championship. By the way, go to go.chess.com/merch to get your Chess Championship gear.
But you know that this isn't real because the words are all on one line. So if this were really there,
You mean if it was FIDE's logo, they would have put an image in between words so you can't read anything?
Yeah, it'd be
that's why it's not real.
It would be the word, le, he.
All right, Jan quickly plays the move Knight H to G4. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, quick moves.
Yeah, I'm surprised because it is like it's normal to play quickly, but when your opponent has like a clear sequence of moves, and in this case, knight takes g4, h4, d5, that means that you're both playing quickly and you must have some response to his most obvious moves. Because it doesn't make sense for you to calculate anything besides knight g4, a4, d5. So has he seen something super deep here after d5 and there's some sort of...
Let's try to find out real quick. Knight takes g4, hg4, and d5 looks to be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Can I throw out a super anti-positional move? c4. I know computer isn't happy about it, but it doesn't look like a terrible move to me. Because of d4, we already pointed out the tactical problems that black faces here. Rook d6 is losing a pawn. If queen d6, well, black loses a rook, which is even worse. So black can't play rook d6, which means you can play queen to e8. But then maybe a knight comes to d5. It's not obvious to me that black equalizes so comfortably here. So maybe after c4, black is forced to play d4, which is probably great for him. But at least the structure is suddenly very complex. We're not getting simplifications. And white can play knight to f5 here. Yeah, I don't know.
The problem is white's rooks will never get in the game, right?
Yeah.
Like, with a knight on f5, you'd love to throw a rook on the h file or a rook on g3, or you get a rook lift.
But slowly, g3, king g2, rook h1. It's a plan you pointed out before. It's slow, but it is a plan.
Was it possible that knight d5, and I'm aware there's a potential fork, but assuming there's no tactically devious ideas, I mean, if you have the knight on d5, you could maybe expand for b4 at some point, switch the rooks back to the queen side.
Yeah,
knight d5 makes sense.
But the king side is also in some trouble for white. Like if you're not careful,
the g4 pawn is weak. Yeah.
Black could take over there. And actually, after knight f5, for white, I was saying just playing king h7 and then trying to play g6 and kick your knight out in this manner.
And yeah, it will probably be like if white ever trades on e7, it's probably going to be a very, very equalish position, where, you know, white can still like. No, yeah, it's probably too close to equality there. I was going to say white can play g3, g6, take on e7, play king g2, and say, well, you weakened h6 a bit.
Which line? So takes.
Final position we just had.
d5, c4, d4, knight f5, king h7, g3, g6.
Yeah, knight e7, queen e7, king.
I was going to say rook takes because I hit this. That's my problem.
Yeah, f3.
I might even play h5.
Or.
Yeah, black can start his own play on the king side.
Yeah.
If white had time for king g2, rook h1, it would be interesting for white because h6 is potentially weakness. But I'm sure black has like h5, gh5, queen h3, right? Things like that don't look very fun for white.
Well, now we get our decisive result, but the other direction, heading in favor of the world champion. And all right. I don't think we're going to go that direction, but we are headed the direction of our very first break on today's show. At the top of the hour here, we are about to be joined by four-time women's world champion, Hoi Fan. She is our guest. She will be joining me and Fabiano. We're going to take questions from subscribers, especially the Chess TV chat. You've been great. So Chess TV chat, please continue to bring good questions for Fabiano and Fan. Subscribers on Twitch and YouTube as well. Hit us with some interesting questions, and you might have them answered on air. Either way, we will be right back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage of Game 11 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship returns.
Hi, Jonathan Corbla here from the World Championship in Dubai with another trivia question for you. Only one time ever has a World Championship game ended in a checkmate. Which game was it?
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today. How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today. How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see you there. Thanks for coming in and sitting on the couch with us today. And for those of you that have been playing along to win the diamonds on the media that is social, remind you that we gave you our trivia question before the break. You can quote tweet your answer daily from the official chess.com Twitter account and play along with us to win 1 year, not 1 month, not 3 months, 1 year diamond memberships. The trivia question for today is officially live, and we hope you play along. Playing along with us, as usual, right around this time, Ho Ifan. Ifan, thank you so much for being with us. Your voice is omnipresent, I believe, and go ahead and say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, now I didn't turn on my camera, and also I cannot see the screen, by the way.
Oh, that's okay.
So only audio.
So we'll just have an old conversation. If only there was a technology that could connect people with just voices.
Someone should make that.
Someone should make that, right? We spend so much time typing with our thumbs and regressing on an evolutionary level. Maybe we should invent devices where we just have conversations with voices. What do you think about that, Ifan?
Only with audio, that sounds like a very interesting option.
Okay. All right. Well, speaking of interesting options, jokes aside, what options really remain here for Jan? We know it's hard to beat Magnus Carlsen. He's pretty good at chess. That said, it feels like this game is petering out and heading in a direction where it's very difficult to see life. Do you see something different than we see in terms of what's ahead?
Well, this game starting from the, let's say, opening choice and also how game proceeded, seems like it will go into the direction that you have just expected. Because here, for example, this current position, why just push d4? Normally, when such a move play, there will just be, let's say, a concrete conclusion. Either it will be quite drawish, like exchanging everything, or probably, one side will get some huge advantage if he could avoid those symmetrical positions.
Yeah.
Means, for example, Ian exchange and you keep e5, f4, and that's the hope for white. But here is not the case. If we take both the e4, d4, e5, d5 pawns out of the board, then most likely it will be equal unless your pieces are really, controlling some powerful squares. But here again, I didn't see that is the case. And also the concrete question is, if e takes d4, what white will react like to take which piece?
Yeah, well, if e takes d4, we'll analyze it. I think rook takes seems to be the most natural.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he wants to play rook d4, rook takes e4, rook takes e4, d takes e4, queen c4. He regains the pawn. Yeah, but it's just not, there's no winning chances. I don't know, he doesn't even regain the pawn because queen c6.
I was going to say, if queen d3, you regain the pawn, but on queen c6...
Queen c6, you don't
black
regain
is...
anything. So this is not his idea. Oh, sorry, no, not queen c4 first. First rook to d1. Sorry,
okay, you gain a tempo.
Rook to d1, queen, let's say e8, yeah, take. And now queen to c4.
Okay.
He regains the e4 pawn, but we're talking about no pieces left in a nearly symmetrical structure. This is a dead equal position. There's no... d4 to me feels like basically a draw offer.
Yeah. That's disappointing for you for you to say that, Fabi, that d4 would be a draw offer from white?
Well, just like his past like 5 moves feel like he's just shutting down the game for some reason. Like just quickly, knight h3, knight h2. We were looking at other options.
Yep.
White was not better, but there were certainly more interesting options than this, which Jan chose.
It's hard. Obviously, we know he's in a tough spot, and that's why the storyline, you know, for lack of a better way to say it, has been that the match is close to over, right? And we know it's not, but at the same time, I'm sure that in the post-game press conference, there'll be discussions. We know that often what is prepared doesn't actually come on the board, right? I mean, so it's very often that they're working hard and you don't see all the variations, but at the same time, we were hoping for more life, something that just makes it crazy because you have to win. Next game is black.
Maybe e takes d4, e takes d5 is his idea. If knight takes d5, rook takes d4, is
you're winning a piece here?
A tough pin to solve.
Okay.
So after e takes d5, I guess black has something like
Probably rook e4.
rook to e4 looks like a good move, yeah. Queen to c2.
What you think, Yifan?
I was still like thinking after queen c2, it's a nice try, and now this rook seems a bit stuck in here on e4.
There is d3 here.
Oh, and actually a4 is falling.
But it's not a good trade because now white has the d pawn. So this is still not so simple, yeah. After e5, black has to play accurately.
Okay, so maybe d4 not a draw offer.
Yeah, it's not so simple. But actually, after queen c2, rook to f4 seems fine. In the line we just e d5, rook e4, queen c2. My first thought was rook f4 at g3, but then d takes e3 is actually probably winning for black. Because there's queen g4. So if white can't play g3, and since the knight is attacked, white has to play c d4, I guess. Knight d5, white will get a pawn, maybe c7, black will get a pawn or two, so black is not any worse, for sure. Maybe better, but certainly not worse. Yeah, so I guess this is just Magnus calculating out everything that happens after e d4 because it is very direct, right?
Well, it looks like right on cue of Magnus calculating out, it looks like he has actually played e takes d4 on the board, and we'll see if Jan is playing e takes d5 or really allowing simplification with rook takes d4. You know, it's hard to say. There's a question from the Chess TV events chat asking what you would do if you were down 3 games in a match. Would you take big risks and risk ending the game, ending the match on the spot, or would you look for a respectable finish? I feel like I know the answer to that, but I'm going to ask you both anyway from Rekharovka, New York City.
Yeah, I think it's a personal thing, but for me, losing the match in a tiebreak in Armageddon is the same as losing it with this. I mean, it won't feel the same, but at the end of the day, it really is the same as losing it if you lose your first 8 games. I mean, to take 2 extremes. So, yeah, you just have to go all out. I mean, at least you have to go all out at the moment when you can't really take it slow anymore.
Yifan, your thoughts on that?
Well, definitely. I mean, if the result came on, it's the same result, then the progress probably is not the most important thing. But still, I mean, I guess, probably when you were like a game down, probably two games down, you were still like trying to fight very hard and trying to make complicated things just to search for opportunities. But when let's say when the gap is as much as 3 games, especially, you're facing the strongest chess players, I guess, probably it's not the same thing. And maybe sometimes you could just thought, okay, let's play no more chess. It's not a matter about whether going things crazy or not. It's just simply about playing chess maybe at this moment, because if you still keep doing something, let's say very aggressive and probably against the principles, then you're not in good shape and you're having a lot of pressure, and most likely this outcome only in favor of the opposite side.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I guess I would equate it to even a single game perspective, where I think you often hear players with less experience maybe getting their first game against a grandmaster being like, oh, I lasted 50 moves, or I lasted 4 hours in a game, where like if you hear anybody who's played at a high level say, I mean, they would much rather lose a game where they had a fighting chance and really gave their opponent complicated opportunities to go wrong than have a game where you just got roasted over the coals for 4 hours and never really had a chance, right? It's like you might as well do something to push for it, not because you're trying to be chaotic, but because you have to give yourself some chance to win the match, and that starts with winning a single game.
Yeah, I think it's just the World Championship is so different from other events.
Yeah.
Because there's only, it's so polarized. There's only two things. There's only
the winner or the loser.
You're world champion or you're not at the end of the day.
You ain't first, you're last, Ricky Bobby.
And in tournaments, there's a lot of factors. There's, did I play well? Did I have a good result? Did I win a lot of games? Even if you don't win, you can still be happy with the result because you played a high level of chess and you gained rating and things like that. And in a World Championship match, none of those factors matter. At the end of the day, it's just did I become world champion or not?
Yep. Queen c2 has played e-pawn. I guess the prediction was rook f4, right? That was your idea?
Yeah, rook f4 here seems like the only move, and probably, they will exchange on d4, d5, and black will be happy.
I was going to say, we were looking at those lines, and I'm glad you said black will be happy, because is there an outside chance that Magnus goes, okay, maybe I'll keep pushing this for a little bit? Because in the line we looked at with rook f4, at least just in a quick sort of optical sense here, I mean, black is very well coordinated. The G pawn is weak. The D4 pawn is isolated. A4 is a target. If this were a different match situation where Magnus didn't just need a draw, I think he pushes this position on.
I think if Jan plays c takes d4, which is, we can see, not a very good move, then Magnus has every reason to play on because it's a risk-free advantage. He doesn't really take any risks in losing the game.
You're saying he has to take this way.
Yeah, and especially because also the match is not over with a draw. And although it's impossible to imagine that Magnus loses 3 games in a row, he still would be happy to end it 1 game earlier. So, but I think after rook d4, c4, the position is just equal. So there's no reason for either of them to have any ambitions besides a peaceful result, like knight d5, queen d5, queen c7, queen d4, b3. Not only is it equal material, it's also pretty much a symmetrical structure, and both sides' pieces are equally active, and we might just see a trade of queens at some point, like, I don't know exactly. Black has to be careful. Let's say queen to d6 loses to rook to e8. If black plays queen to d6 here.
Yeah.
So you can't trade queens immediately, but yeah, at some point you will see a trade of queens here, and then a drawn rook endgame. This seems like a very likely outcome at this point.
Rook f4 has been played, so e-pawn strikes again, predicting Magnus Carlsen's moves. You've made a habit of that when you joined us. You predicted a lot of Magnus's moves, so shout out to you. One world champion to another.
No, but actually rook f4, it's like Fabi pointed out, no, I just said rook e4, but then I was a bit surprised when I saw queen c2, so I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, at this point, as soon as Jan returns to the board, I don't see any other option. If you're just tuning in somehow, we also already looked at g3, which actually would lose, as black could now take e3 and then take g4 with check. So if you can't play g3, your knight is hanging. Moving the knight allows g4 and d5 to fall cleanly. So taking on d4 seems to be the only option. So I don't think what we're predicting is rocket science at this point, that we're headed toward a whole bunch of trades. And
yeah, it's hard to see any other logical choices from either side. And Jan has been playing very quickly. I suspect he's already foreseen this line and he'll continue to play quickly. And I mean, unless he wants to get a worse position, there's not much he can do besides rook d4. I don't know if it's possible he missed rook f4 in advance. This is a slightly weird move. It's possible to miss it in advance, but that would be a slightly careless slip on his part.
Fun question from Twitch chat, subscribers over there. Do either of you have a specific comfort meal after long, hard-fought games?
That's a good question. I would say yes, but we play tournaments in all sorts of places, and you don't always have access to the types of foods that you like. You know, especially these days, where like, let's say I played Waikanze. I'll also play it again next year, but I played it this year, and at the time Netherlands was in lockdown, so there was no restaurants open. There were very limited food options. But yeah, usually after like tough games, especially when you lose, you want a comfort meal.
Yeah. Ifan?
Well, yeah, for sure. But sometimes, you know, after a tough and long game, probably you're kind of losing the appetizer to, you know, to search for good food. Probably just want some rest or something more relaxed instead of having some, let's say, nice meals.
Yeah.
But agree that sometimes food can also makes you feeling happier.
Playing in Vegas is one of the options. One of the only good things about playing in Vegas is there's always a place to eat afterwards. I remember the Caesar salad from Caesar's Palace. Had that meal many times.
I played in Vegas once, and it wasn't great for my chess. I can say that much. It was also 2 rounds a day, so I would stay up till like 4 in the morning, then wake up.
What could you possibly do until 4 in the morning?
In Vegas?
In Vegas.
Who knows?
What happens in Vegas with Favi stays in Vegas with Favi. We'll say that.
Then we had to wake up at like 8 in the morning because the first game was at 9, and then there was another game at 4 p.m.
Yep.
And I played 2 6-hour games back to back, and I was thinking like just hating my life at that point.
Ifan, have you ever played in Vegas?
No, I've never been to there and never played there.
Good for you. Good for you.
Oh, really? Yeah. I was just going to say I wanted to back and probably play there one day.
Okay. Well, we'll invite you if we ever do some sort of Chess.com event there. All right, back to the beginning of this game. Again, as we see the position on the board, hard to find out how Jan might create some chances. I'm going to go to another question from Twitch, which I think is an interesting one because a lot of people have been trying to predict what will Jan do now that he's down 2 games. Now that he's down 3 games. We predicted the Sicilian, which never made it on the board, right? We predicted that he would go back to the Marshall, ultimately settled on the Italian. Some crazy people on Twitter were predicting King's Gambits. But what classical opening would either of you play that's unsound, maybe, but maybe gives you some winning chances in a situation like this if you're desperate for a win?
Yeah, I think this game sort of indicates that Jan has lost interest.
Unfortunately.
In a comeback, he probably sees it as too unlikely. I mean, I would also see it as, borderline impossible. But you still try to hype yourself up a bit and keep some hope, just at least because you're there for one goal and you have to at least try till the end. And Black against Magnus playing for a win. I've had this situation in a rapid match. I played a Sicilian. I played an early G5, and I got a dead loss position out of the opening. So I don't know if I'm the one to ask.
The correct answer to that question is the Bong Cloud. The Bong Cloud is what you play when you need a win in a desperate situation. Ifan, what are your thoughts?
Well, definitely not Petrov. Okay, so we can use the other way. So no Petrov, no Italians, Louis Lopez, and well, let's say probably no French because easy choice, E takes D5, right? So there are not so many left, and Sicilian might seems like a good option, but still depends like whom you're playing, right? And by the way, if we're somehow ignoring the color and just say about the game, still I feel like Young's option in the game he lost with white pieces, like he missing B4 and then he missed a piece when the bishop on B7, that opening choice. I mean, to me, it's a very good trials list. Let's say if we can get some positions like that, kind of would be happy to get into a real game and with, let's say, uncertainty to look for the complications.
Yeah. Hard stuff to come up with a chance to win. Obviously, I hope that what Fabi's saying isn't true necessarily, that Jan has lost interest, but we know that Levon Aronian, when joining us as a guest multiple times throughout our coverage, kind of said he was worried about that too, that Jan was showing the body language of someone who was tired and maybe just was no longer up for the fight after falling down by a couple games.
Like I have a feeling in this game at least that he missed rook to f4, but that is a consequence of he didn't really want to put the effort in to calculate lines to the end because of course this is fully within his abilities to find rook to f4. It's not an obvious move, but because like his body language is disappointed now.
Yeah.
I think he realizes that there's no chance to play for an advantage, so he probably thought that he was still playing for an advantage with his d4 tactic that he had. Which it's actually quite easy to miss rook f4 in advance because he had to see it after d4 and it's quite a complicated line. Of course, we're here comfortably sitting and discussing the position, and things are easy to find. But yeah, he looks disappointed, I guess, that he missed this move.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Like probably he missed G3. There's D takes E3. So when he saw G3, he just somehow stopped to calculating this line when he played D4.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go back to the analysis board then and say, because when top players of this level miss a move in the line, it's not like they're missing a move right here, right? It starts back here before committing to the entire idea of D4, right? And you could argue it might have even started here when he committed to the idea of allowing D5, because knight G4, as you said, Fabi, there's only one path, right, on knight G4, which is what we've seen on the board.
Yeah, it's entirely possible when he played H3, he had foreseen this position. Because it's quite a logical sequence from H3 to he played G3?
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Seriously?
Maybe, okay, before the criticism dogs get out. By the way, who let the dogs out? Okay, before they get out, it could just be him saying, like, he understands this is the match, and he figures going for the exchange sacrifice is his only chance to do something. I'm trying to justify the fact that G3 is a horrific blunder, and White is going to lose the game within the next 10 moves.
Well, Black for sure has perpetual in hand. I was like briefly thinking after D takes E3, G takes F4, Queen G4, King F1. Like how Black win. Obviously, Black is better with many ways, but how does Black win directly? And it's probably just Knight takes D5, to be honest. Like I don't think it's anything very complicated.
This is just unbelievable. I mean, okay, let's bring up a second board here. However we decide to do it. Magnus obviously not sure what's going on, but D takes E3 takes is losing to Queen takes G4 check. And after the king moves, what's the knockout blow you were just saying?
I mean, I was thinking Knight D5 probably cuts it, yeah. I mean, because you can't take on E3 because Knight takes E3. Well, that's just immediate game over. You do have other moves, but like Black is also up material at this point, right? Mm-hmm. Knight and 2 pawns for the rook is already and likely to get more material. So Black is doing well on material balance.
What is going on there?
I don't.
Someone came over and asked Magnus, "Hey, are you sure you touched the right piece?"
I don't understand what that was.
Oh, his chair arm broke. We're being told that his chair arm broke. I don't know if I'm being trolled by my production staff who knows I'll read anything on the teleprompter. Shout out to Gomi, bye-bye. But it broke. His left arm broke. His left armchair broke. His left arm did not break.
Yeah.
We'll try to get a zoom in on it at some point. But okay, the arbiter was just making sure Magnus was still comfortable. He waved him off, understandably so, because he smells blood in the water. And I believe we might be crowning a 5-time world champion before the end of the day.
This is basically capitulation, yeah.
But what is Jan going to answer in the post-game press conference? Because if he'd missed this idea, then, I mean, how do you justify, again, playing as fast as you did, making this blunder? If he saw this idea, I guess he's going to say, like, hey, I figured I might as well do something to risk.
Well, the only thing I can see is rook takes d4 was an obvious draw, right? Everyone can recognize that that is a draw. So let's look at g3 as a winning attempt. If d takes e3, g takes f4, queen takes g4. Let's not even think about how black wins, but just does white even have a hope to win? If king f1, if black just keeps giving checks, queen h3, king e2, queen g4, what does white have besides king to f1? King takes e3, loses.
Let's see what happens on this, just for kicks and giggles.
I think knight takes d5 at the very least, right? Just wins. So you can't take on e3. King to d3 loses a queen to queen f5 or queen g6. And so you have king f1. So it's not a winning attempt, right? So the only way I can see this is as a resigning of the match.
That he played g3 because he was resigning the match.
That's the only way I can make sense of this.
It's hard to describe what we're seeing if that's the case. And, you know, I don't know what else to say. I'm speechless. He finally did it. He finally did it. He shut me up.
Well, probably he missed. Oh, he played king f1. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think, Yvonne? I mean,
yeah, I kind of also lost my words. I felt like probably missed something, but it's hard to say that he think for a while he still played g3. But if he just wanted to say, okay, I want to give up, still making no sense to play such a move g3, right? So
I mean, is it possible we're just being, are we being unfair? Obviously, we have the eval bar in front of us, right? So we have more information than the players do.
There's about 10 ways for black to win this position. It's not.
Right? And Magnus's face also showed shock and awe, right? It's not like Magnus has the eval bar either, and he was quickly aware of it. So I think it either makes sense that Jan is quite literally resigning the match.
Only way I can see it, because black wins with any move. After queen h3, king has to go, let's say king e2, black just any knight move, knight d5, knight f5, ef2, knight g6, all of these moves win, I believe. So, yeah, it feels that way.
Well, we have a lot of people tuning in, and I don't recommend that they go anywhere because you may be witnessing Magnus Carlsen's title defense for the 4th time, a 5-time world chess champion in the making potentially, and obviously the last game, of course, will lead to whatever storyline it does with what we're witnessing on the board, but regardless, this has been an absolutely impressive and quite dominant, dare I say, the most lopsided World Chess Championship match we've had in more than 2 decades, and I don't even know which one I'm referring to in 2 decades ago. So this is Magnus at his best, and a very difficult task for Ian Nepomniachtchi as the challenger. But regardless, looks like I will be wrong, and we may not have chess on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, Jan didn't go king e2, so Magnus now has the draw in hand. He has no reason to accept it. White is saved momentarily by the fact that rook d6, rook takes e3, stops the checkmate because of rook g3.
We'll show that. Rook takes e3, and if you play rook to g6 check, you blunder. And that's how Jan wins.
Yeah, yeah, that would be one way to win. So I feel like Queen G4, King F1 is a place where Black has a win. Knight D5.
Take on D5.
Yeah, knight takes D5 really does look like a winning move.
So you're saying it makes sense that Magnus maybe play Queen H3 check just to repeat?
Yeah, he might as well. He has less time. He wants to get closer to time control.
Yeah.
He sees his opponent's intention, King E2 or King G1, and he has a drawn hand. So it's a very, very comfortable situation. I wonder, is knight to F5 winning?
Knight to F5.
Kind of like that move.
Would allow F takes E3.
F takes E3 and then knight to H4.
Hard to stop this move.
And rook D6 is also hard to stop. So yeah, this one looks pretty good.
Yeah. Knight F5 looks solid and like the human approach potentially to putting this game away, right? I mean, not to say that knight takes D5 here is not a very human move to make, but it's a little.
It allows a pin.
Yeah, it allows the pin, makes
things
you go practically a little bit on edge, but this position here with Queen H3.
Yeah, I like this knight F5.
Yeah.
As the finishing touch in this position.
Your thoughts, Ifan? Looks like the cleanest thing to do.
Well, there are more than one way, and this is one of the simple ways to win. But to be honest, after Queen takes G4, it just seems like winning everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and again, you know, we were talking earlier about maybe where the last bit of calculation went wrong. It was highlighting that perhaps he missed this whole rook F4 idea, but maybe that started back on H3 to again point out that top players are not making one-move blunders. He's committing to a plan with H3, but perhaps just miscalculated at the very end of this line. A key point to why rook E4 doesn't work is because of this awkward little shuffle, and that has put him in a position where he's decided to play G3, which is clearly not something the eval bar is happy to see if you're a Ian Nepomniachtchi fan. But either way, even if he played rook takes D4, the game is headed toward a very forcing draw where Magnus Carlsen is in complete control with the white pieces tomorrow. So still shocked to see G3, frankly. Ifan, before you joined us, the last thing we were suggesting was that maybe here he had this idea of Queen B5, which he didn't go for, and maybe in hindsight should have slowed down a little bit to double check this plan before fully committing. But your thoughts on whether this would have led to any chances for white?
Oh, this is a very nice and subtle try, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because apparently Black doesn't want to exchange. But for example, if Black just somehow, let's say, hang in there to play the move like Queen, well, of course he doesn't like the move like Queen D8, let's say, to play a simple, probably a bit naive move. So what's next for white?
We didn't look at Queen D8. We looked at rook D8 and Queen B5.
Queen D8 makes a lot of sense.
Queen D8 makes a lot of sense. Man, you're good at chess, Ifan.
So maybe I should play more.
Maybe you should play more. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Queen D8 actually looks like a subtle and irritating retreat to our Queen B5 try. So
yeah, this probably equalizes for Black. But still, if you play Queen B3, you just repeat. So you might as well ask your opponent some questions, and then if you want to go back and play Queen B3, you can.
Yeah. Well, okay, Ifan spoils our maybe other try, and but turns out she's pretty good at chess, so that might be why. But Ifan, we're gonna thank you again for joining us for what unfortunately may end up proving to be the last time. We hope you had a good time joining us on our show every day, and your thoughts on, real quick, on parting words for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. Should this be the last game?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I guess the answer to me is, to everyone is very obvious. But if you ask me before the move, let's say G3 is still unclear, because to me, I also thought that Nepo will play rook D4, even if he missed rook F4. But I understand, sometimes players could really his performance during the game could be affected by a lot of factors. So that's a great pity that probably we won't have another day to watch the exciting games. But in general, I thought it's a very great match, especially under the current global situation. Like we can see such high level chess, especially the first part of the match. I thought it's really showing some great games.
It's a good point, and I think.
And of course, I'm very happy to join our commentary team again after 3 years, right? Yeah, 3 years.
Yeah, no, 2018 was a great time joining me and Robert for almost daily during the Carlsen Caruana match, and who knew you'd be joining Fabiano daily for this one? But it's been awesome, and I think you made a really good point, which should not be forgotten, that this really did somehow seem like a tale of two matches, the first 5, even the first 6 games really, until the historic longest ever game in the World Chess Championship. It was a match that felt like, if anything, Nepo was the one in control, right? Pushing and often with chances. And boy, has it been a tale of 2 matches on the back half of things. So good point, Yvonne. And again, thank you so much for bringing daily insights and commentary. And on that note, we're going to let you go and maybe say that we'll see you again in 2023 for the next World Championship.
Thank you. That will be my pleasure.
Bye, Yvonne.
Bye.
All right. It is a really good point she made, that this really was a tale of 2 matches. And it's unfortunate to see it going the direction it is for all Ian Nepomniachtchi fans, and even for a lot of fans in Norway who, as Hammer admitted, are maybe kind of rooting for a Ian Nepomniachtchi win, right? Anything to give us blood.
Yeah, I think that at the start of the match, Jan was the one with more chances.
Yeah.
In game 2, he was maybe even objectively winning. And he also had good chances in game 5, I think it was, when he could have played c4 and gotten some advantage. Not a decisive advantage, but still put Magnus under pressure. Game 6 was an epic.
Even game 6?
It was an epic battle. He had his chances too.
Yep.
We remember we were at some point thinking Magnus has like 1 minute for 8 moves.
Yeah.
His position was starting to crumble. It wasn't like ever losing, but it was starting to potentially fall apart. And yeah, that game was a turning point. After that, it was just 2 different players from the first half.
Yeah.
Magnus was strong, consistent, stable. Jan was anything but that.
Yep. There can only be one World Chess Champion, and there's only one World Chess Champion now back with us. Thanks for being here, Robert. Hope you enjoyed the quick break, and how you feeling?
Disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is just a losing attempt. It wasn't even a winning attempt. And I'm pretty sure Jan figured as much. And it's not that he wants to lose the game, but he thought that, okay, if I don't win today, I have to win 3 in a row. I black tomorrow. It's not going to happen. But I don't think you can go out like this.
Yeah, it's just weird, right?
I was listening to you two talking with Yifan. I was waiting for the moment. I think Fabi made a good point that rook f4 seemed to be overlooked by Jan. But you have to just, at this point, play the position. If you're going to play for a win, you do so with your opening choices. Even if objectively you take a risky decision and you play an opening that is better for black but creates a lot of threats, you go for that. But here it just felt like, here, Magnus, take the match, take the win. And to me, that's really disappointing to end the match, because when we look back on World Chess Championships, we want to remember the brilliancies, the fantastic moments, the struggles, the game 6s that we had here.
Yeah.
That was an absolute epic. But now we're left after that moment with B5 and C5 and this game here, where it's ending not because of Magnus's brilliance. And yes, Magnus has put Jan in tough spot after tough spot, and sometimes we force our opponent's blunders. We can consider it an unforced error to some degree, but at the same time, they're feeling uncomfortable with the match situation, with how the game is developing, and so that's where the mistakes are caused. But this feels entirely on Jan's shoulders, and the way he's losing this game, of course, it's because of the previous game, so we need to contextualize it. But it's extremely disappointing for me as a chess fan, living in the moment, commentating on the match, but also thinking about how this will be reflected in history.
Yep.
Because what we should always remember is the struggle, the nuances of the game, how wonderfully they played. And yeah, inaccuracies will happen, but the dominating storyline right now is blunder after blunder, and it just feels like it was gift wrapped to Magnus, and that's not how I ever want to remember any sort of chess event.
Well said. Clip it and ship it. A message from the World Chess Champion, brought to you by the World Chess Championship. No, jokes aside, I think you also made just a really good point right at the top of what you said, Robert, which is if you're going to go out or you're going to play for a win, at least do so in one last game with Black. Play a Sicilian. Play the openings you've been afraid to play. Heck, play a dubious opening. What?
Play a hippo. Just
play a hippo. Play something, right? I mean, play the Bond Cloud. I was obviously joking, but do anything, you know?
Yeah, I just think that there's such a difference in choosing a risky opening that may, cause destruction versus that moment where you essentially know you're making a bad choice. That's like a very different thing. And of course, I have so much respect for Ian Nepomniachtchi. I want to reiterate that a million times over. He is such a great player. He's so fun to watch. This has not been his stretch of games.
Right.
But that decision just feels like I just can't accept it.
Yeah. Awkward.
I think that Magnus prolonged the struggle a little bit because instead of knight f5, which is the move we mentioned, he could have played, if we just go back one move, he could have just played e takes f2. And here he wouldn't have to calculate a single detail because queen takes f2. If king f2, there's queen h2 winning a queen. And if queen takes f2, rook to d6. And I think you just resign here. There's no way to stop rook to g6. You lose your queen for a rook, and Black has an enormous material advantage. So Magnus actually, I mean, his move was winning, but he did at least allow a few more moves in this game. Because I was thinking, how does Black clearly win this now? And the most obvious move is knight to h4. Because it threatens two mates in one, and White has to deal with it with f takes e3.
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, and then knight f3, king to f2, queen h2, Black's like, I want a queen. King f3, queen c2, dc7.
Now
White might save the game like this. Because rook f8, rook d8, you cannot stop that queen from promoting. And if rook takes d1, maybe Black has a better queen ending. But okay, we're no longer talking about Black winning the game, clearly. So d6 was a good chance. I think it's not good. I mean, Black must be winning here. I'm not sure what the cleanest way is, but there's
take.
Yeah, it's still cd, f, e3, and knight to h4. Yeah. White plays, I guess, rook to f1 and accepts a really, really bad position.
Yeah, you're right. It's not
White's losing, but it's not
as
game
clean
over
as what
instantly.
Magnus played, and I think he probably realizes it now as we take a look at Magnus with head in hand. He's like, maybe that wasn't the cleanest winning strike, but
well, it's sort of difficult emotionally to adjust to this because he was thinking, okay, this game is headed towards a draw for sure. He was like, it's just 100% rook d4, and what we were saying, right?
Yeah.
This is going to happen, and then he's suddenly winning a move, and it also happens to be that winning in a move means that he wins the match. It ends it, right? On the spot. So it's tough to adjust to that emotionally, which is maybe why he chose knight f5. Well, we also chose knight f5, so we can't really be critical of this move. But it
was a human attempt, and frankly, is still winning.
It is winning.
He's nervous.
He's nervous. Yeah, he's about to win his 5th World Chess Championship title, and
yeah, he still obviously is in the driver's seats here. But yeah, you can see that he's calculating, he's triple checking, he wants to end the match right here, and he's definitely nervous because he cares and because there's a lot on the line, right? You make a mistake as Black, and all of a sudden White's back in the game. There's extra material. Now, obviously the position is winning for Black. You have a huge attack. You're not even facing a material deficit, but I can understand why Magnus is sitting and thinking here. So it's just, he has 32 minutes. He's plenty of time to deliver the knockout. But as we were showing with Fabiano's variation, there are ways to go wrong. You think you're winning the queen, and all of a sudden there's a pass pawn for White that you have to deal with.
That'd be a funny line.
I think cd6 is pretty good way to do it because after fe3, there's a very simple move, which is just saying, well, I'm up 2 pawns. I play knight takes e3. It's a fork. I win your rook. And you can play whatever you want. Queen e2, I guess. I don't know.
Note that pinning the knight to the queen does not work because of a new problem called checkmate on g2. So there's no other move than to
Yeah, I guess
move the queen, and
that even loses another piece.
oh yeah, because you also have this check in the end. Okay, so
Yeah.
sorry, that doesn't.
No, but after queen e2, it's pretty much just as bad because black takes on d1, and then also picks up f4, and that's 3 pawns. Probably 3 pawns usually enough to win. So yeah.
But
At
not
my
always.
level, it is.
Not always. I can think of a game or two. Sorry, Anish.
Yes. Oh, that burn was so good. Grab it. Grab it. Yeah, come on.
Oh, if I must.
Yay. That was so.
That's actually, that pose was taken right after the game in the candidates where he was 4 pawns up, and
Yeah, fun fact about that pose. It was taken right after.
everyone was thinking that Anish would win a game, but then he silenced them.
The artist formerly known as Anish Giri. All right, well, what a wild ride this has been over the last few weeks, and we have had some really great moments, some really great chess, and especially in the first half of the match where on the edge of our seat we were, thanks Yoda, and expecting it to continue to be that way, a real dogfight, even after, as is now known to be a historic victory in Game 6, the longest game in World Chess Championship history, that ultimately proved to be even more of a blow for the challenger than we first thought, because the wheels came off after that game.
Can't underestimate psychology in chess.
Yeah.
Because to be at the top level, stronger than myself at this world championship stage, you have to be firm in your objectivity. You can't lose sight of it. You have to calculate. And there just felt like there were moments in this match where Jan played a little bit too quickly. He sort of lost the thread of the game, and then everything fell apart.
Yep.
And it wasn't just an inaccuracy. There were real blunders. And Jan is a phenomenal chess player. Like, I think that's also what I'm a little sad about, is that when people think about this match and they sum it up, that people unfairly malign Ian Nepomniachtchi's career based on this performance. And this is a performance that Jan will not be particularly proud of, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
He was so good in the candidates. He earned his place here. He nearly reached 2,800. He obviously has been such a great player for so long and still is a great player. It's just a shame that some of his worst moves came on this stage, an event of this magnitude, in front of so many people who may be tuning into chess for a rare occasion for the first time. And so they haven't seen the brilliance of Ian Nepomniachtchi the way that anyone in the chess world. Fabiano's faced him over the board so many times. We've commentated on his matches. Mm-hmm. And so it's hard because as a commentator, you have to talk about what's happening here. And at some point, we just have to throw out opinions and make our feelings felt. But at the end of the day, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Ian Nepomniachtchi. And that's, I think, in part why it's sad, mm-hmm. because we know what he's capable of. Mm-hmm. And he didn't get to show the world that in this match.
Well said. And I'll only add a little bit to it, because difficult to follow that up with just, as someone who actually predicted and said, I thought Jan had a chance to win this match. It wasn't me, it wasn't hyperbole, if you will, right? It wasn't just for drama. I know that in hindsight, okay, it obviously looks like I was clearly way off the mark, but the first 5 or 6 games was how I thought the match could go, and because of what I know Jan is capable of, especially in the rapid and blitz formats of chess. He is one of the most talented players in his generation, and we know how good he is at putting pressure on his opponents and being a dynamic player. I thought that there was a decent chance this match could go to tiebreaks, and therefore a decent chance that Jan could shock the world. And it wasn't just something I made up, even though I do have a PhD in BS that particular time. It was, and so just to double down on what you said, it's disappointing precisely because of all the reasons you said, because of what we know Jan is capable of, because of what we know this match might have given us, should he have been in a different state of mind and kept his composure after that legendary Game 6. But either way, you still have to tip your hat to the world champion who, yet again, in an ominous shot here, is the only one at the board working hard to cement his legacy and his place in history.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I think we spoke about critical moments, and I do think we would have seen a different match if Game 2 had gone differently, and especially if Game 6 has gone differently.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of ways that Game 6 could have gone. It was a 3-result game. It ended up being Magnus doing his typical torturing for many hours, grinding down thing, but there were moments when he was at risk of losing, both because of the clock and the position. And there were also moments when it felt like it was heading towards a draw.
Yeah.
We were for hours shifting between, well, Magnus might win this game, and it looks like it's going to be a draw.
Quite literally, it was nearly an 11-hour broadcast in Game 6. So yes, for hours.
Yeah, I think we'll remember that game as a turning point in the match, like a very clear turning point in the match, and also a super exciting game, a game that was full of content. But yeah, that was pretty much the last game. It feels like
it's very
after that
weird to...
there was just not much. It never felt like Jan had a realistic chance after that game.
It's weird because it was a breakthrough of epic proportions. Again, if you missed Game 6, do yourself a favor this weekend if you were planning on watching more World Championship coverage here. Your schedule just opened up because this might be the last game. But watch that epic Game 6. It was so great on all the levels Fabiano said. But it turned out, Robert, it was also a breakthrough, obviously putting Jan on his heels. It was the first decisive game in classical chess in more than 5 years of the World Chess Championship, right? It was the longest game in World Chess Championship history. And now we know it was ultimately the game that broke the challenger in so many ways.
Yeah. And I think that everyone wanted it to be the best game amongst great games.
Yep.
And it was the best game amongst games. The great sort of left the equation at some point.
Yep.
And both players know that. And we should also give credit to Magnus Carlsen.
For sure.
Because he was able to withstand pressure of his own making to some extent in Game 2. In the game that he won, the epic Game 6, he was in danger of losing as well. He was down to his final seconds. He played some really interesting chess. He mixed it up. And both players deserve a lot of credit for making that game what it was. And then after that, Magnus never put himself in any danger in a way that other people would. Like, well, let's continue winning while my opponent's down. He said, why do I have to force the issue? Let me just play my solid, good chess. I can make my opponent comfortable. He feels he needs to win. I said before the match, if I'm speaking like Magnus Carlsen, that he can be a streaky player. And if he loses one game, the wheels can come off and then he can keep losing. So Magnus Carlsen is a worthy world champion. He has been since he wrested the title away from Vishy Anand. He's had his struggles. He's not invincible, but nobody's proven that they can beat him. And he's putting a lot of those question marks to rest in a way in this match, because the storyline of, oh, he can't win a game of classical chess. He can't do this, that, and the other thing. Obviously he can. I think that all the draws were because he's facing some amazing opposition who were in fantastic form. Fabiano obviously played a great match, and it could have gone either way. But Magnus Carlsen proves time and time again he's the #1 player in the world. He's earned his title. Nobody should question it. And we'll see what the next World Championship title brings in a couple years. But right now, Magnus is Magnus, and he's gaining a lot of rating in this match. So we might be talking about, will Magnus break his highest ever rating? Because he's going to be nearly 2870. His highest rating is 2882. So if he can continue stringing together good tournaments, Vaikunze will be his next classical event. Maybe we'll be talking about him reaching 2900. And that way, the best Magnus is in the past. That conversation will be in the past, and maybe the best Magnus is ahead of us.
Yeah, since we might be seeing the end of the match soon. And he played Queen G3, which I think forces King to F1. Because King to H1, Knight to F3 looks like a checkmate.
Yeah, that's a mating net.
Just looks like...
We'll show it really quickly. If King H1, the Knight goes to F3 is an important little mating net. You're threatening Queen H3, but even Queen G2 fails to Queen H4 because you took away your own escape square. A very, very common little mating net idea.
And Rook E2, after Knight F3, the Rook on D1 is loose. So you've Queen H3 check, Rook H2, you take on H2, and then after Queen takes H2, you have Queen F3 check, and you pick up the Rook.
Yeah, so I guess he'll
He has.
King to F1.
He has played King F1.
I actually was looking, I was calculating some fun lines if he hadn't played Queen G3. He plays...
Whoa, interesting. Knight to F3.
I was actually thinking, like, if we just go back before he played Queen G3. Because I was looking at Knight to F3, King to F2, and Knight takes E1. It's just the most, just take. If Rook E1, you lose a queen. And if King takes E1, well, you lose E3 and everything else falls with it.
But you have D takes C7, right?
Yeah, but you have D takes E7. And then I was thinking, well, this suddenly gets super messy and complex. And Black is risky not winning this one. But after Rook to E8, I felt like Black is winning. I didn't see the move for White because, again, Rook E1 fails to Queen H2. And King E1 probably just loses all their pawns to Queen takes E3, Queen F4, Queen C7. So I didn't see the move for White here. But, yeah, and if Rook to D8, then you play Queen takes E3, you defend the Rook on E8, and then you take on the Queen on C2. So, but okay, Magnus went for a different approach, which is probably also just as winning, if not more so.
If D takes C7 now...
Queen G1, Queen G2's mate.
(0-1) is the eval.
I wonder if he has Queen F2 after Knight F3. I mean, just to avoid the checkmate threat that Black has with Knight H2, Queen G2.
His simplest idea might even be just to make sure he takes with check. Obviously, this is not the fancy finish we were looking for, but it is a easily winning rook ending.
Yeah, this is a winning rook endgame.
It requires work.
It requires work. After Queen F2, maybe there's better. Actually,
Knight.
You said with, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, do you have something better than the rook ending?
No, I don't think so.
Which is, again, like I said, not the fanciful finish we were hoping for, but...
Yeah, well, we might see the game last a while then.
Magnus was perhaps more nervous than we even gave him credit for, because this position obviously has been quite winning. And of course, easy for us to say, obviously there's a lot on the line, and the position is still indeed much better for the world champion, but we may not see a finish anymore within the next few seconds, assuming Jan finds the move, Queen F2.
And it is very important that you have that check.
What?
You mentioned the check, that you have Knight takes E1 check, and let's point out why.
If you don't.
If you take on F2, King F2, Knight E1, D takes E7, White wins on the spot.
Booyah.
Which would be ridiculous.
Let's hope for this blunder, huh? Come on, everybody. Forget about it. No, okay, wait. We've got Queen H3 check. Magnus sees the line that I found in a couple seconds.
He took longer, but he got there eventually.
He took longer, but he got there.
I know you have just as much pressure as he does to find accurately.
Obviously, everyone knows I'm kidding. I'm kidding, except for the very few people on YouTube who have no understanding of sarcasm.
Oh, no, I wasn't kidding. You have a lot of pressure to be right.
Well, Queen H3 check. We expect Queen G2, right? There's no... Wait.
There is King E2, but you can play Knight takes E1.
Yeah, Knight E1. Because you can't take on C7 anymore, because there's Queen
G4, yeah.
And let's just, for those of us that are visual learners, shout out to all my fellow Vin Diesel fans out there.
And if King F1, you could take the rook with the rook, because your queen covers the promoting square.
Which Fast and Furious is your favorite?
Oh, man. Now, wouldn't you like to know?
Which one of the 29
First
movies?
of all, there's only been 9.
There are way too many.
My brother and I have a fun game where you have to summarize the entire Fast and the Furious franchise in less than 60 seconds. And they keep making our job harder by adding movies to it. So, like, the first one is always described with winning, like, inch or a mile. Number 2, Paul Walker not in it, doesn't matter. Number 3, we do this contest, and it's actually a lot of fun. In fact, if you want to see my breakdown of the entire Fast and the Furious franchise in less than 60 seconds, you're going to sit where you are and not go anywhere, because we're going to take a super short break. We will not miss the final moment of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. Chess.com's coverage is brought to you by Coinbase. It will return in a moment. This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all-time on Chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
You know, I wonder if Magnus is now a little more worried about his left armchair being broken on the chair now that he does have a little more work to do in this game.
Yeah, when I heard you when I was on break, I actually was concerned for his physical well-being because you said his left arm broke.
Yeah.
I had no idea what you were talking about, didn't see a cast or anything. And I was like, wow, you not only have a PhD in BS, you also have an MD in making things up.
I love that. Okay, I'm going to think about how to work that in later. Fabi.
Yeah, luckily for Magnus, I don't think he'd be able to continue his game if his left arm broke. But
I think he would indeed win this game with one arm tied behind his back, quite literally.
Yeah, that's the thing about chess is you could still play even under those circumstances. But he's in an endgame. He is a pawn ahead. He also has an outside pass pawn, which is really useful in this position, right? So the H pawn can go up the board. And not only will that try to promote, it can be used as a decoy. So when we look at this position, black has control of the board's only fully open file. And because it's black's turn, you can bring the rook down to d2. And there's no way that white can ever trade rooks. You're down a pawn in the endgame. It's immediately winning for black. And so white will be tied down to the defense of some of the pawns and will have to keep his attention on that H pawn, which means that black can then venture towards the center of the board and start trying to pick off pawns.
Well, it really does tell you how nervous Magnus was and how surprised he was, if we bring back the analysis board, to see the move 23g3 on the board. I mean, we saw his reaction in real time, and for those who might just be tuning in, black was at one point maybe +9 in the position, with perhaps the most straightforward win in this position being actually to just take f2 and then play the move rook to d6, which Magnus didn't find. And again, no, we're not in a position to criticize the world champion necessarily, but it shows you that he was very nervous and took a much less forcing line. And now we're headed into a rook ending where still winning for black, of course, but he's got to kind of do it again, as they say, right? He's played rook d2, but got to convert all over.
I mean, he could have finished this game much earlier. He's probably a bit annoyed that it's still lasting.
Yeah.
But white can't actually really play b4 because that will probably lead to a loss of a pawn. So white is maybe just completely tied down. Like if black plays c5, for example, which I don't know if it's the right move, but now after b4, if white tries to break free somehow, c takes b4, c takes b4, rook to a2, that pawn on a4 drops and black has 2 pawns up and winning. So if white can't play b4, then I guess you can try e4 and bring the king in the center, and maybe that's why c5 was not the right choice, and maybe f5 was a better one.
Although now b4, rook b5 at the end will hit multiple pawns.
Yeah, now b4 does take
rook.
and rook, you probably should, because take rook a2 wins a pawn. So here black should win comfortably. And rook takes b4 is just super ugly, like even rook to d5.
Right.
Yeah, rook to d5.
But still, the fact that we're pointing out precise moves, keeping the king inactive, making sure the rook has its ideal position before ultimately activating your own king and converting with a pawn. These are completely different storylines, educational as they will be. So lucky for all the chess fans tuning in, you're going to learn a thing or two about rook endings before this show is over. Who knew? But this is not trivial necessarily anymore.
Yeah, g6. So if white plays b4, the question is, does black take? Because he can also, but if he plays rook a2, he'll probably lose a c for the a pawn, and that might eventually lead to a scenario he doesn't want, which is that all the pawns on the queen side get traded, and we're looking at a drawn 3 against 2. So after b4, he probably wants to take. Is b4 already played? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's show the line you're talking about. If b4, rook a2, we're going to get a line like this.
Take rook b7.
And
this might already be objectively a draw, because the c and a pawns will probably come off.
Yeah.
Those will get traded because white will just start pushing the c pawn. So
he's going to have to take b4, which he has. Jan has already responded with rook takes b4, and now I guess we would expect both. Well, rook a2. You could also play rook d5. No, but then rook c4 is kind of irritating.
Yeah, rook d5, rook c4, c5. But then that is a structure that is potentially very vulnerable for black. But white's rook is also sort of trapped for the moment. So after rook d5, rook c4, c5, I don't see a clear move for white.
Well, there is an idea there. So if we go forward with the line, first of all, we should show after rook d5, rook c4, rook c5 is good in theory, horrible in practice, because trading while ahead, usually a good thing. Unfortunately, you've given white the access to promote. So after c5, the one thing that white can try for is like e4. And if your rook moves to d1, let's say you be a little careless, I play a5. And now we're in that same exact scenario you were talking about earlier. And actually, it's sort of bad that white's pawns are more advanced. Sometimes that can leave them a bit weak if the A and C pawns are traded, but this should still be a draw, and you see the eval bar suggests as much.
But black can play rook to h5 after e4, keeping control of that c5 pawn, and white can play e5. So yeah, maybe white is getting closer and closer to a position which can be held.
Black has already played rook a2. Note that rook c4 in a position like this could actually run into c5, and the rook is sort of trapped a little bit.
If f5, you give black a free move, you can just
f5 and the rook is actually totally
you
trapped
on the spot.
Yeah, it'd be pretty comical in terms of losing your rook on a square like c4.
So you'd have to play a move like rook e4, and then actually black can play king f8, and your rook can't get in, because what white ideally would get, if we just put the king back on g8 real quick, if you play rook a3, for example, then, I'm going to attack your pawns. You can't play c4 because the pawn on a4 would lose, king g7, rook b8, and this position is still winning, but if you take the pawn on c3, we have the same struggle as we did before. You see the evaluation says black is going to hold, because we'll trade the a for c pawn again to a theoretically drawn ending. So you'd have to take the pawn on a4, and after rook takes b6, now you can play the move rook a3, and you push c4, and then I go rook c3 or rook a4, I win the second pawn, and then it's winning. So there is precision required. Technique will be shown by Magnus, but you allow that rook to get active at the wrong moment, all of a sudden white is within the ballpark of holding a draw.
Yeah, I'm wondering what white can do here, because you kind of want to play king e4, but the only problem with that, which is a very big problem, is that, well, the king is the only thing that's potentially guarding the h-pawn. So now I think h5 is coming. And you don't really have much freedom with your king, because that h-pawn is just super fast.
It's one of the fun lines that shows again why rook c4, c5. If you tried king e4 to get in here, it's...
Well, f5 first?
It's possible, but f5 first traps the rook.
And then h5?
Probably you just start pushing.
h4, take h3. That pawn, you can't stop it. h2. And...
You have only one way to stop it, but it doesn't work for very long. Rook check, king up to g7, rook c7 check, and of course you want to go rook h7, and here you'll rook back to c8, and now you can't queen because of rook h8 check, so it does give white faint hopes of surviving, even though, of course, it is a losing position.
Yeah, but it starts to get a bit messy.
Yeah, now you have to calculate king h5, rook h8, king g4, a5. And, okay, black is winning, but...
Black certainly had many easier ways down that line. We were kind of just throwing some moves out there, but not calculating it quite accurately enough.
Welcome to the commentary chair. Throwing moves out there and not calculating enough is what I've been doing for years. But
there are only 3 moves until the time control, which is important, because if there were, say, 10 moves until the time control, then Magnus would have these decisions to make, like going into a position like that where black's pawn runs really fast, but white starts stealing some of black's pawns. But because he has 15 plus minutes and only 3 moves to make, he actually has more than enough time. And king e4 played by Ian.
Now we're probably going to see a line similar to what we looked at. I mean, h5, you can't play c5, or you could, everyone now, but then b6 is being taken because I never trap my rook. So,
and white's king gets to the center.
Yeah, so you don't want to do that, but I think just h5 is...
Yeah, let's look at it closely. h5, king to d5. White's only idea is to move the king up. And let's try h4.
f5, I guess.
f5, g5.
G5
yeah, f5, g5 just helps black in his quest to promote those pawns.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, that was... Wait a second. There could be like a rook g4 and then a king e6.
It's just what?
And king g7?
And then rook d4 back.
Or e4 and e5?
Yeah, e4, rook a4. But rook d4...
Yeah, rook d4.
Starts to look messy again.
Wow.
So black always has to be accurate. Maybe just f5, h3. I put my pawn on h2. I don't care about whatever you're doing in the center on the king side, because now it's time to push that g-pawn forward.
And then you can't stop it. But it is kind of funny because instinct is like, let me keep my pawn structure intact. Let me support my pass pawn with another pawn. But then you make that move just quickly off the cuff, and then white plays rook g4 and like, uh-oh, white's king's getting in. That's why Jan brought his king into the center. But it's, of course, not going to be enough after f5 and then h3 as we're talking about.
And if, let's say, h5, king d5, h4, king c6, the most direct approach
Push him.
Yeah, take on c7. h2, rook to b1. Maybe it's time to create a second pass pawn, f6. His 2 pawns are really hard to
Oh,
stop.
if I take this, you actually have rook b2 check if you want.
Yeah.
You don't need it, but...
Yeah, even rook b2 there. And if you don't, well, yeah, h4 is... sorry, not h4, g5. Like 2 pawns like that, once they get to g4 and h2, don't even need the help of a rook.
Yep.
They're strong enough to promote on their own. So if white plays e4, I don't think he's fast enough. e4, g5, take, e5, g4, e6. You can even play... Maybe rook e2 is safer, just to stop like rook e1 stuff here.
Just to prove the point, just to show everyone that you get here, it doesn't even matter if you lose your rook for this pawn, because these 2 pawns are too many for the white rook. All right, we see king to d5 on the board. Jan is playing similar to what he did with the move 23g3, a forcing line that is not attempting stubborn defense, is attempting the most forcing opportunity, at least giving the world champion some butterflies and some nerves on his way to potentially a 5th title.
Yeah, Butterflies being the better of the songs that came out in the Rebecca Black Friday era. So
it's Friday.
Did you know that?
Win a world championship on Friday.
Did you know that tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday comes afterwards?
Tomorrow is Saturday, and after that comes Sunday.
Yeah, and yesterday was Thursday.
Yesterday was Thursday.
Today is Friday.
Today is Friday.
Yeah. Okay.
There's someone in the front seat.
Which seat should you take?
Oh, sitting in the back seat.
Partying?
I'm
partying. Come on.
I so wish I wasn't here right now.
Oh, it is Friday, and TGIF if you are Magnus Carlsen, because look at our man. He's about to win his 5th World Chess Championship title. Our best clips are available at our new Clips channel. So check it out. It's been a lot of fun. We got another video debuting here. Some wild stuff went down when we had the Diamond chess set. If you missed that earlier in our coverage here of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship, we had a $4 million chess set in studio, the most valuable chess set in the world. And things got weird when some friends of ours took a peek at that set. And, well, you're going to want to see that video before the show is over. I'm going to tell you that.
Wait, we're still on a Friday or?
Yeah, we're also still talking about Friday.
No, you don't want to see that video. Hope Rebecca Black's doing well.
Hope Rebecca Black is doing well. Well, she's doing better since YouTube removed the dislike option.
True.
Because now that video just looks like it's got a bunch of likes.
1.3 million to be exact. Don't ask me why I know the exact number.
Nobody ever disliked the Rebecca Black Friday song in history. That's what history is now writing.
Well, Magnus Carlsen's writing history right now.
He sure is.
But if he plays h4 and f5 happens, that would be Black's 40th move. And we all know how many mistakes have been made on the 40th move reaching the time control. I don't think that Magnus is going to play g5, but it is a pretty natural move to make, and that could be disastrous. Of course, he'd still be heavily favored. You know, certainly he'd win the World Championship. But that would not.
But it might not happen today if he.
It would not happen today
on his 40th move, and he only has 10 minutes. But again, to show everybody, it's just such an easy blunder to make. I made it. I think we all made it. We quickly said G5, and then all of a sudden the eval bar said, "Wait, there's something hidden here," and that's when we saw this sort of backdoor idea that king is forced to come up, and this rook swings, and suddenly this game is completely wild and might not even be losing for white. So this would be the last moment of drama, if you will, should h4 be met by f5, and Magnus has to find a move that is not g5.
Yeah, I don't think it's such a difficult task, because he is significantly down on the clock, but it's still more than enough for the next 2 moves.
Yep.
And h4 is the first move which comes to mind. f5 is the most clear response. King c6 also is a very natural response, but f5 is a clear one. So then he just has to differentiate between 2 moves. The only moves which make sense are h3 and g5. And g5 also sort of, like in the lines we were looking at where white's rook swings from d4 to d7, does open up a 3rd result. I mean, it's still a slim chance, but Black's king is in some sort of potential mating net. So he will be avoiding this not only because it's bad, but also because it's risky. So I don't think that The only question is maybe he'll see h4, f5 and think there's something cleaner than that, which is entirely possible. We haven't considered other moves besides h4, which may be very good. Even a move like king to g7 may be a good one.
Yeah.
Which is just a move which safeguards black's king a bit, gets out of these f5 ideas. If there's ever some back rank promotion or stuff, something like that, then the king is not in check. So he might choose an option because he just feels like it's a bit cleaner than h4.
Yeah. Simple chess, as they say. Sometimes the best chess just is the chess that gives your opponent the least amount of chances, even if it's not the most accurate according to the engine. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw king g7. Agreed.
Yeah, very straightforward move and zero risk attached. Although, if you think that king c6 is coming, that could be an argument against king g7, even though it still will be winning for black, because now you're giving up c7 and b6 falls one turn sooner, and your inclusion for black was king to g7 versus the king being on g8, which doesn't seem to make all that much of a difference. It's, of course, winning for black there because your passed pawns are so fast. It's just something that needs to be considered.
The only reason I didn't think it was really a tempo loss was, let's say, king g7. You pointed out this tactic earlier down the road. King g7, king c6, h4, king takes c7. White gobbles up all the pawns, h3, king takes b6 if white keeps taking. Now h2, rook b1, and you mentioned rook to b2, which wins the queen. So maybe that pawn on b6 is too difficult to capture anyway.
It's true. Yeah, I guess you're not in time no matter what, and that's what we figured. But we're just seeing how Magnus is going to finish this game.
I wonder what Magnus would do.
Hard to know. He's still on the clock here. He is 7.5 minutes. He has time for a good stroll. He's obviously sitting and thinking, but what are you laughing about, Danny?
I don't even know. I don't know what I'm laughing about. I know Magnus is...
You know what would be really cool, though?
Yeah.
If players in games could give their thoughts live to the people watching. That would be really cool, wouldn't it?
It would be amazing. It would honestly make history, probably.
It probably would.
That would be something, right? Playing and giving the thoughts. I think people would love that, right? Don't you think that people would love to hear Magnus' thoughts right now? Honestly, everybody, I'm a bit nervous. Love the sponsors on my jacket. But, also, I got to win this world championship here. So it would be cool. Would you do that, Fabi?
If I could, but I don't know if we have the technology to make that possible.
Lucky for you guys, in a recent breakthrough, Chess.com actually does have the technology to catch up with Magnus Carlsen in real time. And so we welcome now to the studio Magnus Carlsen wearing the same jacket we see live. And Magnus, how's the game going today?
It's incredibly intense. I'm very happy with my position and how things have been going. Excited to hopefully close out the match. Enjoying the commentary. I'm actually listening to it in a small earpiece. It's not helping, but you're all weaker than me. But I'm enjoying the show and this game. And although intense, I feel good about it.
I love your jacket, your sponsors on your jacket. I don't know if we can get a zoom in on that if it's possible, because it's I think Magnus's sponsors would appreciate it. We could turn a little bit on the shoulder there, the Mastercard and Unibrow.
I just want to thank my sponsors very much for all they do to promote chess.
We appreciate it.
Can I ask a question, Magnus?
Sure, of course.
What's it like sitting next to Fabiano after having sat across from him in an entire world championship?
I have the deepest respect for Fabiano as a player, as a person, now as a commentator. I've really enjoyed it.
Have you been watching the entire match, our commentary?
I have. and at night as a replay as well.
Magnus, your accent sounds a little bit like Thor as well.
I'm a huge Marvel's fan.
What would it mean to you to win this world championship title, defending your title for the 4th time?
A lot of people call me the GOAT. I think with another win here, I'll definitely achieve that for now. I know there's a lot of players up and coming, and those who have there's a target on my back. But winning this would be incredible. But really, it's all for the fans.
Yeah. Magnus, did you mean to move the knight the other day when you touched the piece, or
look? I'm done with this question. I'm done with this question. In World Championship play, you adjust pieces. There's nothing. Do better.
Do better.
Magnus, you're getting a bit low on time. Aren't you worried being here that you might run out of the time because you only have 6 minutes left?
I should get back to the game. I do appreciate you having me here. I hope to come back sometime.
We appreciate you and all your sponsors and all you do for chess. And so we're going to let you get back to it. We don't want you to lose on time. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for letting me be here. I'll enjoy the commentary. Robert, Fabiano, Danny, huge fan.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. The internet will be talking about this for a very long time. You know what they say, once it goes online, you can't take it down.
That's true. What happens on the internet definitely does stay on the internet.
Does stay on the internet. And shout out to Magnus Carlsen for joining us in studio, and really a man of many talents, and apparently apparition and time travel also one of them.
You know, in person, Magnus doesn't say it's an interesting question as much. So I guess he didn't really like your questions.
He didn't really like my questions. Yeah. Wow. You got to give him credit for the outfit there.
Yeah.
Matched pretty well.
Yeah, the faster card.
Faster card. By the way, that sounds like a great future credit card, but faster card.
Yeah.
Wasn't it faster hard?
Wait, what did it say?
No, it said card. Y'all are respecting the wood a little too much.
It's not fast or hard, Bobby.
Oh boy, I can't be with you two anymore.
Unibrow. Oh, okay. It was.
Oh my gosh, isn't it good? Norwegian wood. Woo,
We can't do this. We have a show to run. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, 80,000 of you on Twitch and more than 25,000 on YouTube. We'll never be the same again. You'll never be the same. That was so good.
There's no crying in chess commentary.
There's no crying in chess commentary. And there's also no crying in baseball.
Thanks, Tom Hanks.
Okay, we've got King C6 on the board, guys, and the World Chess Championship may be decided in moments here.
We need to keep it together.
We need to keep it together for a little while longer,
for the end
guys.
of the match, potentially.
I feel pretty composed.
You feel pretty composed?
Yeah, like I could star in Mr. Holland's Opus.
You are a pop culture reference, just walking. You're like a walking, talking person.
Is that I can walk and talk?
Yeah, you can.
I'm very.
You can even squeak or squawk.
Well, this H pawn is going to squeak and squawk all the way to the other side of the board here. And
yeah, what happens now? Because
We're gonna see
Rook C2 was not the move we predicted, actually.
I mean, it's the same type of move. H3 is happening. King C7, H2. Rook to B1. And he can play Rook takes C3. You can't take on B6 because of the same tactic.
Yep.
King takes B6, Rook to B3. And we've seen this story before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he'll have to play like King B7, but he's just trying to drop all his pawns.
When we see the moves being made here, I think Magnus seems to have found his composure after visiting us in studio, feeling a little better, shook off the nerves, and playing quickly now. He just has that poise again that he didn't have when he was completely winning in the attack because he was so shocked. I think he'll play Rook takes C3, and I think we are moments away from history here.
I think that he'll play King takes B6 because at least there, Rook to B3, he takes H1, he plays A5 and says we're going for it.
So he's gonna allow the queen.
I mean, he has to do it. He plays A5, at least a pawn supported by Rook. Like, why is not coordinated here, and we'll probably drop the remaining pawns.
You can't play here. You play Rook B5, and at this point, Black is.
I guess you play Rook C3 just to try to hold on to the pawns, because yeah, what else can you do? I mean, if you lose e3 and f4, then black will start promoting his own pawns. So, but it still remains complicated. Like, it's not...
Well, even here, you give check and then...
Yeah, king to b5.
I want to play f6 and g5, but I'm...
But a6, a7, right?
Yeah, it's kind of irritating, huh? So
it's not... I wonder if Magnus will just try to avoid this because...
Well, you can play queen b8, actually. That might be the simplest.
Yeah, king to a4.
Right, and now I'll go for f6 and g5.
Because a6 on queen b6.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the simplest. So you just put the queen in front of the pawn, forcing separation. Yeah.
This is, slowly winning for black. It does remain a bit complicated. I wonder if Magnus has something else besides this. If he tries f6 immediately, can we just calculate this to the end? Because f6 immediately might...
Right here?
Yeah.
Oh, f6.
King b6, g5. Let's try trading a5, g4, a6, g3. And if a7, rook to a2.
If rook a1, I guess just g2? No.
If rook a1, you can maybe... Well, you can take on c3 and then go back to c8 if you want. It requires some calculation. It's not very trivial, but it is something that that he can work out to the very end because it's very straightforward. There aren't many branches in this whole line. It's just one line. White is totally forced in pretty much all of his moves. So Magnus can work this out to the very end, especially since he left us and he got more time on the clock.
He got more time on the clock, right? He left us. He made time control. He was visiting in studio if you missed it. Big shout out to Magnus for showing up and sharing his thoughts.
I think maybe my instinct would be to work out f6 to the end because it's a more straight line, while the queen against the rook and pawn, it's a bit difficult to fully work it out. This one is just, pawns are pushing.
Maybe simplest is even you just go here first.
This might be the simplest,
just like eliminate.
a7, g3.
Yeah.
And
now you force.
Those pawns will be a full queen. They will not only promote, they will also take white's rook while doing so. This one is looks very clinical.
A good lesson in the end of these rook endings, recognizing that these two pawns will outplay the rook. A sad story for a rook who can't stop two connected pass pawns. Magnus is thinking, though, taking his time, ensuring he chooses the most accurate line. He was nervous before when Jan shocked him with the move 23g3. But okay, no. He's played rook takes c3, so he will invite the queen versus rook ending should king takes b6 be next.
He can also play f6 after that, right? He has to calculate it.
But you lose a tempo, no?
You lose a tempo, which could be actually...
Yeah, f6, rook to h1 happens. Rook to c2, a5, g5.
Okay, so wait, f6.
Yeah, black is not in time there.
Rook to h1, rook c2. Yeah,
a5, it's a draw suddenly.
Yep.
The eval bar reveals all, because in this position you can't play both g3 and rook a7 at the same time.
Right, rook a2, rook takes h2, and all of a sudden,
now who's winning?
Yeah.
Hello.
So rook b3 check is played, and he's gonna win this position. But it really gives white some hope.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because obviously this is headed toward what now feels inevitable, but ironically, of all of Magnus's wins, the clinching game for the title may ultimately prove his most inaccurate game, just because he had so many ways to win, and this became a bit wild here toward the end.
Yeah, from one point of view, yeah, he didn't clean it up.
I know it's irrelevant. Yeah.
On the other hand, it doesn't seem like he's ever let the win slip in this game.
Yes.
Agreed. Of course, it's better to win in 2 moves rather than in, well, however many moves we've already been like 30 moves from
when he could have played the rook d6 idea,
or like 25 moves from when he could have played e takes f2 and rook to d6. But if you never let the win slip, it's not advisable to prolong winning games. But if it wins, it wins.
Winning is winning, as Vin Diesel would say, whether it's by an inch or a mile.
not just Vin Diesel, also, who was it?
Who are we quoting? Charlie Sheen here?
Charlie Sheen.
Okay,
There we go.
hashtag winning.
Yeah, never good to quote Charlie Sheen.
Never good to quote Charlie Sheen on these shows. But hey, you're new. You'll figure that out.
Does he still count as new? He's been here for weeks.
I was gonna say he's definitely we've worked him in. I'd say we got you a gift or something for your first time, but we didn't. So.
It's okay. I didn't expect anything.
Okay, well, this has been a wild ride, as we've said, and the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship is moments away from crowning the defending champion Magnus Carlsen, who once again joins us in studio here. We do have guests joining us at the top of the show. We will have a post-game show as always, so shout out to Grandmaster Wesley So, who is around the corner, and Jan Ludvig Hammer from Norway. Of course, you'll want to hear Hammer's thoughts, given the perspective of all the Norwegian fans who are watching their man Magnus Carlsen get the job done once again. So stay tuned. We also are premiering another episode, maybe 2 episodes still, of Chess: A Reflection of Us, which is a documentary we've been premiering throughout the entire event, and we hope that you stick around to see those episodes.
I like the move Queen E4 because it threatens Queen E6 check, winning the rook on B3. So A6 cannot be played because of that check, and it centralizes the queen, and now white needs to make a choice. You don't want to move your king back to a square like B5 because then you're walking away from helping that pawn forward. And then black can start playing F6 and G5. So Queen E4 is a nice move. There's no rook A3 either because Queen B4 check can be played, picking up the rook there. And I guess that means you kind of have to play a move like King to B5. Just
you have to play King B5, yeah. And your king will continue to get forced back because after Queen to B7 or Queen to D5, it continues to go backwards. And at some point, with the king not supporting the pawn, that pawn won't be able to advance, so black can start his...
Whoa.
King to A7 makes sense as well, but
yeah,
after...
but now on check...
After Queen to D5, though, he needs to give a check. So Queen to D5 wins some pawns, for sure.
Queen D5 forces Rook B8 check, and after King to G7...
A6, Queen C5.
Yeah, you can't defend every pawn.
But, yeah, I mean, if you get the pawn to A7 with the rook on B8, black cannot win.
Yeah.
There's no way to win. So he probably shouldn't allow that
I thought the
pawn.
move would just be Queen E7 check here first.
Yeah, and then I guess, can the king go to A8?
He does indeed play Queen E7.
He's trying to trick you, right? Because King B8, there's Queen D8 check.
Yeah.
But King A8, Queen D8 check is a very, very bad move.
What's going on? What do you mean?
Whoop, Rook B8. So King 8 is in fact played. And where is the win? It feels like it should be very easy now.
It's never. There's King G7 because then after A6 you have Queen to E6, and if the rook is forced behind the pawn, then it will get picked up. Queen E8. So maybe King G7 is a nice move here. It stops that pawn from going forward, and white doesn't have any other very good looking
King G7
move.
is super nice. It also renews the threat of Queen to D8.
Yeah.
I think King G7 actually is it. Yeah.
It's funny because you want to just move the queen somewhere. You're like, I should win the pawn. I would give a check and hit the rook. But King G7, as Fabiana points out, that after A6, there's a big problem for white because then there's Queen E6, right? So you're just can't protect the pawn on A6, and if you lose that pawn, the game's over.
Yeah, let's see that on the board because it could happen. King G7, A6,
Queen E6, and you can't go to A3.
Yeah, if you go to
Queen
A3,
check.
Queen E8 to Queen E7 wins the rook. So if you can't play A6, what exactly do you do? You can maybe play rook to B8, just because you have to stop Queen D8 winning that A pawn.
Now you give check first, even.
Yeah, rook to B7.
Rook B7.
And this is the exact type of position that Jan's like hoping works
Can I just play this now?
Yeah, that
force Rook A7.
That forces super awkward Rook A7, and now Queen to E8 and Queen takes E3, taking the pawn under the best possible circumstances. The other thing is that even if, let's say A6, Queen F4, even if somehow white were able to get the queen for the pawn, black's 2 pawns might win against the rook alone, because 2 pawns sometimes just beat the rook.
By the way, King G7 has been played.
Nice, accurate move. What does it say, mate in 26?
Oh, wow, the eval bar just announced mate in 26. Shout out to you, Stockfish 14.1. Always doing your job. You know, no one's appreciating you in the background, calculating, working hard, keeping that eval bar going. A thankless task.
Of course.
Stockfish 14.1.
Of course, we all see the mate in 26, right, Danny?
I for sure see the mate in 26. For those that are visual learners, we could show it.
Don't be so bashful.
If you want. Bobby, what would that be like?
Okay, let's make 26 moves that ends in mate somehow.
Okay, rook b6, but that doesn't even threaten a6.
Let's start with queen c5 as the mate in 26.
Wait, I think you should just take the pawn.
I like queen c5. You should put the rook in front of the pawn. The pawn can't advance like that. And
you queen c8, right? This is actually
oh, he did play queen c5. He liked your move, Bobby.
Yeah, king here, queen c7, king a8.
Oh, wow, look at this.
Don't play f6.
Don't play f6. Wait a second. We have a resignation. We have history. Magnus Carlsen is now the 5-time.
Sorry? I mean, okay, I just understand, like, he takes f2 check first, and then she, no queen g4 first. But in general, if I just take on d4, it should be closer to equality, I guess. Maybe no, knight goes to f5.
What do you mean?
I mean, okay, rook d4, just, I mean, maybe rook d4 immediately or something.
Yeah, takes knight f5.
Maybe you shouldn't check, maybe you should start with g6. Because takes knight f5 could be slightly, I don't know, rook e5, I mean.
I go c6 rook.
No, but then rook e5 at some point, so at least yeah, I improve the structure. Yeah, but in general, yeah, there's not much.
To finish my statement, Magnus Carlsen is now the 5-time World Chess Champion.
He left absolutely no doubt in this match. It started off in shaky territory, but as you see here, the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion. He won the title in 2013. He defended in 2014, 16, 18, and because of COVID, now an odd year, 2021. But he is remaining your World Chess Champion, zero doubt, after Game 6 in this match.
Game over, as they say. And
yeah, the final result and the final few games were rather one-sided. I just wish we could have seen, you know, what would have happened.
Right.
If one of those games, well, I mean, I think it really comes back to Game 6. If that game had taken a different turn, and we might have seen a more inspired Jan rather than a player who felt a bit defeated.
Yeah.
And didn't feel like he was fully believed that he had chances to make a comeback at some point.
Well, there's still plenty ahead. Obviously, for those of you just tuning in, remind you that the post-game press conference will be here. Of course, you'll want to hear the thoughts of both Ian Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen now that the match is behind them. We have special guests joining, but as we always do, we now give you a full recap of the game that just was in our Coinbase Rapid Recap. Here we go with Game 11 that you just saw come to a close, officially crowning Magnus Carlsen yet again as our World Chess Champion. We had an Italian on the board, and now that the match is behind us, you know, what was the final evaluation then here? I guess you really just give the nod to Magnus Carlsen's team for showing up prepared to play the Lopez and say, come beat my Marshall. I don't think you can do it. Ultimately, Jan was forced to go probing elsewhere. He tried in English, now he tried in Italian. And what does that say, again, about Magnus Carlsen's title defense and the preparation and work his team did to help him get that title?
Yeah, Magnus' team deserve a ton of credit because they chose variations that Magnus was, generally speaking, more comfortable in than Jan. That said, maybe what this match shows is that Jan had to choose more aggressive lines, things that weren't just a slight edge, that if he didn't play every single accurate move, it would dissipate and Magnus would be fine. But he played in Italian in the last game. He had to do something different, and it didn't work out for him, but at least he tried.
It was in Italian. Lucky for us, we have one of the world's leading experts in this opening for either color sitting right next to us. His name is Fabiano Caruana. And Fabiano, I'm playing through the opening moves. I guess the first one that had us talking was right here, Magnus committing to what you highlighted as one of the big decisions Black can make on the queen side between a6 and a5.
Well, I think that Magnus had a clear and healthy plan of development. Of course, all moves are possible here. a6 or a5 or h6 or castle. There are so many ways to play this. But what Magnus did was extremely logical and healthy. And it felt like Jan's Italian was sort of a spur-of-the-moment decision.
Right.
I don't think that it was prepared in advance. Because it felt like, although he made logical moves, he didn't have a plan of how to put a lot of pressure on Magnus.
Yeah.
So we saw what we kind of predicted. Knight c2, bishop e3 was a very logical way of approaching the position. It also led to a very, very slightly better for white, but pretty close to equal position, right?
Yeah.
And one where Magnus could make healthy developing moves and not feel under too much pressure. And I think like bishop takes e6 at this moment, not the best way to fight for an advantage. Bishop to e5 felt like if there's an advantage to be found, it's only after bishop to b5. I still feel like it's very close to equal.
Yeah.
But this would have been a more ambitious approach. And in the game, at this moment, it started to feel like Magnus is equalizing the position. His opening has been a success. He came into this game only needing a draw for it to be a good result, right? He's so far up in the match, was so far up in the match, that any draw, and he even said this, any draw is a good result. It takes it closer to overall victory. So he was happy with the result of the opening.
Yeah, and the only other thing I'll add is in real time, Robert had been suggesting potentially this as well. You mentioned a4 and bishop b5 after bishop e6 by Carlsen. Perhaps this was another way to keep it spicy and maybe try to induce a4 forward, right, Robert?
Yeah, at least there could be a target later in the game. I don't think it actually amounts to an advantage for white in the immediate position, but at least there are some long-term efforts. And as the game continued, instead of queen b3 with a4, I did like what Jan tried, right? He went for this position. He did get his queen to b3. Of course, Black went b6. And then he went h3, knight h2. So as this developed, it left Black with a difficult decision, but Magnus was well prepared, not in terms of before game preparation, but for this moment, that he didn't have to rush a decision. He didn't have to play d5, which we saw could get him into some difficulty in some of these lines. Instead, he played the simple queen d7, rook to d8, and made sure that he was ready to strike in the center when the time came.
And strike in the center he did. Obviously, we spent a lot of time calculating some potentially other ways Jan could have kept tension. Queen to b5 was a suggestion, a move earlier, perhaps instead of knight h2. Obviously, Yvonne, when she joined us, pointed out that maybe just the simple queen d8 is actually just totally fine for Black. So shout out to Yvonne for that. But really, I guess, knowing what we know now about the position, it seemed that even before committing to this plan of h3, knight h2, Fabi, that Jan had maybe miscalculated the critical moment that is coming up here very soon.
I think it's entirely possible he saw this d4 idea in advance when he played h3. And he thought that this would lead to an advantage for white based on the line we saw in the game, where Black plays unusual moves. Rook to e4 and rook to f4 are quite unusual. You usually don't see rooks on these squares, especially when it's in white's territory and potentially attacked by a lot of pieces. In queen c2, we saw that attack. So I think he saw this in advance, and rook to f4 came as a surprise. Maybe he was expecting d3 and a sharp fight there, where Black regains the a4 pawn, but white suddenly gets a very nice, stable center with c4, and or even trying to corral that rook slowly with g3 and b3. So he was probably happy with this in his calculations far in advance, and when rook to f4 happened, he looked unpleasantly surprised. And this is the moment where he had a chance to go for a drawn ending, and we all were expecting that.
And just to show that drawn ending, it would have occurred after rook d4, cd4, and knight d5, and at the end of a massive simplification, when the smoke clears, what you see is what you get, something that is dead drawn and headed for equality, and apparently not to Jan's liking, enough so not to his liking that he played the move g3.
Yeah, and that move isn't really playing for a win. As we saw in the game, it was actually very easy for Magnus to play. He could make a draw at any moment, and it's White's king that's in danger. So I think that Jan, because of his recent struggles, he sort of has had enough. I was saying that perhaps he should have just made the draw. He would have to win 3 games in a row. That wasn't going to happen, but at least it gave him an opportunity to really play for a win, whereas this was playing for a loss.
Yeah. And again, playing for a loss is a really hard thing to say, and we won't go on and on about it. Obviously, we expressed our sentiments with the utmost respect for Ian Nepomniachtchi, but also, again, just very surprised because Magnus showed it at the board. This is, regardless of the fact that it ended up taking a rook in to get there, this is clearly a losing move after e takes f3 and queen takes g4. The result was never in doubt from here.
Yeah, I think that Jan, going into his position when he played g3, understood that this must be losing. But he probably thought the task of winning 3 games in a row, 2 with black, against Magnus was an impossible one, and he is correct in that. I mean, we thought it was impossible, but it still feels better to make good moves, even if you know that those good moves will only lead to a draw and probably to the end of the match. It leaves you with a better feeling, I think, when you play, accurately and it didn't work out, rather than when you play a move like g3, which is objectively bad and leads to a position like this, where Magnus had his choice of winning attempts and didn't even find the fastest one.
Yep.
Here we pointed out e takes f2. Queen takes f2 is the only move because king takes f2, queen h2 is that skewer we saw with the queen gain lost, and rook to d6, unstoppable threat of rook to g6. White can block it, but only with the queen, and White loses that queen and the game because the material deficit is so enormous at this point. So, to be honest, it's a bit. This is the most obvious way to win, but for some reason, the move which came to everyone's mind, I think, was knight to f5.
Mm-hmm.
We
suggested it.
I think Ifan also felt like this was the natural course, and then also Magnus played it.
Yeah.
And Jan found a nice shot at keeping the game going, but we're already talking about trying to hang on for a few more moves, because objectively White will lose a lot of material in the process of trying to save his king, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah, d6 was a fun little shot. Surprisingly, very hard move to play because you're not an engine, you're a human. Just taking the pawn and then continuing the attack was probably best for black. But instead, Robert, he took the forcing line, f takes e3. Let's note the fun line that giving this check and queen h2 check would actually be a very bad idea because of a pretty fun shot at the end of the line.
Yeah, and
takes c7.
Black's still doing well because of rook takes d1, and the queen endgame should be good, but it's a problem to allow someone to queen with check, especially when you were supposed to be up a queen. So instead of that, of course, Magnus played accurately, and he entered a rook endgame that was actually quite instructive because he was only up 1 pawn after this precise sequence, and he said, I have the open file, the only one on the board. I have this outside pass pawn that eventually became a queen, and he just didn't give White any opportunities to exchange the queenside pawns. As we were highlighting during the game, if the 3 pawns on the queenside for each side were traded, the game becomes a theoretical draw. So as we came to this moment here, we were looking at lines where White has to strike with b4, and that's exactly what Jan did. But Magnus showed great accuracy to put this rook behind the a pawn and make sure that there was no rook c4, c5, and then a5. That would be a critical move for White to dislodge the defender and then start trading the pawns. But because the rook's on a2, the rook would just capture the pawn a5, and that ends all of White's play.
Because of that, Jan's hand was forced yet again. He decided to go for the most direct, aggressive approach, activate the king, and see if we get some counterplay. But Magnus accurately calculated that the h-pawn would ultimately be too much. And as it came up the board, one last critical decision to make, possibly f6 and g5 was a slightly faster winning attempt, but Magnus took the safe approach, the one that felt good, to force the queen on the board. And it wasn't long, right? I guess a good lesson in technique here, right? Because a lesser man might have messed this thing game up. There's some tricky opportunities for White if the pawn does reach a7, but a centralized queen is Black's best friend here.
Yeah, I think this endgame is far from simple, and although Magnus made it look very simple, especially with this nice queen to e4 move, and we saw later the nice king to g7 move, just one inaccuracy, and it's very easy to imagine White saving this game. and I'm sure Queen e4 was seen in advance. And probably the reason he made the decision to go for this rather than f6, which also seemed pretty good, was because he saw Queen e4 and White has no good way of coordinating the pieces. If White could get a6, a rook in front of the pawn like rook b8, a7, then we're already talking about Black taking a perpetual, trying to make a draw. But White can't coordinate the pieces here, and they played the rest of the moves pretty quickly because I think they both calculated that White has no good options except for what Jan did.
Yep.
Which was probably the best chance, but not sufficient.
It's a good lesson to note that the queen in the center, constantly threatening forks, ways to win the white rook. Again, examples like here, you can't just continue to push things.
This Queen e6 here would attack the rook and pawn. The rook has to go behind the pawn to defend it, otherwise the pawn is lost.
And then we see the common tactic of picking up the rook. So very instructive and precise by Magnus Carlsen, and enough to ultimately win the game when he found the move. Queen to c5, pushing the pawn would lose the rook, and everything else gets closer to Black simply creating a new pass pawn and winning the game. And with that, the last Coinbase rapid recap of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship comes to an end. As we said, there are guests coming. Don't go anywhere. Let me remind you, you can get our recaps on our YouTube channel. We also have our live YouTube channel streaming daily during this event. And in future events, it might be the only place to find some of our live coverage. So head over there and hit the subscribe button. And our best of channel, the Clips channel, has tons of fun stuff. All right. We got to take a break, guys. We got to join the press conference live. When we return, we'll continue to unpack what was this 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. Chess.com's coverage brought to you by Coinbase continues in a few.
Chess.com is here with Grandmaster Ian Nepomniachtchi. It's all over. Let me first start talking about the game. You played G3. It wasn't clear if there's any good rook moves. What were you expecting him to play after G3?
No, actually, looks like I'm in such a state that I didn't consider queen takes g4 check prior to e takes f2. So I thought like e takes f2, takes on f2, then queen takes g4. So I mean, in general, I guess the game was quite fine till that moment, but well, just like many games in this match. But I mean, it's hard to score too much. Then you know, make such a little bit weird moves, which you probably wouldn't even consider in blitz. But I guess my experience wouldn't be, you know, complete without today's game.
Let me ask you about that. There's very few people on this planet who know what you've been through the last 3 weeks and all the months leading up to it. Can you come away from this with anything positive? Any takeaways about this entire experience of playing for a world championship?
Well, actually, my big concern before the match was that I have no experience. Like, how do I split, you know, my energy? When do I attack? Then do I defend? And yeah, I mean, it was not clearly without a reason. So I was really puzzled with, you know, with the strategy from my opponent, because he never actually tried to press. He never actually tried to, you know, play on for something real. Yeah, so just he quickly. I mean, okay, he was only trying to equalize every position. Doesn't matter would it be white or black pieces, but you know, sometimes it looks like it's not necessary to win the game. At least not to blunder and wait until your opponent does all the job.
Interesting analysis of Magnus's play. I'm sure we'll get into that more. But finally, you've had a lot of supporters watching you around the world. You've acquired a lot of new fans. What would you like to say to them?
Obviously, I'm very thankful for all the support, and I also would like to apologize for the way it went in the end. But well, I guess that's the experience I could only get here, and there was no other place, no other competition. So I guess okay, I'll accept this and become stronger.
Part of winning new fans is showing grace and dignity, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Interview. I would like to remind the reporters, when you ask your questions, to make sure you keep your mask on and do not touch the microphone at all. Photographers, you can take photographs, but stay at the sides of the room. First of all, Magnus, let me say congratulations on winning your 5th title. Your immediate feelings right after the match is concluded.
No, I'm very happy, of course. Didn't expect it to go quite like this. It's just performance overall, and yeah, I've just no regrets at all. Just very satisfied.
You mentioned. Would you care to elaborate?
I mean, after 5 games, there were 5 draws, and I'd had very few chances to play for anything more. Then everything kind of clicked, and I think yeah, after that it all went my way, and yeah, you don't expect to necessarily run away with it in a world championship.
Jan, Must be a difficult match moment for you. Can you share your thoughts with us, please?
Well, first of all, it was a big experience, which, alas, I couldn't get, another like reading about some other matches. Yes, so of course, the outcome. I don't think it's anywhere close to what it was in the match, but yeah, I mean. Some bad news and good news. Good news, it was nothing about chess, of course. At least almost nothing about chess. But yeah, the match, of course, consists of many aspects. And yep, I mean, it's not only like that. Chess preparation, physical or psychological preparation. Yeah, then it comes. I mean, of course, it's extremely tense, and it's a little bit more tense than I expected. But I guess anyway. The tension is not a reason to, overlook some simple things you would never ever overlook in a blitz game. But well, what can I say? So I should find out why did it happen and yeah, improve.
Yeah, you mentioned everyone saw that it was a terrific fight. 5 games, even the 6th game was a tremendous fight, but something seemed to have happened. Yeah, any clue as to what caused this sudden turn?
Just no idea. So if I would knew what's going on, I would surely fix it during the match. Yeah, but I guess I mean somehow the level of these blunders is like much below even some bad examples of some bad and pathetic shape. So this is quite interesting. Probably in clinical meaning, yeah. So, well, anyway, yeah, I should take some time to rest and then to see what was done wrong, what has been done wrong, yeah, what gone wrong actually, because once again, like chess-wise, I mean, okay, I also found out some interesting, patterns, but I don't think it has anything to do or much to do about the chess.
In terms of playing in a World Championship match, lessons learned now that you've had this first experience?
Well, experience is never easy, yeah? So normally you should to be, I mean, the situation should be, tough to gain some real experience. Okay, I guess it was a little bit too much here, but I mean, okay. So I have, I surely have some, some space to improve, and well, if perhaps solving some puzzles would fix it, yeah, at least. I guess in the upcoming events, I would show some better performance.
Is it possible now to start thinking about the future as the candidates, you qualify for the candidates, and your desire to return to this exact same stage?
Well, of course it's possible to think, but for now, yeah, I guess it would be more clever, more smart to take some time and have some rest. But yeah, of course, these things which happened here, they never happened to me in basically any events. Okay, in my career, I lost quite some stupid games, yeah, but not as many in such a few time.
Magnus, how do you contextualize this World Championship match compared to all your others?
I guess it's the most similar with my first match against Anand, which was quite even and nervous at the start, and when I got my first win, it was kind of the same story, that it was relatively clean from there on out. What can I say? It was just yeah, obviously he couldn't at some point show his best chess, which is a pity for the excitement in the match, but I think that's what happens sometimes when you get in a difficult situation. Then you're all of that preparation, everything doesn't necessarily help if you can't cope at the moment.
Final question before I give it to the journalist. You said earlier at a press conference that style points don't matter. It's all about the win. Were you at all disappointed that this wasn't more of the match that we all expected?
No, that's fine by me. So I think Game 6 was excellent, and I mean, regardless of the quality of all the moves, it was a great fight, and yeah, I guess it just decided everything. So that's mainly what I'm taking away from an excitement perspective. Otherwise, I think at a certain point, your best strategy can be just to wait, knowing that you have the lead, and just be very serious and solid, and that can sometimes be the best way to play for a win as well.
Open to the floor.
Mike Klein with Chess.com. Congratulations, Magnus, on your 5th World Championship match win. My question is for you. When I talked to Jan backstage, he said that he was a little bit surprised by the style of your play. I believe the word used was conservative. Do you agree that this was your style of play? And if so, was it cognizant to play that way, or was it organic based on the positions that you were given?
I think a bit of both. I definitely played a lot more conservatively as black than I did in the match against Fabi. With white, I wouldn't necessarily say that I was that conservative. I was at least trying some different lines, trying to play. But yeah, you can see overall in a lot of my decisions when push came to shove skewed conservative, and I think you know, with hindsight, it worked pretty well.
Hi, Giovanni Tabara from Dubai Chess Club. First of all, congratulations to both players, and Magnus, congratulations for winning the title. Question for Magnus. Magnus, you're in a unique situation where you claimed your Grandmaster title in Dubai, won the Rapid and Blitz in Dubai as well, and perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, the first player to win it in the same year. And you even celebrated your birthday here during the World Championships, and now the world title. So what is it about Dubai that seems to bring out the best in you? And any plans to visit any fun places that are memorable, like that McDonald's where you first celebrated in 2004, or maybe even Dubai Chess Club, where your journey as a Grandmaster officially started?
I don't know. I think it's maybe a bit of a coincidence that all of these things happened here. But yeah, in general, as I said before, it's a good place to play chess here. Good facilities. You kind of have everything, as well as a decent climate. So yeah, I've definitely enjoyed being here. I haven't laid any plans at all after this. I mean, I didn't expect the match necessarily to be over at this point, so we'll see what happens.
Theo Waite for Lichess. Thanks to both players for the intense match they just played, and congratulations to Magnus for defending his title. Magnus, before the match, there was a lot of discussion about the time that you spent playing bullet and blitz matches on Lichess and whether or not it would help your preparation. Is that just something that you did for fun, or was there an intentional effort in training faster time controls before the match?
I'll tell you about what basically I had a bit of a cold the last the last couple of weeks before I traveled here, and I was feeling kind of miserable. So that's why I was inside, blitzing and bulleting more than thinking of preparation. But yeah, I think it never particularly hurts to to win some games, gain some confidence. So but yeah, for me it was more of a question of being pretty confined inside and having to spend my time in some way.
Thanks.
Peter Shaw-Smith, home of chess. Commiserations, Ian. Congratulations, Magnus. On the eve of this contest, Magnus, you said that you could live without the World Championship. When you consider your incumbency, do you think one day that you'll be able to leave it on your own terms, or do you believe that one day you might be left helpless in your seat as you have left all the other champions that you've played since 2013? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, it's a very good question. I cannot answer it right now.
Daim Shabazz with the Chess.com. This question is for both players. The first 5 games were drawn, and there were a lot of there were some complaints about the draws, and of course that's a part of the match. But there was also some talk about different formats. We've had the 24, we've had 12, and now 14. Would the both of you entertain other formats, which would include other platforms like 960, Rapid and Blitz as part of the World Championship?
Jan?
Well, I think we shouldn't forget that here is the classical World Championship match, and I guess it's pretty much it. Yeah. So there is always some space for speculations and new tries, but in general, why not to separate things like playing classical championship and classical chess and 960, and blitz and so on.
Yeah, it's always a difficult question. Really, I mean, I've answered it so many times before, and it's really about what you want the World Championship to be, whether you want to define the best player in the world and what exactly that means, and how you balance that with having an exciting sporting context. And frankly, I don't know what the right answer is. I don't think we have it at the moment. That's something I've been very open about for a long time, but I'm definitely open for ideas.
Thank you.
Hans Zimmer with Tressable. First of all, congratulations to Magnus. My question is to Jan. In the first 5 games, I was extremely impressed with your play, and I think we saw a different Jan. And my question to you is, considering the candidates in June, how confident are you that you're going to make it back here?
Well, more confident than winning this match at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, but actually, well, I mean, once again, yes. So this match somehow bring me some reasons, to be optimistic in chess-wise. But yeah, of course, the weaker spots are pretty much obvious. And first, I mean, if I manage to understand what has happened, then I think I have pretty good chances. But if I keep playing worse than in Blitz, then it would be tough.
Thank you.
Mike Klein with Chess.com. My question is for Ian Nepomniachtchi. We already spoke a little bit backstage, but one thing I did not get a chance to ask you In your final 3 losses, they were all marked by relatively okay positions, and then they were all pawn move mistakes, all 3 of them. Is there anything to that? Is it just a small sample size? Obviously, there are more pawn moves than any other moves, but do you take any correlation between that, or is it just a random stat?
Well, I mean, obvious, you know, it can't be a coincidence. Then it's like goes 3, probably 3 in a row. So that's pretty obvious. Something is wrong in maybe in the process of thinking or something. Yeah, but so far it worked quite nicely for me, and I don't think it's a reason to change everything, starting with the basement. But I mean, of course, if I mean, would it be, I don't know, some tension or lack of concentration or simply, you know, tactical blindness or something else? But yeah, I mean, it's a big question, which is, I mean, better to ask yourself not after, you know, such performance in a match. But yeah, we only live once, and so far I have. You know, I have to face the consequences of, you know, and to find out what's going on. Yeah, but yeah, let's see what I can do.
Thanks.
Hans Solbakken, NRK. Question to Magnus: how much does it cost you emotionally to perform at this level that you have done and do?
No, it's clearly a lot easier when the match has gone the way that it has. It's not been an emotional roller coaster at all. So I feel like I've been very serious and in a good mental state. Like there have been a couple of games where I was a little bit more nervous than others, especially before, but I would say overall it's been quite fine emotionally.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Magnus. I'm Niklas Berg from Aftenposten in Norway. There's a lot of talk about Alireza Firouzja, who's very young and already qualified for the candidates. What are your thoughts on him as a player, and do you think he can be your next challenger?
Yeah, I have to say I was really impressed with his performance in the Grand Swiss and in the European Team Championship, and I would say that motivated me more than anything else.
Saravanan from ChessBase. Ian, tough luck to you. Magnus, congratulations. The question to you, Magnus. In pure chess terms, what do you think were the elements which helped you to dominate this match? Just pure chess terms.
It's hard to say. I think in simple positions I make very few mistakes. And that helps, like both in terms of tactical and positional things, and the few times that the position was very complicated, we both made some mistakes, but he made the last one. So I think that was maybe the main factor, that I was just playing better in relatively simple positions. But we really shouldn't forget the fact that this match really turned on the sixth game. But I think it goes to show that in the other matches that have been really equal, really tense, they could have ended similarly if things had gone a little bit differently at the start. I think most notably the match against Karjakin.
Okay, and in terms of toughness of fight, From all the matches that you have played so far over the World Championship, where will you rate this match?
I would say the start was difficult, very tense, and not too much was going on. But yeah, after that, it was certainly one of the easier ones.
In a lighter vein, many of the questions you started answering with, "That's an interesting question," throughout the press conferences. Did you really mean it, or was it a subtle trolling of the people?
No, it was never ever trolling. I think it was usually a combination of trying to buy myself time to think, which is one of the oldest tricks in the book, and also genuine sentiment.
Thank you.
May I request from the reporters that you ask one question, and if your follow-up pertained precisely to the question that you asked? There's a lot of people online, so let's try to keep it short.
Ole Kristianstrøm, VG Norway. Congratulations to Magnus Carlsen. Question from Magnus. Your tweet tonight was a picture of Kobe Bryant. So you both have 5 titles now. So can you say how important he has been for you, and what do you think of him?
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, what can I say? He's a legend. He's a legend of the sport, and I thought it was an iconic picture to sort of allude to.
Excuse me, could I ask you about the tweet you had? As far as I remember, you had a tweet after Sochi, 2 down, 5 to go. What is that still your aim?
We'll see.
Hans Niemann again. The question is to Magnus. So, considering the result of this match, many spectators might think that you'd like to face Jan again, but I think we've seen him show a definitely polar level of strength. Does the strength that Jan was playing in some parts of the match more worrying to you as a challenger than another player like Fabiano or Ding, who is more consistent but might not have a higher polarity of strength?
No, I wouldn't say so. Jan was playing well at the start, with excellent preparation, but I was doing okay as well. So I think we managed to see a high level of Jan in the start of the match, but nothing that would necessarily scare me a lot or be a lot better than other potential challengers.
So based on that, would you say Jan's experience in this match makes him more of a threat in the second match?
That's very hypothetical, but I think all experience, if you can learn from it, is good. So I think he has a good chance in the candidates.
So against Anand, did you feel like it was harder in the second match, or do you feel like there was a big change? Or
yeah, psychologically it was a lot harder, because I was really motivated for the first one, and the second one was more about trying to get a job done.
Thank you.
Theo Wait for Lichess. I have a question for both players. Could they share anything about the software, such as chess engines and hardware as well, that they use to help them prepare for this match?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I used more or less more of the same as everybody. Yes, so surely some Stockfish, Lila, and some different some difference in Jason as well, but mainly these two, and I guess this is pretty usual because, I mean, frankly speaking, well, at some point, it goes only for for memorizing, but it's, I mean, when humans are playing, it's not so important if you memorize the line of I don't know 3400 in Jan or 3500 in Jan. Yes. Anyway, these moves are good enough.
Yeah, you can ask me, but I don't know. So.
Sure. Thank you.
You should probably ask Peter instead.
Sure, thank you.
But I doubt he'll be very forthcoming.
Sagar Shah from ChessBase India. Congratulations to Magnus for winning, and Jan, well fought. My question is to both the players. Could you reveal some of the preparation that was done and the seconds on the team now that the match is over, if possible?
Well, I think I have already said that the team is probably more or less the same as it was in April. So, being given a chance, I'd just like to thank the team for the amazing work, and I apologize a little, it didn't result into something more impressive.
Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely. For me as well, I'd like to thank my team for doing an amazing job. Both obviously to Peter, who was here, and to all of the others at different locations. For me, it was I think everybody from the last match was there except for Nils Scandelius. Sorry, Nils, for name checking you there. You did a wonderful job in 2016 and 18, though, and a couple of new people as well.
Thank you. Rakesh from Chess.com India. Congratulations, Magnus. So, how are you going to celebrate this iconic 5th win?
I haven't thought too much about it. We'll have to see. I'll be celebrating by playing the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. As I heard, that's gonna happen. But before that, we'll see. But it's I don't know, but it's a nice problem to have.
Thank you. Apologies to the players. Obviously, there's a high level of interest right now at the end of the match, so we just take a bit more time with the journalists. Please.
Daim Shabazz with the Chess.com. This question is for Jan. It was a tough result, and it's not the result that you were looking for, but I think you can take some pride into knowing that you gave it your best, and hopefully you'll make an attempt to return. But it was interesting because I read the New in Chess interview you did. I think it was the last issue, and it talked about your life, things that we don't normally get to hear about chess players. But I wanted to ask you particularly, what are your plans going forward in terms of your quest to make it back to the World Championship in terms of tournaments and activities?
Well, first of all, thank you for your kind words, and I believe most of them about I did my best were slightly undeserved, because I was nowhere close to doing my best, due to different reasons, which I yet have to determine. But well, it's it's very simple. So you to improve, you're gonna work, and I mean, perhaps for this particular match, I worked slightly more than it was needed. That's also sort of a lesson, but I mean, I guess improving at chess is a never-ending process. Yes, so would it be, I don't know, positional, strategical, or tactical? So or something else. Every time you have something to learn. So I'll just try to improve in many ways.
Okay, thank you.
Owen Maxwini from CNN. Magnus, before the tournament, I asked you whether if you won, would you consider yourself the greatest ever? And you said that you had a long way to go yet to match Kasparov. Has that answer changed now that you have one?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's up to me to judge, and secondly,
how do you think others would judge?
I think there's still some way to go, but I'm not done with my chess career yet.
Thank you.
Hans Solbakken, NRK, since Wednesday, I've been thinking of a question to Magnus, because you mentioned Bent Leikvoll from the popular show Santa's, how do you say it, in the Bing or something? If you were to place Atle Antonssen's character as a chess piece, which one is he?
No. Please. I understand where you're going, but this is not going to work.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Klein, Chess.com again. Questions for Magnus. Magnus, in 2013, you were, I don't know if you were thrown in the pool or jumped in. It was maybe somewhat against your will, but this other guy, Magnus, seems like a pretty fun guy, the other Magnus. Do you think he has something surprising for you, and will you kind of submit to whatever he wants you to do?
No, we'll see, won't we? But I'll let you in on a little secret of show business that I wasn't completely bamboozled by being thrown into the pool, let's say.
Congrats, Magnus. Well fought, Ian. My question is to both of you. Do you have any superstitions to give you any confidence before the game? And if not, then what are your biggest confidence boosters?
Magnus.
I think biggest confidence booster before the game is just feeling well prepared, theoretically and physically. If I feel like that, then I usually, generally almost always perform well. So I would say that's the main thing. Superstitions, none to speak of.
Yeah.
Well, I would probably agree with Magnus, but in general, if any sort of traditions or superstitions, they start working, then okay, you start following it. But when it doesn't work, okay, but then you don't pay too much attention. Yeah, but I mean, in general, yeah, being in a good mood and be and feel prepared. In many ways, yeah, is the main you have to go, and yep.
Thank you.
Nicholas Berg from Aftenposten again. Magnus, you mentioned that you were sick before the match. How did that affect your preparation, and were you worried at that point?
I would say I didn't feel like I was at the best that I could be physically before the match, so that kind of messed me up a little bit. So yeah, I didn't really feel too great coming in, but still chess-wise the preparation was pretty good, so that helped. But yeah, another time I would have definitely wanted to be in better shape, because that part was not perfect.
Thank you.
Our last two questions.
Quick question for Morris. Thank you for all the great work you do popularizing the game around the world. When are you coming back to Dubai again?
ASAP, if I'm invited. Love the place.
Brigham Aldrich with the Berkeley Chess Club. Congratulations, Magnus. My question is for both players. I was wondering if there are any ways that you guys apply the lessons you learned from chess to other aspects of your lives.
Yeah.
Sorry, could you?
If there are any ways that you apply the lessons you've learned from the game of chess to other aspects of your daily life.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's said that chess helps you to calculate in life as well. Yeah, so you plan for your few next steps, and I would say it's not necessarily like some cliche or a figure of speech. I think it works, but I think first of all, what chess teaches you is a responsibility, because I mean, at the end of the day, you are the one who's moving the pieces, and you take all these decisions and you face the consequences.
No, I would generally agree with what Jan was saying. yeah, I think it's up to each individual what they will take from it. But chess is a great game. I recommend it to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you to the players. Thank you to the reporters. Thank you very much to Dubai, the Expo. It was certainly an incredibly well-organized match. We want to also thank FIDE and all the sponsors as well who supported this match. It was a tremendous amount of fun, and I was honest about coming back to Dubai. Great city. All of you who haven't had the chance to see the Expo, make sure you make it a point to do so. Congrats again to the players. Thank you, Jan, for your tremendous fighting spirit. We hope you make a great run to come back again. Magnus, congratulations on your 5th title. Indeed, a champion for the ages. The final ceremony, the championship trophy, will take place in 2 days. Media, you will hear about it. I'm not sure if it's open to the public. That will be relayed at some point, but the media certainly will be invited. Check with FIDE for that information. It will be in 2 days at 6 p.m. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night. Thank you.
It's Expo 2020, and the whole world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at Chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Welcome back into Chess.com's post-game show for Game 11 and now the entire match of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. Last game or not, we have a post-show to do and we have a lot of things ahead. It all starts off with Grandmaster Wesley So, who joins us as our first special guest. And Wesley, it's unfortunate the match came to an end so soon. We had you slated for several matches here toward the end. You were going to be our special guest more than once, but at least we got you one time. First of all, thanks for being here.
Yeah. First of all, good to see you guys again, Danny and Fabi. And where did Robert go?
Robert's somewhere. We don't know where he is, but
yeah, this match has suddenly gone a very weird turn. I mean, before the match, I knew Magnus was a heavy favorite. I predicted the match wouldn't last 14 games. I thought it would last 13, so Magnus would win by 2. But yeah, in the end, Ian just crumbled. Something happened there mentally because he was playing very well in the first 5 games. He was playing just as good as Magnus in the beginning, but in the sixth game, he just overpushed. I mean, he could make a draw with the black pieces, but he kept trying and he wasn't really better. Although actually he missed a couple of good tries. But the 6th game really was the turning point. I guess it's also very fitting that it was the longest game ever played in a World Championship match. And to lose such a game, as you said earlier, must have been terrible for Ian. But I think 2 factors really went Magnus' way. First of all, his match experience. This is his World Championship match. Meanwhile, for Ian, it's his first. And also the style of play. Magnus is a very intelligent player, so he knows which positions to opt for. He knows Ian's likes and dislikes. But also he defends very well with black, so Ian just couldn't win a game. And I guess it was a good idea to play e4 in all of the games except one. But he just couldn't win, and it's hard to give advice how Ian could have done in order to win the match in general.
Well, Wesley, let me go back to one of the things you said at the top of the show because I want to unpack why. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, Magnus Carlsen did win the World Championship match, but you said just now that you thought he was the favorite and that he would win by 2 games. Why? What did you see about these 2 players coming in that had you feeling confident and comfortable that Magnus would be able to defend his title against Jan? Was it a style thing, something you know about the players yourself, having played them? Unpack that a little bit for us, will you?
Well, first of all, Magnus is simply a stronger player. He's like 70 or 80 points higher rated, and that rating gives your general strength at the moment. So I don't know, like sometimes Magnus is just unreal, to always have this 50, 60 rating lead compared to the second player. It's just very hard to imagine. I think Ian also doesn't have the match experience. And in general, I just find it difficult if Magnus is in good form for Ian to win many games. The only way I could see Ian win is if Magnus didn't take this match seriously or if he didn't prepare hard enough. But as we can see, it's not the case.
Yeah.
Well, Wesley, let me ask you something, because you've played Magnus.
Oh, sure.
I remember in a number of online matches, rapid matches this year and also last year. And I do remember more than one occasion where you were behind in the match and you came back and won games on demand. So how do you feel is the best way to put pressure on Magnus? How were you able to come back from those difficult moments in those matches?
Yeah, thank you, Fab. Yeah, actually, I was just playing 1e4 all the time and hoping my opening preparation worked. Like I was preparing these very concrete lines where if Magnus knew everything, then he would equalize. But somehow he didn't feel comfortable. And those were also 15-minute games. So I was just playing very concrete variations right from the beginning. And he was always trying to find a way just to minimize the damage and get a playable position. But I tried playing the slow Italian against him I tried playing the slow Rui Lopez, but he seems to know what he's doing there. So I think Ian should have just stuck to his choice of trying to play very solidly with black. So maybe he shouldn't have overpushed in the 6th game and try to put extreme pressure with white. But in that case, the best case scenario for him is to go for all draws and then head for the tiebreak, as he did 3 years ago. But when Ian is behind, I just don't see it happening. How he can bounce back. Ian is a great player, but at this point, Magnus is just superior. So I think really he should have just played solidly with black and then tried to push a little bit with white. I think actually he was making progress. In game 5, he had some slight chances. Also in game 1, he was a pawn up. But it's hard to say.
You know, Wesley, you've now had the chance to watch many World Chess Championship matches, right? And obviously, hopefully, one day you might have a chance to play in one. And let me ask you, what have you learned from seeing your peers, your contemporaries, try to take on Magnus? Right? You've now seen Jan and Fabiano, Sergey and Vichy a couple times before that. What do you see as you look at these matches as a fellow 2800 who hopes one day to maybe challenge for the World Championship title? And do you feel like you might have a strategy against Magnus Carlsen should you ever be in a match against him?
No, I think it's one of two things. You just have to be very strong and match his level, or hope he gets weaker. I think Fabi had a real good chance. 2018, your rating was not really that much lower than Magnus. It was only like 3 points. So I think you just have to match him blow for blow. You just gotta keep improving on your chess, keep improving it. In general, I think it's not necessarily about the style, but it's about your strength as a player, because the match is very long, 14 games. So even if your match fits well with Magnus, but your strength of play is much lower, I think there will be some way where Magnus can take advantage of that. So yeah, you just gotta match him blow for blow, and then try to get very good opening preparation. Maybe stick to your openings. But yeah, in general, I don't really have that much match experience compared to other players like Vichy or Fabiano. So it's up to them. One thing I can say is the next candidates will be very exciting. Hopefully, Fabi, you'll get your groove back and challenge Magnus once again. Get back your rating to 2830, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Wesley.
But yeah, I think in general, in this match, 2780 against 2850, the strength of play is just a bit too high. Although I think if things gone a bit differently, if Magnus didn't prepare as much, or if he lost one game early on, if he lost game 5 or game 6, maybe we would see a totally different match, because in the end, what we saw is just a collapsing Ian.
So we saw in this match what felt like not the best psychological approach from Jan. Do you feel like that is something that you can work on, or is that just something that people are naturally better or worse at, and even with all the psychological training, it's hard to fully improve that?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, Ian was actually doing very well the first 5 games. I think it's definitely something you can work on. So a good idea is to figure out what all your weaknesses are and try to improve them bit by bit. I was watching this Kobe Bryant documentary the other day, and as you know, as Magnus said, he was a big fan of Kobe. And basically every year, Kobe writes what went wrong the previous season, what his weaknesses are, how he can improve, how he needs to be faster, improve his legs. And he writes them down and tries to fix them after every season. So I think every chess player has a weakness, of course, but it's definitely it's definitely doable to fix it. I think Ian has a lot more weaknesses in the past few years, but he's solving them one by one. I think he knows, and everyone knows that mentally he can be a bit shaky, but I think he knows that, and he just couldn't. He wasn't able to fix it in time in this match. So yeah, I'm not really sure what went wrong, because I'm sure he knows about his weaknesses.
What's your weakness?
But I think
What's your
also
weakness,
like
Wesley?
game eight was also very weird. Huh? Like Magnus wanted to make an early draw with the white pieces when he played queen e1 check.
Yeah, game 8 felt
Ian
like
kept playing for a win.
Game 8 felt like the real moment when
things
it
fell apart.
It all fell apart for Jan.
Game 8, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, game 8. But at the same time, do you think if he drew that, he could win one game and head for the title?
He would still be an underdog for sure, but it would be close. Like if he could hold it together, at least show that he's not too rattled by the game 6 loss, then that would be a good sign for him. I mean, it's still tough, very tough position in the match for him, but you know, you start with one good game and then you try to keep going. I think it's consistency, like you said. Consistency is the most important thing.
Yeah, I think Ian has improved a lot in the last few years. I remember from 2014 to 2017, I beat him like 4 or 5 times in Classico. But after that, I haven't won a game against him yet, like ever. So he's improved a lot. He's working hard on his chess. As I said, he's got far more weaknesses before than right now. But still, there's things that could be improved upon.
Well, I was going to ask you, Wesley. You said every chess player has a weakness and they know it. So what's your weakness?
Too many to count. Huh? Yeah, I guess I have too many weaknesses right now. But one of my weaknesses is motivation. Like sometimes I can prepare very hard for a tournament, but other times I don't prepare at all. So I think like for players like me, it'll be important to have a goal, to set up a realistic goal, short term. Yeah, actually, I was reading about that this morning. So I should definitely try to set goals for my chess. And I guess in February and March, I'm hoping to try to qualify for the candidates and get a shot. And speaking of the candidates, congratulations to you, Fabi, for playing so well in the Isle of Man. Or, sorry, not
Riga.
Isle of Man.
Thanks, Wesley.
Grand Fifth Riga tournament. Yeah.
Well, also speaking of congratulations to you on winning your SCC match against someone who we won't mention right now, but I will ask you, what chances do you give yourself to win the Speed Chess Championship overall this year if you are to make it to a final again against Hikaru?
Yeah, well, my next opponent is Nihal, who is insanely good in Bullet. I watched his last match, and he was just crushing Richard, right?
Yeah.
He was just crushing Richard left and right in the Bullet, and he's just very fast, and his chess combo rating is insanely high. So gotta watch out for that. And then I was watching also Ding Liren's match against Levon, and I thought Ding Liren would be rusty. He hasn't played in a long time, or he only played a handful of games here and there. But by the way he played in his match against Levon, he's just also insanely good. So I'm hoping that he can try to beat our guy Hikaru.
I was gonna say, what kind of chances you give Ding Liren versus our guy Hikaru, as you called him?
Well, looking at Hikaru's climbing skills, I don't know if anyone can beat him.
We'll show that another. Yeah, Hikaru is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It's wild. A lot like Magnus Carlsen these days.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you guys wish him happy birthday yesterday?
We sure did wish him happy birthday. And there's a lot of birthdays around this time of year. You had a birthday not too long ago, Magnus as well. So.
Yeah, we have the same birthday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. October 9th.
Yeah, we're.
Yeah. So.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think. I think Ian gave his best shot here. I think the first 5 games really, just to say, really showed his class. He he could match Magnus blow for blow in a few games, but probably not for 14 games.
Well, I was going to ask you, Wesley, if Fabi wants to trade places, I was wondering, how do you think Magnus Carlsen would do against Beth Harmon in a match? We happen to.
Well, it depends.
We happen to.
It depends what level of Beth Harmon.
Yeah.
This is a very high, sophisticated level of Beth Harmon.
Yeah,
like nobody has ever seen her before.
Maybe someone who could help dive into this. I don't know if you can switch your pieces, Fabi, so that Beth could maybe weigh in on this topic.
I don't even need to hear.
We have.
You want to take the?
I don't know.
No.
No.
It's easier to play chess without the burden of an Adam's apple.
Oh, yeah.
It's an entire world, just 64 squares. I can control it. I can dominate it. It's predictable. So if I get hurt, I only have myself to blame.
What, Wesley?
Yeah, so when's the match?
When's the match? Wesley wants to know, when's your match versus Magnus?
What kind of match are we talking about?
Oh, that. Robert, are you gonna keep that hairstyle and then run for governor?
Wesley wants to know if you're gonna keep that hairstyle and run for governor.
Run for governor?
Yeah.
I thought more like I was gonna fight Batman because I'm an agent of chaos.
Oh well, I don't know how Beth Harmon would have done against Magnus Carlsen, but maybe we'll find out in the future of an alternate universe. Just wanted to give you a chance to weigh in on a Beth Harmon versus Magnus Carlsen match, Wesley. That was all. That was my last question.
Yeah. I was actually watching you guys earlier, and you had the guy that looks literally like Magnus.
Yeah, we had that guy who looked like Magnus. Yeah. What did you think of that guy, by the way?
Now we have Beth Harmon, and so now we just need two guys that can replace you, Danny, and Fabi, and then we'll be set.
Danny, that wasn't Magnus?
Well, Wesley, we appreciate you tuning in and being a great guest. We also wish you the best of luck qualifying for the candidates, and maybe you'll have a new opponent there, depending on Beth Harmon's future chess career.
It's Hess Harmon.
It's Hess Harmon?
Yeah.
Okay, apparently you can't spell Harmon without Hess anymore. From this point out, burn this image into your eyeballs, internet.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure FIDE wouldn't mind giving a wild card
to Beth Harmon. He thinks FIDE would give you a wild card.
Yeah, to Hess Harmon.
I'm in.
Okay. Well, that was Beth Harmon, and that was Wesley. So, Wesley, again, disappointed we won't be able to have you for more rounds, but it is what it is, as the most unnecessary and irrelevant sports cliche comment has ever said. And thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys, for having me. And also, I watch your video every now and then, so that your videos are really entertaining. And thanks for all your hard work.
Do you want me to get you a fathead to hang out with us at the studio? You want me to get a fathead of Wesley So?
Oh, I have a question for Fabi.
Okay.
So is this commentating thing going to be a regular schedule for you?
No, I think this commentary shows, as a general thing, that chess players don't always make good decisions.
Yeah, Danny found a way. Huh?
Danny found a way. Chess players don't always make good decisions, and Fabi said it first. There you go. But Wesley, I'm gonna get you a fathead pretty soon. You'll be hanging out with us. Don't worry.
Thank you, Danny.
Right.
See you.
See you, buddy. Hi.
Hey.
How's it going?
Well, I miss my mom.
Okay. You miss your mom? How was it learning from Mr. Scheibel?
Well, he was just such a role model in my life. He lent me the money when I was in need, and he taught me the Levin fish.
Yeah.
Who teaches a beginner the Levin fish? So he set my early path in an angry track,
right?
And that's why I won games with reckless abandon.
Yeah.
because I learned 11 fish first.
Yeah, that honestly makes a lot more sense now that I think about it. How's it going promoting your new board game here? Do you mind telling us about a little bit about this? And this is not an ad. We're not going to talk about this.
That's.
all right.
I feel like I've heard of that game before. Queen's Gambit, the board game.
Yeah.
Sounds like something that we do from time to time as well.
You play my board game?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Without me?
Yeah, we played without you the other night.
Occasionally without you.
Anyway, I got nothing. I don't know where the rest of the show is going to go. So don't go anywhere. Chess.com's final post-game show for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship continues when we return. Guys, what's here? Robert. It's here.
No way.
It's here, dude. Hold on. Hold on. And boom. We did it. Yeah, baby. It is the World Chess Championship. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. This one has the copyright C.
What is that, Danny?
But you get it. No, look at it. Look at it. You'll see. You'll see. Here, there's a few others. The design,
Oh,
the
that
cool
was nice.
thing.
That one's
Nice.
Here, I want that one.
You see it? Bobby, you get it now? You see it?
No, I have no idea what.
No, his face, there's missing C's.
I don't get it, Danny.
Robert, you want to explain it?
You know my name. The game you play, it's called chess.
Right.
And there's no word championship. It's championship. So there's a C, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No.
I mean, I think it's hilarious. And don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Danny, that's the stupidest I've ever seen in my life.
Well, holy. Do you think it's too late to send it back? I ordered a lot. Chess.com's post-game show of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship rolls on. Our next special guests are brought to us by Grip6. You can go to grip6.com/chess. Use the promo code chess to get 25% off. I've got this little handy-dandy. I'll try to give it some depth perception. That doesn't really work very well, but these are the chess belts they have for sale. I'm not wearing it, otherwise I'd flash that area, but no one wants that. So figured I'd show you that we've got some Grip6 stuff you can pick up, especially if you are a chess lover or if you have one in your life. All right, we're now joined by Jan Ludwig Hammer and the special guest who remains, Beth Harmon. But, you know, Beth, Hess Harmon. When it comes to Hammer and his thoughts on the world champion, we tend to prefer non-fictional world champions over fictional ones. So we're going to ask you to maybe take a seat.
Well, the strongest person is the person who's not afraid to be alone.
Hammer, I know you probably didn't think this was possible, but we have Magnus Carlsen in studio to talk to you here. You want to catch up with your buddy and wish him a congratulations?
How you doing?
Hey, congrats, Magnus. How are you doing?
Doing great. Feeling really good.
Go ahead, Hammer.
You want to take this in English since there are people watching?
Yeah, for sure. I think native tongue is difficult for many.
Yeah. How do you feel after the match? This was way easier than expected, no?
I don't want to throw Jan under the bus here, but yes, I mean, to close out in this few games, it was great. Gonna relax, play some basketball later. Obviously, eat a lot of food, enjoy the evening. I'm hoping we can hang out soon.
Sounds good. Yeah, it sounds good, but you saying you want to hang out makes me think you're not the real Magnus. That's not something the real Magnus would ever say.
I'm a constantly evolving
closer
person.
Look at you.
What are you talking about? This is the real Magnus. He's sponsored by Faster Hard and Unibrow. What do you mean this isn't the real Magnus? We would never not have the real Magnus on a Chess.com show.
I mean, this beard is way too well shaved and kind of groomed for it to be Magnus. If you want to make a realistic impression of Magnus, you cannot have a well-groomed beard.
I'm on the world's biggest stage right now.
That was just.
I'm on the largest stage.
Yeah, which is why it's very strange Magnus doesn't put more effort to it. But I guess that's why he's winning chess world championships, because he's spending more time looking at his chess openings than his beard. And I'm not sure that's the case with you, whoever you
Hammer,
are.
I want to put this to bed. This is definitely the real Magnus Carlsen. Why don't you ask him something that only you and Magnus would know? Ask him, and he'll pass the test, I'm sure.
What are the 3 things where I am better or have the biggest chance to beat you at?
Avalon. Hot dog eating contest. Kielbasa contest, honestly. And probably surfing. I'm a terrible surfer.
I will say Avalon was a good try, but the correct answers were beach volleyball, chess, and Crazy
You're
Eights.
kidding yourself.
So you have
You're
failed.
kidding yourself. Well, help us, Danny.
Oh, actually, I'm getting a tip in chat. Chat is also saying I could beat you at Fortnite.
Okay.
Which is
Oh, that's actually true. That's actually true.
Yeah.
Well, Hammer, I just wanted you to have a chance to catch up with Magnus. We're gonna let Magnus get back to it. He's got some partying to do, and then you and I will have a proper discussion here. But I mean, Magnus, again, thank you so much for joining us. And Hammer, I know this probably surprised you, but
yeah, I'm still not sure that's the real deal.
Yeah,
I have made.
I'll see you soon. We'll work it out.
Once again, seeing me soon is very suspicious. That is, Magnus and I, we don't really see each other that often.
Turn
I
the
think
page.
saying that
Let's
makes
turn the
it.
page. Danny, this has been a real honor for me. And to all the fans, thank you for watching. I'm out of here, and good luck to everybody out there.
Yeah, thank you, Magnus. This has been great, and We're all big fans. The greatest of all time, right there, everybody. The greatest of all time. Hammer, it's just me and you here.
So, do you now think that Magnus is the greatest of all time?
I thought that before.
Now I'm in a question kind of mood, right?
Yep.
Since I'm asking the questions to fake Magnus, I might just as well take over your show.
Yeah.
You don't mind,
Not
do
at all.
you?
Take over, man.
Yeah, so is Magnus now the greatest ever?
I think you are confusing me for someone else. I already had him as the GOAT even before, and I definitely do now. I think that, okay, I mean, Garry Kasparov, no disrespect at all, right? Obviously, there's a reason why it's a debate. As they always say, you could argue both, and certainly it's a worthy one. But I think that Magnus, in this modern era, with everything that's changed so fast over the last couple of decades, with technology, the influence of computers, and you know, all the neural nets, and his ability to, I think Wesley talked about something just before you joined, Hammer, that was really interesting. His ability to not only, obviously now, maintain the title, win it for the 5th time, but to clearly maintain such a separation between him and the rest of the pack. We don't talk about ratings amongst the world's elite because you kind of take it for granted, right? You don't think about it. But when you actually stop and think about just how difficult it is for him to maintain the position he does of you know, what is it, 70 points now between him and the world number 2, 80? I mean, at this point, it's insane when you really stop to think about it, the level of consistency he has and what he's done. And so I'll let you take it away and give your thoughts from Norway in a more serious fashion.
No. What do you think about Nepomniachtchi this match? Was he a disappointment to you?
Wow, I'm really being put on the spot now. The interview is turning. I wouldn't say that he was a disappointment. I am disappointed with how the match went, for sure. I think that given where things were headed after the first 5 3/4 games, I was convinced that we were in for an epic fight. I was one of the very few who I feel like was giving Jan a real shot coming in here because of what I thought he might be capable of should this reach a rapid tiebreak. And I did not expect to see what we saw, which was not just the losses, but in a fashion where I don't think he would even argue that he was beating himself in many ways. And you just don't expect to see that. The scoreboard itself, if you will, the scoreboard shows how lopsided this match was, and it was the largest separation, right, that we've had in a very long time in regards to the winning score and the losing score. So I think the scoreboard says all you need to know in regards to it being disappointing. But I'm not disappointed in Jan. But yeah, I think I wanted a better match.
People in chat is saying apparently I'm not good at this media business. As opposed to Danny, I almost got my journalism degree. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Hey,
but
I don't
okay,
read
fine.
chat on this show for 2 reasons, and that's one of them. Well,
okay. I think Nepomniachtchi just had a meltdown.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting listening to him at the final press conference. He kind of says, I'm glad it was not about the chess. Right. But in a way, that's kind of a defense mechanism, right? Because he knows he didn't lose because of the chess part, in a way, because he just lost because he had a mental breakdown. Yeah. But in saying that he didn't lose because of the chess, he's also kind of admitting his just complete mental collapse. Right. And then you have to decide which is worse, making bad decisions, making bad moves, or just not coping with the pressure. And I think he's decided that for him, making good chess moves is the key. And so he would rather excuse this as kind of like caving under pressure rather than being a good chess player, which I agree with him. He is a good chess player. And like you said, the first 5 3/4 of a game, it looked really good. I was liking his match strategy. I thought it was working. And then what happened afterwards is just crazy. Yep. Just a complete meltdown. And I'm disappointed in the match as a whole, because you want what Carlsen Caruana was, right? You want the tension, both players going at it, being aggressive, both players having winning chances, not one-sided at all. That's the kind of thing you want to see. And I don't care about everyone who's like, oh, but there were so many draws. I find those draws fascinating because I look at the moves, not the results. And I think the results here, even though they sound much better, right? Magnus winning 4 games, the games were not as interesting as the Fabiano versus Magnus match, because it was just blunders.
One-sided. Yeah, you know, I think we would all take a Caruana Carlsen match right now in 12 draws if it meant tiebreak again. And again, that is once again no disrespect to Jan, but you know, we all.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want the 12 draws if it's just for the sake of the draws. But the games we saw within that Caruana match was incredible chess. Granted, Magnus with the white pieces was poor. He was really, really poor. But he made up for it by just fighting very aggressively with the black pieces. To me, that is the Caruana match is the most exciting one Magnus has played to date, despite it also being the closest one.
Yep. Well, let me ask you,
or maybe because of it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, and I think Magnus probably would agree himself that it was the most challenging match he's had to date versus Caruana in 2018. You know.
Well, I think Karyakin was tougher for Magnus, but yeah, that's the one he got closest to losing.
Fair.
But there were, he wasn't playing his best chess that match, which once again makes my point, right? You want to see the players at their very best, and that's what we saw in Carlsen Caruana, which I thought was an amazing match, and this, you know, it's a great result for Magnus. I feel for Jan, because it's got to be so devastating not being able to show your best when you got the whole world's attention. But the fact of the matter is that this one it started out great and then it turned so quickly. And the way it turned was, of course, completely to Magnus's credit, right? Because the way he pushed in that game 6 and finally managed to win in a very Carlsen-esque way, that was what broke Nepomniachtchi.
Yep.
So like the blunders in the last couple of games are a result of the tension Magnus put and created
for sure
through his amazing game 6 win. But
well, people don't break unless you put pressure on them, right? And that's what Magnus has been doing better than anybody in the world for more than a decade now, right? And so let me ask you to kind of wrap us up here. One, where does Magnus go from here, and what will the parties in Norway be like tonight?
I think Magnus is just gonna, I think he's very happy that the World Chess Federation announced that they have found a different host for the World Blitz and Rapid, which is starting in just 2 weeks, like 16 days. So the World Blitz and Rapid, I think, is one of Magnus's favorite events. Going into that, having just won the World Championship proper, I think is going to give him a huge boost. He's going to be very excited about keeping his triple throne, and yeah, Magnus is going to celebrate by playing more chess. Which is fun. I think he still has the motivation. And also this, I want to make a point out of this. One of the most interesting comments Magnus made at the press conference after the game, after the match, is that he was very motivated by watching Alireza Firouzja just nail it in the Grand Swiss and also in the European Team Championship. And I thought that was one of the most interesting comments, because it shows that Magnus has always talked about, like, I don't know when my motivation is going to drop, and I'm going to beat Kasparov's record, and then we'll see. But it seemed this not resurgence, but the surge of Alireza seems to have given Magnus the motivation to like take that extra step up his game that little bit extra and make sure that he's able to keep his title and his placement as the world number one in what is gonna be a challenging opponent for years to come.
For sure. And many already talking about who the next challenger will be, of course. Firouzja on the short list along with others. So Hammer, you're on the short.
I personally, I'm not on the short list, no, but I'm hoping for a guy you got in your studio.
Yeah.
I think Fabiano, he has the experience. I think he is the second best player in the world, even if surpassed for a moment now by Alireza. In a way, egotistically, I would say Magnus getting anyone other than Fabiano would be good because that just increases his likelihood of winning. But the person, if there is anyone who's able to defeat Magnus in 2023, I think Fabiano would be your guy.
Well, I'll make sure I let him know you said so when he returns, because I guess that would have been a great question that you already answered. Who do you think would have the best chance? And Mr. Caruana, it is according to Hammer. So I was saying you're on the short list of special guests we always have to have, and you've been amazing. I will just say it because you're here. You've been the best guest out of everybody. We love you, Hammer. No, I'm kidding. You've been awesome, man. Seriously. And yeah, well, congratulations to Norway. Obviously, congratulations to Magnus through one of his friends here. Congratulations to you on all your success and all the continuous boom that is chess in Norway. And thanks for bringing it daily here, man. We appreciate you.
See you, Danny.
See you. And that was Jan Ludwig Hammer. Again, our special guest brought to us by Grip 6. I showed it before. I'll show it again. We've got this. There are knights, there are kings, there are queens, there are some fun chess belts. I am actually wearing a Grip 6 belt, but it's the pawn one you can't get anywhere. Just to show you, I am wearing it. That was minimal inappropriate angle shottage. But anyway, head over to grip6.com/chess. Use the promo code chess to get 25% off. So, all right, we still have plenty more ahead. As we said, we're debuting another fun backstage video. Fabiano and Hess Harmon, I believe, will rejoin us. I'm not sure who we'll be talking to. We also will be catching up with Mike Klein live this time. The guy that's been bringing it to us daily with his reports will be joining us via Zoom. We can't wait to catch up with him now that this whole thing is wrapped up and in the book. So right now, it's time for the trivia answer. If you've been playing along with us, all you had to do was quote tweet your answer daily to get 1-year Diamond memberships. Diamonds are Beth Harmon's. Hopefully you've been playing along, and here comes the answer to today's trivia question. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's post-game show for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship rolls on.
Hi, Jonathan Corbla here from the World Championship in Dubai with another trivia question for you. Only one time ever has a World Championship game ended in a checkmate. Which game was it?
We're back as promised. Chess.com's post-game show presented by Coinbase rolls on. Now joined by a very special guest. I think the first guest we've had live from Dubai, which sounds like a future show in the making. FIDE master Mike Klein, the one and only here, chess journalist extraordinaire. Mike, are you disappointed that your trip in Dubai is going to be a little shorter than planned?
Not at all, because I'm going to go to Oman and I'm going to enjoy a new country. I need to add one more. I haven't added a new country in 2021, so not at all.
Well, nice. You're a world traveler, for those who don't know that. But Mike, obviously you hardly need an introduction or questions because you know what the stage is and what just happened. But let me just ask you what is the general vibe there now that the match is over, and anything big happening tonight?
Not sure what's happening tonight. Our usual goal is to make it back to the hotel before all the restaurants close, but the vibe is one of shock. I tweeted this, but it was the only time all match that there was an audible gasp in the press conference, in the press room, that is. In fact, Jan's handler is Atiri Kublashvili, and when she jumped up and running to the monitor that's inside the press room, we knew something bad had happened for Team Jan. And so it was just amazing. And then, then the question was, how much is he going to play out this end game? So, but he's a guy who takes responsibility for his actions. He took responsibility for every question asked. And I think Magnus wanted to win in style. So I think Magnus appreciates that he got a win, even though we were both expecting 2 draws.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how Jan was such a class act throughout all the questions. Something that I want to know is, what was the sense of, should the players be in the same post-game interview? Because in most sports, they're not. The loser and the winner don't sit side by side and answer questions. And for Jan, he was sitting there and not even having questions directed at him for a large majority of it. So what is your take, and sort of what was the sense from the press?
I guess there's a lot of talk on Twitter about whether or not the loser should even come to a press conference, or if there should even be a press conference. I think my entire industry was thrown under the bus at certain moments. Obviously, we can all do better, but I don't really have a real big problem with it. There's so few times that chess players are asked to come to a press conference in the first place. And the thing is, if you bring in one player while the other player's in a holding tank, then it's really inconvenient to the other player. Chess players, they kind of just want to go home. I mean, they do the press conference because they're contractually obligated and everything. But I don't see a way you can have one without the other and have people waiting. And so I don't have a big problem with it. Now, I will say one thing that the viewers almost certainly could not see is that when I was backstage with Jan after each round, he was right across from Magnus. And now eventually a divider was put between the players so they didn't have to see each other during this backstage very quick informal press conference. But that was actually mostly to keep the media playing nice, because the media were trying to steal each other's interviews. So the dividers were more to separate us than the players. So overall, not a big problem with it.
It's interesting. And I agree with you about the logistics of the post-game press conference and how tricky that might be to hold one in a holding cell, if you will, while the other answers. But let me just ask you, I mean, you've been an on-site journalist at more prestigious events than most, and regardless of the logistics, do you think you would get better answers or more interesting answers if there wasn't the pressure of sitting across from your opponent, right? If is there something that sometimes the players hold back because of respect of the person who is literally sitting 6 feet away from them?
Yeah, I can see that. I think that's probably the strongest argument for maybe having them be in here at different times. Yeah. I totally get that. So I haven't thought about that, but I do see your point, Danny. I will say that this World Championship was different than the prior 3 in that the post-match press conferences were held in a dedicated media facility. And what that means is fans were not present to ask questions. Now, there's people out there that might think, well, the quality of the questions didn't exactly go up. But at least we didn't have fans grabbing the microphone. And on a good year, I would get 1 question asked per round. Here, at least I got 2. Sometimes, as you probably heard, I got 3. So I appreciated a little bit more access, although the overall quality may not be so great. A couple other things I'd like to add. After the press conference today, the media was asked to leave the media room because Magnus met with a disabled fan who can neither hear nor see. I think he was, this was known in the show. I think he may have been in the tank during the first move, but really interesting chess player. he signs to his helper. He uses, sign language. And then his helpers have to touch his hand to sign back because he needs textural feel to communicate. And Magnus met with that fan privately so he could have a one-on-one moment. And I don't know how long they interacted for, but it felt like at least 10 minutes or so. And then Magnus snuck out Garry Kasparov style down the stairwell. But if you check my Twitter, I got Magnus for like 3 seconds on camera through the door.
Nice.
And then some Russian locked the door. But I guess, yeah, it was a fire hazard. It really was. But can't have Magnus get his picture taken. But Magnus, I got the last laugh because I stole your marker.
Oh, nice.
So.
Well, I mean Mike, that's an amazing gift that you get to keep, and also it's an amazing gesture from Magnus Carlsen. We know that he is always classy, and it's great to hear he met with fans. And you're giving us some of the behind-the-scenes scoop. So what else is there? Who are the celebrities that the people didn't get to see? Who was in the VIP area? Like, tell us.
Tell us things we don't know about Dubai.
Well, Alicia Keys is playing tonight in 9 minutes. I have no idea where, but according to BBC, the Expo, where we're at, by the way, it's like the World's Fair. It's like Epcot Center on steroids, okay? According to the BBC, the Expo is twice the size of the country of Monaco. So when you hear Alicia Keys is playing, that's not enough information to go find her. You have to you really have to research these things. It's so great because you walk around, there's music from all kinds of different countries. I hung out in the Hungarian pavilion the other day, and they've all got all kinds of, I drank fresh spring water from Hungary. They have these taps at the bottom of the Hungarian pavilion. Wow. Of course, by now I'm in the UAE. I know there's nothing especially fun coming out of those taps, but there was fresh spring water from Hungary. The Switzerland exhibit, you walk through a mountain of fog, and apparently they imported the fog from Switzerland. And I don't know how, I guess that means water vapor. I don't really know what that means, but
fog from another country. It's fascinating.
I don't know. I can't say there was some hugely famous A-list star that stopped by. There was no Woody Harrelson this year or anything. Hey guys, I have to ask. I've been busy running around and stuff. I haven't been able to watch the show, but did you guys see this Peter Heine tweet? Has it been discussed?
The tweet revealing his seconds, you mean?
Yeah, it was discussed then.
Yeah, it was discussed privately. Actually, no, we have not discussed it on air. So I'll let I can reveal what I saw, or why don't you take it away? And was how well timed was it? Because I noticed it on Twitter, started discussing it with Robert and Fabi. Was it purposely tweeted right after the match was over?
I don't know. It was brought to my attention by Rakesh, who's got a little more of a finger on the social media pulse than I do. But I think it was tweeted going on maybe about an hour now. So I don't think he hit the send button right when the handshake happened. I think it was when Peter Heine was here at the press conference, maybe waiting for Magnus to have a special time with the fan, and I think that's when he did it. But yeah, I guess we can reveal who the seconds are in the tweet.
Well, it was funny, and I'll say this only because we have private credit here, but Robert and I were talking about who maybe might have been added to the team, and he can vouch. I correctly guessed that Jordan von Foreest had been recruited by Magnus more than several weeks ago, just based on some cryptic reading of the tea leaves. Other than that, I feel like it was kind of expected, though. Daniil Dubov, right?
Gustafsson,
Fressinet. I feel like probably the only real new person I think probably was Jordan, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the one I didn't have any guess on at all. I'm actually not very good at predicting these things or sleuthing these things, but yeah, that was totally a surprise to me. I guess some people were looking back on who played in the Grand Swiss, who played in the European teams, and working backward from there. But I got to be honest with you, I'm doing chess kid work in my side time, so I didn't go that
Well, it'll
deep.
be fun to catch up with Jordan at some point because he's been a guest on more than a few of our shows. He was actually great during the FIDE World Cup, and I was texting with him on WhatsApp, and it was one of the things that led to the cryptic message of him saying he would be unavailable to join me as a guest on this show, and which is where I first told Robert privately. So you're welcome. Not that we have any power influence, but I think we knew then, or I had a very strong feeling then. And so one of the things I think I'll ask Jordan is when exactly he was recruited, Robert. He really turned heads, obviously, when he won Tata Steel, of course, beating Anish Giri in the amazingly thrilling tiebreaker. And I feel like what Jordan did in that event in terms of preparation, right? He won a couple games purely because of his home cooking. Maybe that turned Magnus's head initially right then in January.
For sure. And I guess a very interesting question that we don't have the answer to unless you do, Mike, is who are Jan's seconds? We know about Karyakin, of course. You know about Potkin, who's been his trainer for a long time. But do you have any insights into who else was on the team?
I guess it's public now that Leko was.
Oh,
I guess that was just revealed today.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I think Leko said something publicly, so I'm not breaking any news with that. And then the question becomes, well, when you add Leko to the team and Sergey, does that account for the style in which Nepomniachtchi played? You could make that inference. Although when I interviewed Sergey a couple of days ago, Sergey said, look, we're different players. I can't make him play like me, but it kind of looks like he made him play like him. You know, we didn't see any of that electricity that we were expecting from Jan. Did you guys get a chance to play my immediate post-game interview with Jan on the show?
Yes, we did, actually. And by the
Okay.
way, shout
Yeah,
out to you.
and-
You did an amazing job with that. And so go ahead.
I was just going to say, as you saw, Jan was surprised by the conservative nature of Magnus's play. So Magnus was not surprised by the conservative nature of Jan, but Jan was surprised by Magnus. So it's some kind of circular logic or something. But yeah, it was. I would say of all of my journalism career, that was the most sort of human emotions that came out in me every time Jan came out after a loss. You know, we went live almost right away. So all I could do was look at him solemnly and kind of couch the questions in a way where he understood that I didn't know what he was going through, but I was at least in the same universe of understanding. In fact, for those that know me, they know the emotions that Jan was going through is why I don't play competitive chess anymore, because they're too much for me to deal with. But yeah, I think Jan is stronger than me mentally when it comes to his chess abilities.
Well, I'll say honestly, Mike, and we did talk about it off air, not blowing smoke. We were very impressed both with your ability, you know, the professional and empathetic way you delivered the questions, I think invoked a great response from Jan. And we had been applauding that he remained classy and present and humble, right? Despite how hard that must have been for him, especially as the wheels kind of really came off there. And so shout out to you and to him for that. And
thanks. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was talking with his handlers, and we were kind of wondering after each loss if he was going to come out.
Yep.
But I will tell you, absolutely, there was no question in his mind. He came right to me. He knew exactly what was asked of him, and so I thank you for saying that. It's not easy being in that situation for me or him, but of course, it's more about him than me.
Well, something we didn't necessarily predict was the result of this match, but it meant that we also couldn't predict how many days Chess Kid was going to be unlocked. Turned out it was 4 days. So, Mike, I hope you guys didn't go broke over there unlocking premium so much.
Yeah, I'm going to go cash my paycheck right now because I don't think we were expecting 4 days of completely free Chess Kid. So I won't get into the revenue numbers, but no, we were happy to do it, of course. And if it added a little bit of excitement on your part, that's great. And I thank you for all the Chess Kid mentions. You know, that's where my heart is. So you guys are both getting a nice Christmas gift from me. Don't worry, you earned it.
Chesskid.com is where Mike Klein is the face. Funmaster Mike, as the kids call him over there. So go ahead and check it out. One last shout out to Chess Kid, and of course the fact that once again on the last day fitting of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship, Chess Kid is unlocked as premium for everyone for the next 24 hours. So I guess you have a whole nother day to go try it out.
And Mike has like 2 minutes to go catch Alicia Keys.
And Mike has 2 minutes to go catch Alicia Keys.
Yeah.
So we're gonna let you go, man. Seriously, thank you for all the work you did on site and everything you brought us every day. And enjoy whatever the final moments are in Dubai before you head to Oman. And you and I will all catch up later.
Thanks, buddy. 2013 Sochi, I was the one. 2013 India, I was the one waking up for the broadcast. Now you guys woke up early, so you guys get some rest. Okay.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, and that was FIDE Master Mike Klein, our incumbent journalist on site, crushing it every day with his questions. And yeah, again, I just want to reiterate, I thought his interviews with Jan were great every day, and I was impressed with Jan's answers.
Yeah, and Mike's a consummate professional. He has a journalism background in addition to being a FIDE Master chess player, so he's got both. And that's really important because I think the players now have an understanding with him because he knows what questions to ask from a chess perspective, but also from like a human perspective. And the fact that Jan was able to answer him every single time, and also that Mike was understanding that maybe Jan won't come today and he would be totally forgiving of that because it makes sense. If Jan lost a game, he might not want to speak, but I think Jan showed time and time again, and Mike helped elaborate on that Jan was such a class act in defeat, and many chess players are not. It is such an emotional experience to lose a game because you only do have yourself to blame, but Jan, time and time again, proved to be such a class act,
Yep.
and Mike was able to catch many of those moments.
Agreed. And our appreciation to Jan, of course, a tip of the hat for that, remaining so classy in defeat, as Robert said. Well, the questions that the players have been having to face will no longer be a thing. Their last press conference is in the books. But I believe we're still bringing you the answer to our trivia question here. A little confused by the teleprompter right now, but we're about to play for you both the answer to the last trivia question brought to you by Jonathan Korbla, and then a couple of back-to-back episodes in our Chess as a Reflection of Us documentary before premiering our final backstage video, at least that we'll be able to premiere live. We actually have some others that will hit social media, so let me give one last reminder here as well to go subscribe to our Clips channel. Our Best Of channel is where some of the videos that maybe didn't make it to the live show will be premiering over the next few days, and who knows, maybe a bloopers reel coming at some point before the new year. So we're going to take this break, premiere the next episodes of Chess, a Reflection of Us, and when we return, our final backstage video, as well as the final thoughts from me, Fabiano, and Robert, our Coinbase critical moment, and all of the last things remaining for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship.
Hi, Jonathan Korbla, back with the answer to our trivia question. What was the only game in a World Chess Championship to ever end in a checkmate? Well, that would be Game 8, Bogolyubov versus Alyakin, 1929. It wasn't this checkmate, though. To fully appreciate the 1960 World Chess Championship between defending champion Mikhail Botvinnik and challenger Mikhail Tal, you have to know what happened 12 years earlier. Botvinnik had just won the 1948 tournament. He celebrated with a vacation in Riga, Latvia. While there, an 11-year-old boy paid him a visit, hoping to play a game against the new champion. Botvinnik's wife told the boy the champ was asleep. The boy was Mikhail Tal. In all the years that followed, the two had never faced each other before the title match began in 1960. Tal won the opportunity to play Botvinnik by beating players such as Paul Keres, Tigran Petrosian, and a 16-year-old Bobby Fischer. The youngest player to ever win the USSR Championship. Some called him a creative genius. Surprise attacks and confusing moves seemed to be Tal's strategy. This earned him the nickname, the Wizard of Riga. Before it was even over, one newspaper article with the headline, "Russian Champ Losing Title to Smashing Surprise Tactics," claimed Tal was using psychological warfare against Botvinnik. The match ended after only 21 games. Tal was declared the new World Chess Champion by 4 points. But he wouldn't hold the title for long. A year later, Tal and Botvinnik met in a rematch. Tal, who suffered from kidney problems, exacerbated by his drinking and smoking, was reportedly advised by his doctors that he should postpone the match. Botvinnik agreed, only if doctors certified him unfit. Tal went ahead with the match. The great Botvinnik had studied Tal's style and was now more prepared for the 1961 World Chess Championship. He beat Tal by a margin of 13-8 and regained his title. A year later, Tal was operated on, and the severity of his kidney disease was revealed. Botvinnik's next challenger was Soviet Armenian Grandmaster Tigran Vartanovich Petrosian. Petrosian's victory at the 1962 Candidates Tournament, which earned him the right to challenge Botvinnik, came with controversy. American Bobby Fischer accused the Soviets of collusion. He claimed Petrosian and others arranged match draws to prevent Fischer from winning. Though nothing was proven, FIDE adjusted the rules and format for subsequent events. Iron Tigran, as he was called, prepared for the 1963 World Championship in a most unusual way. In addition to practicing chess, Petrosian spent several hours a day skiing. He believed that physical fitness would make the difference in long matches. The match, which would be the last for Botvinnik, ended with a score of 5-2 with 15 draws. Petrosian would become the 9th World Chess Champion. Botvinnik, who did not have the automatic right for a rematch this time, did not re-enter the World Championship cycle and would eventually retire from competitive play in 1970. He is still called the Patriarch of Soviet Chess for becoming the first Soviet Grandmaster and spending a lot of time coaching young players in later years. Botvinnik died of pancreatic cancer in 1995, one of the critical players in the Soviet era of chess supremacy. Boris Spassky was another giant of Soviet chess. His start with chess began during the infamous siege of Leningrad in World War II. He played his first game of chess on the train as his family evacuated. Spassky was highly coached for competition throughout his early years. He was described as a universal player, equally adept at attack and defense at any stage of the game. His skills would be put to the test at the 1966 World Chess Championship against reigning champ Tigran Petrosian. The format for the title match was once again best of 24 games, with the champion retaining the title in the event of a 12-12 tie. After game 22 of the match, the score was 12-10, and Petrosian retained the title by default. A few years later, Spassky would get another shot. In 1969, the two men met for a rematch, as Spassky had again won the Candidates Tournament, with the title of World Chess Champion on the line once more. It went down to 23 games. This time, Spassky won. But it wasn't Spassky's win at the 1969 match that made him a well-known name outside the chess world. Coming up, his big loss on the world stage brought an end to the Soviet Union's 2 decades of chess domination. There are moments when the lines between sport and culture blur. Moments when a game seems to be about something bigger than the final score. The 1972 World Chess Championship was one of those moments. The entire world watched the drama unfold. On one side of the board, Russian Boris Spassky, the defending world champion. On the other side of the board, the outspoken and eccentric American, Bobby Fischer. The Americans and Soviets were in the midst of the Cold War. The laser of hostility was pointed directly at these two men. Fischer had crushed the competition on the way to becoming the challenger. He outplayed grandmasters Mark Taimanov and Bent Larsen, beating each by a perfect score of 6-0, a feat no one else had ever accomplished in any candidates event. After that, he eliminated former world champion Tigran Petrosian 6.5 to 2.5 to qualify for the biggest challenge of his life. The championship in Reykjavik, Iceland was billed as the match of the century. It was the first time in 24 years the World Chess Championship was played outside the USSR. Fischer's pre-match demands should have been an indicator of what was to come. The American Grandmaster demanded more prize money, a larger cut of the movie rights, and he insisted that the match chessboard be remade as a Staunton chess set from Jacques of London. There were moments when it looked like the match wasn't going to happen at all. Fischer failed to make it to the opening ceremony. After a 2-day delay, a British investment banker upped the prize fund. Henry Kissinger, national security advisor for then-President Richard Nixon, reportedly called Fischer and said, "America wants you to go over there and beat the Russians." Fischer eventually landed in Reykjavik mere hours before forfeiting the match. And finally, the match got underway. It was a nail-biter from start to finish, both in and out of gameplay. Fischer didn't show up for the start of Game 1. Spassky made his move and waited. 9 minutes passed before Fischer arrived. Spassky won the first game after his opponent had played a bishop move that looked like a rookie mistake. Fischer blamed the TV cameras for the loss and demanded they be removed for the second game. Organizers refused. Fischer responded by forfeiting the game, handing Spassky another win in the match. Spassky deserves huge credit for saving the match by agreeing to play the third game out of the view of spectators. Game 4 was a compromise. Play resumed back on the main stage in front of spectators, but without TV cameras. The game ended in a draw. Fischer's behavior and demeanor seemed to suggest he was not prepared to compete. But, out of nowhere, he took command of the match, winning games 5, 6, and 8. The final score after 21 games was 12.5 to 8.5. Bobby Fischer was the new world champion. It was an embarrassing loss to the Soviet chess dynasty. Fischer became the first American to win the competition since 1894. The victory also interrupted 24 years of Soviet domination. Fischer was an instant global celebrity. He returned to his home in New York, where he celebrated an official day in his honor. The Einstein of chess, as he was called, appeared on the cover of Sports Illustrated and made several appearances on television. Then, in a dramatic fashion, Fischer gave up the title of World Chess Champion. It was 1975. Fischer wanted the rematch format to go back to the same format used in the first World Championship, complaining the current format leads players to opt for a draw instead of going for the win. FIDE accepted all his demands except for one. Fischer wanted to keep his title in the event of a 9-9 score. When the two sides could not come to terms, Fischer forfeited his title. FIDE declared Anatoly Karpov, who had fought his way through the Candidates Tournament, the 1975 World Chess Champion. As for Bobby Fischer, he lived a secluded life for 2 decades before he and Boris Spassky would meet again in an unofficial rematch in 1992. The only catch was that the match was held in Yugoslavia, which was under a United Nations embargo at the time. Fischer went ahead with the match, despite a warning from the United States government that his participation would have consequences. US authorities issued a warrant for Fischer's arrest. Fischer never returned to the United States and died in Iceland in 2008. Fischer's World Championships weren't the last with memorable player antics. Still to come, see what yogurt had to do with the World Chess Championship in 1978.
You ready?
Yeah.
Your knight's on f7. Where can it go?
F7, D6, E8, G7, H5, G3, E2, C1, B3,
Stop.
A5.
White king on a3, white pawn on b3, black king on e7. Who wins?
It's a draw. Black's king gets to A8 before white's king gets to B7.
Name the fastest checkmate for white.
E4, E5, Queen H5, King E7, Queen takes E5.
Recount your opening versus Alexeyenko from the first half of the 2020 Candidates Tournament.
D4, Knight of 6, C4, E6, Knight E3, Bishop E4, F3, D5, A3, Bishop E7, E4, D4, FE4.
Stop. Tell us about a chess game that made an impression on you.
Karpov-Kasparov from the World Championship match 1985. Kasparov's octopus knight on D3 controlled 8 squares in the enemy camp and allowed him to become the world champion.
There's a knight on e5. What squares does it attack?
F7, D7, C6, C4, D3, F3, G4, G6.
Stop. How do you do this?
Visualization in chess isn't difficult for me. It just comes naturally.
Where does crypto come from?
Honestly, I don't know. Can you tell me?
Learn more at coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free crypto when you sign up and verify your account.
we are back here. We hope you enjoyed those 2 episodes, back-to-back fashion of Chess, a reflection of us. There are still some episodes coming your way. They will likely be available individually on the different medias of social platforms out there in the world, as turns out the World Chess Championship would be less rounds than we planned on, and not every episode can premiere live. But with me yet again live, let's remind everybody who's been here the whole time. Robert Hess. Hey, while you were gone, this person visited, Hess Harmon. Really interesting. Just looked a lot like Beth Harmon.
And
we also got Fabiano Caruana with us right here. And it's been a lot of fun. We've got one more video coming your way here. You're not going to want to miss what happened behind the scenes. I'm currently dealing with the legal ramifications of what a couple of my buddies around the office got us into here. And let's just say the most valuable chess set in the world is no longer a full chess set after what went down. You're not going to want to miss that video. But before we get into it, it's time for our next and last Coinbase Critical Moment, brought to you on our House of Staunton chessboard. Remember, you can get 20% off if you go to chess.com/Staunton, go.chess.com/Staunton. Use the promo code chess.com. That's the second board we've had set up. We switched halfway through for those who've been watching the whole time, but they're both fancy schmancy and beautiful. Pick yourself up a House of Staunton chess set for now 20% off. 20% off. They increased it. We don't have a critical moment set up, guys, because it all ends where we began here, right? Just the start of a chess game. And from our perspective, there really, in the end, wasn't a ton going on here in this last Italian for Jan. We could jump up to G3 if we'd like, but I think we'll...
Yeah, the critical moment was Game 6.
Yeah.
The crushing defeat that Jan suffered after nearly 8 hours of play. That dictated the rest of the match, including this game. So it wouldn't really be right to show a move from this game because it really all comes back to Game 6.
Yeah. And again, we've heard so many people's thoughts on it now that game was so critical. Have you ever had a game that changed the way you played so drastically within a tournament ever in your career, Fabi?
I've had, I think everyone has, but I've been especially prone to tilting, and it has been a problem for me, so I can totally sympathize with how Jan must have felt after that Game 6.
Yep.
And such a crucial game. He didn't say it explicitly after, just how he was feeling, but I'm sure that was a really crushing defeat, especially because he was so close to a draw at so many moments, and the length of the game and the emotions that must have been involved. It's hard to pinpoint one game from my tournaments, but there certainly have been. I think this goes for all chess players. There are those moments in a tournament where you can point to where things have gone wrong, and that was a moment for Jan.
Well, there you have it. That's our last Coinbase critical moment. Not intending such a somber tune for our sponsors there, Coinbase, on the last critical moment, but yeah, you can go to coinbase.com/chess and get your free Bitcoin. We keep saying all you got to do is sign up and verify your account, and you get free Bitcoin, which is as good as free Bitcoin, or so I've heard. So we continue to roll on now. Is it time for our next skit? Yeah? Okay, cool. Well, we've, some wild stuff went down the other day, and I'm still looking for these two guys that are on the run, but everyone, please enjoy this, I don't know, whatever this was, this breakdown of security, really, within the Chess.com headquarters. Sorry, man. How's it going, Georg? Good to see you, buddy. Guys, where's the queen? All right, guys. I think we know why we're here. Someone here does. You see what I see? Where'd the queen go? Guys, this is not funny. If no one tells the truth, then everyone's going to be in trouble. Jan, don't you give me that look. Don't give me that look. Magnus, you have something you want to say? You're the only person here who could beat everybody without the queen. Does that say something? No? Hikaru? What do you mean I'm the only one with hands? You know what a fathead of Hikaru could have done if I had given it hands, okay? And Fabi, you're the only one here smiling. Does that say something about you? Someone's looking guilty over there. Okay, well, has anybody seen Maxime? What do you mean I passed him? In the hallway? No, there was a redhead. Kind of looked like Beth Harmon, actually. Where'd Georg go? Oh,
My car's gone.
Who knew that Georg and Maxime would have the last laugh around here, huh? All the things that we put them through this week, Robert.
Yeah, you deserve it. That's very clear.
Oh, man. Well, Maxime looked good with the red hair, too. Maybe she consider a new style.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it will help his chess, but remains to be seen.
You guys,
Maxime escaped all the way to Dubai.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's going to catch him now.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. You guys hadn't seen it yet, right? So, that was it's our first mystery I've ever directed, acted, produced. It was a lot of fun. A little mystery, right? You didn't know where it was going, did you?
I had no idea.
Yeah. There you go. Well, Fabi, you were the only one smiling. I thought you had done it, but turns out no. Maxime and Georg, they were the guilty party.
Well, maybe I was involved in the planning.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. Speaking of getting involved, we had quite the rabbit hole, guys. I can't even show you the amount of tweets that we got after that conversation with Hammer about who he played to win the California Junior. By the way, it was called Lightning then.
Okay.
Lightning, the California Junior Lightning State Championship. So to everybody who researched that and looked into it, there were so many that we were like, I'm getting like screenshots of like old school newsletters, like Corey Evans winning Scholastic tournaments. And, for those who know West Coast Scholastic chess from long ago, never mind. I wanted to show a couple of the great ones and actually acknowledge who Hammer and I decided was the winner. Unfortunately, it is not Mr. Bowties before you. This was pretty close, but it turns out that Hammer did remember one important thing, which is that his opponent actually lost every event in the event, and Troy Cole did not lose every event. So Hammer read this and thought the research was strong, but not correct. And it was actually our next tweet here from Juan Cortez, who said that Hammer, his opponent was Mr. Conkle, and that he couldn't find the results for the Game 1 match. Hammer confirmed there were no results, but he found the results for the Game 5 and Game 15-minute matches in the same day, and that Conkle was the only other junior player along with Hammer to have played. Hammer again confirms he doesn't remember exactly who he was when he was 9, but he feels very strongly that this tweet must have been the answer. And again, there were dozens of tweets.
So I want to congratulate Juan Cortez.
By the way, Mr. Juan Cortez, you just won a lifetime diamond membership. A lifetime diamond membership.
Congratulations. You just won a diamond membership.
There you go.
Well, what I was going to say is congratulations for having way too much time on your hands.
Yeah, seriously.
That is some impressive research. And
Yeah.
as someone who studied history, I have to tip a proverbial cap to Juan Cortez. That was amazing. To dive that deeply into Hammer's Lightning Junior 2000 Berkeley Chess Championship. Unreal.
Well, there you go. We just gave away a lifetime diamond membership on this show to Mr. Juan Cortez. Someone from our staff will reach out to you, or one of your friends is going to reach out to you now and say, hey, this isn't like a radio show where, like, if you call within the next, we're not doing that to you. We're going to give it to you no matter what. You don't have to call in or anything like that. Speaking of things we're giving to people no matter what, our leagues is launching December 13th. Fun fact about the tech involved to push out what is our largest ever feature, really, that involves every single member on the site. If you've been playing on Chess.com for the last 6 months, you've already been helping us properly beta test and push out what is an amazingly fun feature and something that will make chess even more fun and addictive than it maybe already is to you. And in order to celebrate the launch of leagues, we are giving away $50,000 in cash prizes. All the details are available at go.chess.com/league contest. It's going to take a long time for those to roll out because the prizes, as you'll find out, are really heavy as you get into the legendary level. We know that Fabi has been stuck in the Goblin level at Clash Royale for a long time. I forget what it's called because I'm so good. I've been in Champions League 2 for such a long time. I don't remember all the other levels before you're in Champions.
You're just too good for the amateurs like me.
I don't even remember.
I see how it is.
What it was like to be at your level, but
I won't say it on your behalf. I won't say it.
This is where you throw me under the bus. Never mind. Okay. But seriously, for leagues, again, it's all you got to do is play to get paid in leagues, and it's a lot of fun. And again, just something that always feels good when you're putting together streaks, getting bonus points, competing in different events and arenas, and leagues should be a fun thing that people will start tracking and talking about on Chess.com on December 13th. All right. Our final Vote Chess prizes are going to be rewarded within the next couple of days. We want to make sure before we give away this cash that everything was legit and that everybody is confirmed that there were no technical errors and that the standings were properly calculated. But again, thank you to everyone who played. Remember that our Vote Chess feature is available for every over-the-board event that we ever have the feed and coverage of at chess.com/events. The World Rapid and Blitz is coming up. That will be available to watch at chess.com/events. You can also use your mobile device to watch it. All you have to do is mobilely browse over to chess.com/events and you can vote directly on the mobile apps that are available to those people with phones. Vote Chess is a lot of fun. Again, you can play. We'll probably give away some cash prizes for the World Rapid and Blitz too. So this is an early shout out to anyone who's going to play along with that. So, guys, this has been awesome. These are the final moments. I'm gonna give a big thank you to all of our friends, starting with our sponsors. Coinbase, thank you so much, our presenting sponsor, for all your support, not just this event, the FIDE Chess Championship, the entire chess community. Really been amazing to work with them, and we expect and hope that it will continue, and thank you again for all your support. House of Stan for the beautiful chess sets, and these mogul moves we've been making on there. Shout out to Ludwig and mogul moves, you get it. Grip 6 for the belt that keeps my pants up, for the socks that keep my feet warm, and the wallet that houses my Bitcoin. Thank you to Grip 6 for that. Also, huge shout out to the team. It's hard to even know where to start, but we've got them on camera right there. We've got Bick, Aaron, Joe, Matt. We've got Lauren there, sound tech. Wave hi, Lauren. Got everyone. This is just the crew on site. We also have to give a huge shout out to Jake. You know who you are. To Rod, to Derek, to Dean, to Austin R., Marina, Dallin, Trim, Chris, Simon, Emily, Austin, Penny, who loves the nickname I gave him against his will, and Ayrton. And that's just the crew right there who's working specifically on production. I want to give a huge shout out to the content team as well that works super hard. Not exactly always in the spotlight, but working very, very hard behind the scenes to make it all happen. Anthony, Colin, Harris, Christian, Maria, Mike, Mira, Nigarin, Jesse, Pedro, Peter, Rakesh, Will, Mika, Leonard, Laura, Eric, Brendan, Brennan, Bryce, Jonathan Corbla, Goran, David, Sam. And I'm sure there are many others. Like, I have to give a huge shout out to the tech team for holding up. We had a couple of mini crises when Dan threw a whole bunch of traffic at us the first day Vote Chess, stabilized events, right? We've had some other crises when different things were happening, and everyone has been working super hard. Sorry, I'm not going to list everyone there by name, but again, a huge shout out to you, the entire international team as well, who's been taking the broadcast we've been doing out to so many more languages than I even speak. Most of them probably that I can't even name, let alone spell. So there you go. Shout out to all of our mods. There's a lot of them. So thank you, mods. Seriously, it sounds maybe saving it for last, but really you guys are the first people on the line and keeping our chat rooms fun, friendly, safe, positive, on topic. Sometimes it's a challenge. I thank our chatters, but most of you guys are actually the problem. Just kidding. We love you. But thank you for keeping the mods in work, keep giving them a job. So thank you to all of our chatters for making sure our mods have a job to do. Just kidding. All of our viewers, all of our chatters, you guys are the ones that make this possible. All of our subscribers and supporters everywhere. That's why we do it. And last huge thank you to my partners here, Hess and Fabi. Guys, any final thoughts here? Thank you so much for being here. I know we've done a few of these, but I know I don't want this to get sappy on camera. I'll save it for later. But obviously can't imagine a better co-pilot for the biggest moments in chess. And thank you so much for doing this again, Robert.
Thanks. I'll let Fabi go first because I need to think about what I have to say, and he'll probably have better thoughts anyway.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun commenting, covering this event with you guys. I hope everyone watching enjoyed it. It was, I mean, a World Championship match is always a huge and exciting event, and commenting this team, it was my pleasure.
I'll say what I'm gonna say to you. Just again, thank you so much, obviously, for taking a chance on a couple of guys like us, right? And obviously, I think the fans were pretty pumped to have you. And obviously, I speak for a lot of people in saying I hope that you will not be here in 2023, because we all know what that will mean. And obviously, you know, you've got so much going on. But seriously, man, this was amazing. And I don't even know what to say besides I think this whole three-way thing worked really well.
I got my thoughts.
Okay.
I have to take it away.
Thank you for saving me.
No, in all seriousness, Danny, I mean, you brought me on to commentate so many years ago now, so I wouldn't even be doing this as professionally if it were not for you. So I know I roasted you. We got a little Thug Life clip going on, but I do have to thank you for believing me, for asking me to commentate, because we are commentating the biggest chess events for so many people. And what I love to do is to help educate people who want to improve at the game, give little tidbits, nuggets of information that they can take home with them and continue to learn the game. So it would not be possible without you. And of course, it's an absolute honor to commentate alongside Fabiano, who is one of the absolute best players in the world, that's without question, who I've known since we were kids together, playing in the same tournaments, having the same coach. So I could not have asked for a better experience. I could have done without the bronchitis that I had for like the first week. Nobody knew about that, where I was having surprise coughing fits and leaving. But with all of that in mind, it was an absolute blast. The World Championship may not have been as close as everyone hoped for, but I think that this was the single best coverage I could have personally asked for. So I thank both of you. Of course, all our production team, everybody who's been tuning in, who's been commenting on social media, who's been making their presence felt and continuing their love of chess.
Can't spell chess without them. Thank you so much, guys. This has been incredible, and we did it again, chess fam, chess community, right? Broke records and made history. Congratulations one more time, speaking for everyone here, to the GOAT, as far as I'm concerned, world chess champion Magnus Carlsen, on winning his 5th title, the highest title in chess. And we look forward to doing this again in the future. And on that note, with the last video that we're premiering today is actually our video honoring the reigning world champion. It is our last Reflection of Us episode that we'll play during the live show. Any that we didn't get to will come to social media. I don't even know if we're missing any at this point. But either way, enjoy this last episode that will take you home with its everything that it is, covering the life and times and rise of Magnus Carlsen. So on that note, it's time for the final Go Me Bye Bye. No matter where you are in the world, somebody's about to have a good day. A few people are having a good night. And for us, all of us here, this is goodbye to bye.
Nothing like a little sibling rivalry to spark one of the greatest stories the world of chess has ever seen. Magnus Carlsen has been the world chess champion since 2013. Born in 1990, his rise to become one of the best players of the game ever is nothing short of spectacular. But before Carlsen was known as a chess prodigy, he was just a 5-year-old boy who wasn't motivated by the lure of prestigious titles. he was motivated initially by beating his older sister at chess. After finally defeating his sister, soon Carlsen was playing against himself, reading chess books, and being coached by the top players in Norway. By the age of 13, he was a grandmaster. By the age of 17, he was the Norwegian chess champion. And by the age of 18, he surpassed a 2,800 rating. The Washington Post dubbed him the Mozart of chess. After years of raising eyebrows and earning praise, Carlsen finally got his chance at the World Chess title in 2013. His win over reigning champ Vishy Anand, in Anand's home country of India, was heralded by former champ Garry Kasparov as the start of a new era in chess. The young Carlsen, who developed his game in the age of super chess computers, won by 3 points in 10 of 12 scheduled games. The two men reversed their roles in the 2014 World Chess Championship. This time, Carlsen was the reigning champ, and Anand was the challenger. According to the World Championship's website, the 2014 title match drew more than 1 million viewers a day, breaking global audience records. They didn't have to play the scheduled 12 games. It took only 11 for Carlsen to score the required 6.5 points needed to be declared the winner. The 2016 World Chess Championship pitted Carlsen against Russian Grandmaster Sergei Karyakin, who had been one of the youngest grandmasters in history. After 12 games, the score was tied. The match format called for rapid chess to break the tie. Carlsen ultimately held on to his title, but the rapid playoff ending to the World Chess Championship drew criticism. Other respected players, such as four-time US champion Yasser Seirawan and former world champion Anatoly Karpov, called it inappropriate, since there was already a World Rapid Championship. It wouldn't be the last time a rapid speed game would determine the title. In 2018, Carlsen's challenger was Italian-American player Fabiano Caruana. The prize fund was €1 million. The format was 12 classical time control games with a rapid speed playoff in the event of a tie. Every one of the 12 games ended in a draw. It was the only time in World Chess Championship history that all the classical games ended in a draw. Carlsen won 3 consecutive rapid speed games to retain his title. And just recently, Magnus Carlsen's win in 2021 against Ian Nepomniachtchi puts him in the elite club of players with 5 or more world titles, which includes Emanuel Lasker, Mikhail Botvinnik, Anatoly Karpov, Garry Kasparov, and Viswanathan Anand. How long will Carlsen's reign last? Will he earn a 6th title and join only Karpov, Kasparov, and Lasker in attaining that distinction? Will Ian Nepomniachtchi come back to challenge Carlsen in the next title match? If not Ian, who will be the next challenger? Since its beginning 1,500 years ago, chess has reflected the people, the politics, and the world in which we live. The game itself is ever demanding and evolving. Its champions determined and steadfast in their quest for perfect play. While technology has provided a new frontier for teaching, analyzing, and training, it has also been instrumental in expanding the fan base, ensuring that the game will continue to entertain and challenge generations to come.
It's Expo 2020 and the whole world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.